Hello, hello guys. So I think today my internet is not that good. I think today my internet is not that good. I'm waiting for Lloyd to show up. I'm waiting for Lloyd to show up. I'd sent him some. I don't know if he's awake or not, but you guys can confirm if I'm audible or not. And Kutasha, not even Chris Wabbs knows this live is happening or the live stream is happening. Lloyd was supposed to join. Kutasha, Kutasta, is it Kutasta or Kutasha? You can tell me if I'm audible. But as we speak, I'm waiting for Lloyd to join. Just a minute. I think he's awake. I'm not sure if I'm audible or not, but I hope I'm audible. So today we wanted to discuss. Lloyd wanted us to talk about free energy, and he has some great news to share with you guys. For a moment, if you want to join in, before as we wait for Lloyd, let me share the link. I did send it to him. I don't know if he saw it or not. He has some great but I was just confirming that I'm audible. Let me try to resend the link to him again so that he can be able to join in. But I see that he's on, and I think that is coming pretty soon. So today, Lloyd is going to share something amazing with you guys. Lloyd is going to share something amazing. As you know, as of now, we believe that Lloyd is the only person who can be able to deliver free energy this year or soon. And he has some amazing news. We were supposed to have Gerald on the show, but Gerald said that he won't be able to do it today. He said that I'll give him maybe on Sunday or Monday or next week, somewhere around next week. So today we're going to have today we're going to have Lloyd. Lloyd is going to share to join in soon. And Kutosha, I see that you're saying that Lloyd is handing out MOSFETs to the first people who join. That's crazy. But Dr. Eli said that he will be able to give out MOSFETs. He has done a video that I'm supposed to upload. I'm supposed to edit it. He explains how MOSFETs work, and he said that he'll be able to share the video with people on the show. And yeah, but for now we are still waiting for Lloyd to be able to join in. It's almost. But I think Lloyd left his phone on and he slept. I think Lloyd slept. I don't know. Let me try to call Lloyd. I can see that he's receiving my messages, but he's not turning up. Let me try to call him. Let me try to call Lloyd. I don't know. I think he's sleeping. I think Lloyd is sleeping, but we had agreed he was awake like an hour ago, and I don't know what happened. But he seems to be sleeping. But if you've just joined in, today we are going to discuss something amazing with Lloyd. It has to do with free. Hey, Lloyd. Oh, can you be able to see my invite? Yeah, I think you are sleeping. If you can be able to join, yeah. So Lloyd is going to join in a minute, in a minute. But if you have anything to share, please feel free to say anything. Yeah. I see Lloyd MOSFETs. I'll gladly pay Tuesday for some energy today. So Tuesday, do you guys think we should bring Zimai back? Zimai said that if we have another show, we bring him back, and we wanted to plan a show with him. Do you think we should bring Zimai back, or we bring Zimai and Lloyd together? Today it was supposed to be Lloyd and Gerald, but Gerald said that he's still handling some issues on his side and he won't be able to join in today. So today we just have Lloyd alone, and he's about to join in a moment. I think he's setting up. I think he was asleep, but I think he's coming. I can see that he has seen my message and he will pop up in a minute. Can That's unfortunate. Can Maxwell Chikumbuso refused. Actually, when Maxwell Chikumbuso saw that we had done something with Zimai, but it's not me who invited Zimai. Zimai just came to the show. So when Maxwell Chikumbuso saw it, he said that I should never talk to him again. I have those messages. I don't know if it's right to share such messages or not, but yeah, that's what he said. So as of now, we have Lloyd setting up.
Can you see me?
Yeah, yeah, I can see you. I can see you. Let me set up first. First, set up first. Once you're done, then I add you. So, like I was saying, Chikumbuso saw that we had Chikumbuso saw that we had Zimai on the show, and he got mad and he said that we are weak, and that was so low of us to do an interview with him. Then he said that I should never talk to him again. I have those messages. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if I should post them or not, but some things feel private and maybe I should not. So Lloyd is trying to set up some stuff. That's why the man of the hour has arrived. That's correct. We have Lloyd in the house and he's just setting up his camera. I'm going to add him in a minute or two. You ready? Are you ready? If you can unmute, if you can unmute your mic. Yeah, you're ready. You are ready. I had you on the screen. I'm adding you in. Okay, you're on the screen.
Hmm.
So we got delayed. We had some people who showed up early, but on my side, I delayed a lot. But we have some people who showed up early. Like there's a guy called Kutasha. I don't know if his name is Kutasha. He has been
Okay.
waiting for a long while. You able to hear me properly, right, Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. So welcome to the show. I think I woke you up. You are sleeping.
What did you say?
It's like I woke you up. You are sleeping.
Yeah, it's quite early here.
Oh, Nail Dynasty. Hello, hello, man. So we were supposed to have Gerald as well on the show, but Gerald said that he has a problem with his computer.
Ah,
Yeah, he said I give him maybe next week he can be able to come and showcase his coin.
okay.
Yeah, but the topic. So we were to talk about the free energy. Last time we had that, I think you saw the interview with the reporter Zima. He said that free energy doesn't exist and it's just something in people's dreams or minds, but it's something which is not real, not even in the Bible.
Yeah, he said that. I heard him say that.
I think we should get him and you on the show.
So, but tonight I'm going to give you a small clip on um, proving that free energy actually exists. And here's the thing, because I heard what you said in the beginning.
Yeah, I
Um,
think. Yeah,
what I'm going to say it like this: we've been waiting 8 years for a product, and investors are upset, and that's not disrespectful when you take someone's money and you don't get anything for it. Okay,
yeah,
so it's only one solution to do that. I figured out what he did, and I wrote it in a book, and I'm going
yeah.
to put a book for everyone to get his product, everyone who wants it. And that's what I wanted to talk about. So you not only know that this is not a scam, but
Yeah.
everyone will able to have it, and it'll be in the book. It'll be three different books. One is going to be just words.
Yeah.
That one's completed. The one with images
Yeah.
is we're still adding images now, and then it's going to be a third one. It's going to be $400 book when we finish. It's going to be step by step how to for any DIY will be able to have free energy. Everyone in the world who wants to buy it will able to have this. Okay.
So if I'm getting you right, I'm trying to retitle now the uh the stream. But if I'm getting you right, you mean that you're going to put everything that you know about free energy in the book.
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
And here's the thing. Let me walk you through just a small bit of it. Have We'll say it like this. You know what a radio wave is, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So no, the reason why I asked you these questions because I wanted to make sure that it's so simple, so broken down that a 5-year old can understand. So don't get offended that I asked you these questions. I just wanted to know if you can follow along and everything is understandable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if I put out a radio wave and I asked the question to AI, how many people can receive the radio wave before the radio wave is exhausted? That means runs out.
Yeah.
Okay. It said unlimited. And I told you to look that up. Am I correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So if it's unlimited, okay, then I
Yeah.
asked the second question. I says there was a person on the internet that put LEDs on a crystal radio. If you didn't know about crystal radio, this is why I tell people to go look things up. The crystal radio was 100 years ago, and it had no batteries. It had no external power. It just runs off the energy of radio waves. So if you have that and you put an LED light on there, that means radio waves turns back into electricity. Um, I said, "Is this true?" And it says, "Oh yeah, yeah. This is yeah. You can turn radio waves back into electricity and light an LED light." Says, "Well, AI, give me the calculations for the um, LED light," and it did. Okay, about
Yeah.
3 volts and a couple milliwatts. I says, how many of those would you need to run a whole house? It said 10,000. And then it tried to tell me, well, this is unconventional. Oh, it's so big, it's bulky, it's not realistic. And I was like, oh, really? I says, but what era are we in? I says, we can't shrink down that device down into a microwave and put it on a board. And AI went crazy because it was like, oh, yes, you can do that. I said, well, how many would I need? It said 3,000 if we shrink it down and put it on a board. So that means you have 3,000 microchips put on a board that pulls in radio waves, unlimited, okay,
Mm.
and puts out enough energy to light one LED light, but you can put as many as you want. So now the book shows you how to do this. The book shows you that you can go to China and get a PCB printed board, and they can do it for you, 3D printed on the board,
Yeah.
and then you can order it. So what you just did is you made a solid state battery, and I made it DIY. Now, why isn't this free energy? Explain to me.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds like free energy. And somebody called 14 Supersonic is asking that what will the book be called? Like, what is the name of the book that you come
Oh,
up with?
one of the covers will have both our faces, Maxwell and my face,
Why Maxwell's face?
because like again, I said at the bottom of it that he made a sonic energy, and
Yeah.
we're it's been 8 years and still waiting, still waiting. I didn't. That's all I said. 8 years and still waiting. I'm going to tell you everything step by step that free energy exists, that you can be able to do it, and I'm going to show you how to buy all the pieces already done so anyone can make a solid state battery to put in a car, the drone, whatever, the sizes, everything. I'm going to show the world by April 16th. This book will be out on Amazon and a couple other places. That's what we're trying to nail down.
Yeah.
So everyone has free energy. And I just told you, if this ain't free energy, then tell me how the LED lights lit up on a crystal radio.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's free energy. But we have Richard saying that it's only free because the radio transmitters are transmitting via paid commercials. I think it's just making fun. But here there's a good question here from Kutasha. He's saying that of course AI chats can be wrong. I think it means that sometimes you can be able to trick AI to say some
Yeah,
things that are wrong. Yeah.
I agree. But guess what? Did you see the LED lights? That's why I said go watch the video. Did you see with your own eyes that the LEDs lit up on the crystal radio?
Yes, yes, yes. I saw it on the video. I saw it personally. I
Okay,
saw it.
so
Yeah.
wait a minute. Wait, let's answer the question in. AI may be wrong, right? But AI is now printing our boards on our computers and our phones. Is your phone wrong? You see, the whole point is this is what people say when they don't want to accept something. That's why I'd say you have to go through different sources. So if you've seen the LED lights running, that
Yeah.
means you know that the light takes electricity. So that means radio waves are unexhaustible. So here's the point. Ask any scientist, is a radio wave exhaustible or not? Can when you put out a radio station, can only a few thousand? What about the 10,000? What about a million people who can hear
Yeah.
that radio station? How many radios can we get that radio station before it's exhausted? See? So the whole point is that because we're in the era that we can shrink down things to microchips and shrink things down into nanochips and put them on computer boards and everything else, I just asked a simple question. Can we do this with a crystal radio? And not only did it tell me what materials that it can use and what's things, that's what's in the book. It broke down everything. It says, oh, this most possible. So here's the thing. It doesn't even have to be micro. It doesn't even have to be that small. Look at the gadgets in your phone. That's bigger than micro, but it's still small enough to fit in a cell phone. So
So
even if it was a, go ahead.
so in this book, like you're going to give step by step guide on how anybody can be able to build it in case they want to.
Yes.
Oh, I
And
see.
the,
There's somebody.
and it's going to
There's,
be three of them. The $19 one, because I know people who can't afford $400, but the $19 one will give a lot of answers and what's names, but it won't have pictures or diagrams. And you know how many people ask me for schematics. So
yeah,
the second one is going to have schematics and everything, but it's still not going to be as detailed as the $400 book. The
I see.
$400 book is going to be for professionals to go in and say, we finally now have free energy. I just released it. The reason why I do this because this protects Maxwell from being shot at and poisoned and all that. So I just helped him out because
Okay.
now everyone has it.
In regards to that, first let me read this question. Then I'm going to read another question, which is regards to that. There's this question from Cappuccino saying that is there any PDFs or links of your work besides videos, so I can share this with a couple of groups. I think it means with the book if you will also have like PDFs. And then there was this question from Kutasha. He's
Mhm.
saying that so how does the radio waves method compare to the Chikumbuso claim about celestial bodies? He's saying that he's just curious with what you're describing. How does it compare with that of Maxwell Chikumbuso?
I'm not going to compare it. The
Yeah.
whole point is that I want it to work. How about that? We're taking record radio waves and we're turning it into energy. If it works, stop trying to compare. I'm not trying to compare or compete with him. That's the reason I said we're still waiting on his work. Whatever he's going to do in the time he's going to do it. No disrespect, just let him do his work. But I'm finna put a book out that tells how I did it and proved it.
So, if I'm to ask this question, does it mean you believe that you might have cracked the code, which is more like what Maxwell is doing? Maybe the method
Well,
might be the same.
we knew that we cracked the code. Nikolai Tesla did this work. The Egyptians did this work.
Yeah,
Everybody knew that we had endless power. They took his work, the FBI, and they redacted everything. They put black lines through his work so you could never read it. Okay?
yeah.
So the whole point is that they knew that they had free energy. Why would they do it? Why would the FBI, why would the government care what you wrote on your private papers?
I see. So, tomorrow morning, if I clip some part of this video and post it, we are going to have people who will come in the comment section and saying that maybe you are just stealing Maxwell's like how do we call it, like that Maxwell's fame, or I think you understand what I mean. Like, what do you
No, I
respond to such
understand what you
people?
mean, but here's the
Yeah,
thing. Maxwell is very secretive. He's never actually talked to me like you have. He sent me an email and a text. So how am I taking something if I've never even met this person? All I know is I told him, "Hey, I know what he did," and they was like, "Oh, you don't know what he did." Okay, I accept that. You said the people, I don't know what he did, so it shouldn't be a problem out for me to give everything in the world since I don't know what he did and only he has it and you're waiting for it, I'm finna give it out to the free to the whole world. We just changed the whole world, the history of everything, how free energy is now available for anyone who wants it.
okay. I see. Bertrand is saying that thanks for thinking that way. He's saying that Lloyd, thanks for thinking that way. Then we have Nuri saying that thank you, Lloyd. Big respect for freeing the knowledge because you say that you're going to release the book. Then 14 Supersonic saying that what Maxwell is doing is not too much of a secret anymore.
No, no. We may do things. Let's keep this in mind. We may have two different projects that reach the same conclusion. We both took radio waves and used it for energy. That's what Nikola Tesla did. Okay, so it doesn't matter how we get there. It's the fact that we do.
I see. And if you release this, also people should know that you tried to contact Maxwell to help him out, but he refused to
This is
collaborate
true.
with you.
This is true. So now what happened is that guess what? It's time to release this information. It's too old. It's what's names. Everybody's going back and forth. It's not real. It is real. This is what I said. You have to break this down where it's almost undeniable. Almost. I mean, you're still going to have some people out there that says, no, this is not real. You can't do it. But that's the reason why I said it was so important for you to go watch the video and
Yeah.
prove that a big, bulky crystal radio with wound wire in a circle, don't take any batteries, can take in radio waves and turn it into electricity and light LED lights. And he lit more than one. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. It was like, how many of these radios can we build? So even if you did the big version, the one that AI said it was big and bulky and really not realistic. But the point is, if you had a big enough space, just like they do solar, okay, 10,000 crystal radios would be bigger, I mean, smaller than the biggest array they have for solar. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole point is, it's not realistic. It's not unrealistic. That means it is real. It's realistic in the fact that you could build it the old fashioned way. That means even in Africa, if they went in the garbage and got wire, which people have done, they could actually start putting this thing together and at least charge small batteries. You wouldn't need 10,000. We said what it takes to run a household is 10,000 of them. But if you just want to charge a small battery, you only need about 300 of them. So again, I just showed you that all you have to do is get a radio station, see the LED lit up, make three or 400 of these ones, and now you have power. You hook them up like you hook up solar cells in parallel in series, so you can get your amps and your voltage, and you're done. And we
I,
answer all those questions. Can we hook up radio crystal radios in parallel and in series? AI says yes. So again, here's the final step. If AI is so wrong, because this is what people argue with, you have to test it. How easy is that?
yeah, yeah. You'll have to test, and I hope, like you're saying, it will be in the in the book, and you're saying the book will come on 16th of April. So
Yes.
PRO, I see you're asking that what video. I've been trying to get the link, but what I can be able to do is when I repost this video, I will put the link to the video on the in the description. I don't know how to. I've been trying to get it now, but if I get it later, I'll be able to repost it when Mr. Lloyd will be talking. I try to get it. Catman is saying that, well, try this experiment with your LED light. Hold the LED light in your hand and walk away from the source. How far do you have to be from the source before the LED stops lighting up? I think that's a good question.
Well, here's the thing. You have to test it. I suggest the first thing you do is send out the link to the video that you watched. Send that link to him.
Yeah.
You see? So that's the first thing. You watch what he did because in the video he gave a diagram on how to put the LED light on there, right?
Yeah, yeah. I watched this, but these guys have not yet watched it, so that's why they are asking.
No, no, no. But
If you
here's what
can,
I'm saying. If
if
he
you can be,
duplicates what he did, he can just walk away from the radio station and find out for himself. That's
I
the
see.
whole point of proving what this is real. If people keep doing things for you and you never learn, then you always are skeptical if it's real or not. But if someone showed you, this is like school, we'll show you what to do. Now you have to go out and use what you learned.
Let me let me post the link for them. I've gotten the link because I see Piero is asking for the link for the video. Piero, I've posted the link. You can go and check it out. And if you're in the stream, I see that you have 57, but we only have like 10 likes. You can be able to like the stream so that it recommends us to many people to join and watch. But we have somebody called me Mind Void is asking about the law of squares from the source. It's called the inverse square, I think. The inverse square law. Like as you move away from the source, but it's something which you have talked about anyways.
But let's try to ask a logical question. Do you get radio where you're at?
For me,
Yeah, do you have a radio station where you're at?
yeah. We have a number of them.
How far away is the radio station, or do you stay right next door to it?
It's like I think around 100 meters. I don't know how much that
100
is
meters.
in miles.
So let's look at the device that we showed. Do you think that a 10,000 of those regular size crystal radios would fit in 1,000 meters?
Yes.
Okay, so you just answered the guy's question. You see, so it just leaves no excuse.
Then we have Richard saying that if you involve the back converters, they will boost the voltage into supercapacitors.
Yes, this is true.
Uh, yeah, Richard, that's your answer. But I think many people who have questions, they want to hear from you as the expert who have been able to solve this issue.
Yeah, but that's why I said I had to write a book so everybody in the world can have access to it. They'll know it. I just said the basic secret right out for anyone right now to get it. It's not hard to do it. Go to the video, look at it, and say, okay, I can build this myself. Even if he only build one that runs a transistor radio, it proves the theory. Okay.
Yeah,
The
I did
so
post the video. I see Piero. I think Piero has watched it. He's saying that he thought that you are the one who made the video. No, no, the video was not made by Lloyd, but
and
you
it's
can watch it. Yeah, go on,
here
go on.
it's a lot of people who duplicated his work. So he's not the only person who's did it because the other people who said, "Oh, that's interesting. Let me see if I can do it." So it's a lot of copycats who duplicated the work. Okay, so they all
Yeah,
finding out you can do this. So that's why I said this is the perfect way to prove that free energy exists. Let's get it out once and for all. It's broken down. Everybody can understand what I said. It's done. Free energy now belongs to everyone who listened to this program. And thank you for putting up with what everything I'm saying. If it offends some people, I'm sorry. But guess what? We need to move forward in life, not backwards.
and like if we have the security threats around this type of technology, won't they come for you before you release the book? Like
It's
maybe
already
you,
released. It's already released. So the whole point is you already showed the video and everything. It's already released.
yeah. That way, somebody will ask how they can be able to get it. I know you had sent to me, but maybe for someone else.
Yes. Like I said, the book is just more detailed. Because some people just need the things to be spoken out to them. And I made the book with AI. So the book itself, the first one with no picture, it's done. It's complete. Okay.
Yeah,
So even if I put that one out for 1995, it's it tells what I just said. It's just words. But when you want to know pictures and stuff, if you want to build it in different ways, if you want it to have more power, that's what the $400 book is for. Okay. How many different ways? Matter of fact, we start saying, hey, can we build it in a drone size? What would it take to build it in a drone size? What would it take to put it in a car, to build it in a car? What about my house? So all that had to be reprinted in, add to it. So you have one book is only a couple hundred pages, and now you have another book that's over 200, maybe 400 pages because it's not even done yet. It's already at 200 pages. So when we're talking about a $400 book, it's more like a cyclopedia on all the ways you can do this and improve the Cresta radio, get more power out of it, make it different sizes, who can print it up for you, who what addresses that you can go to have it printed up. It, here's the thing. God wanted this information out. Maxwell said he received this from God,
yeah.
and we still waiting for it. So maybe God got a little bit impatient, gave me the knowledge, and guess what? You have it. All right? You have it. It's now been broadcast over the world. Everybody who's seen this video is now getting this information, and it's free. It's free, totally free. So you can't say you don't understand when you have videos of everyone doing it.
Okay, we have somebody saying that an LED is not a car. Uh, Stop talking a lot of I think it means. I think it means maybe he wants to know maybe how can such thing be able to power up a car.
Okay.
Like
So
for people with
I know
EVs, can they?
I understand the question, but did
Yeah.
you understand the question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, now wait a minute. If you understood the question and I understood the question, that means he wasn't listening to the beginning of the radio that we taking these devices, all the LED lights, and connecting them together like solar panels.
Yeah.
Right?
And and by that the reporter you had said that you can be able to do an interview with is around.
Oh, like I said, I love that he would do an interview with me. He said he's trying to find a free energy, and again, energy has been around since the Egyptians' times. Nikola Tesla made patents, and we've been using radio for a decade. They just didn't really want you to know that these things were possible. But he has over 400 patents. Nikola Tesla has over 400 patents on how to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And when you find out everything that he was going to do, like flying cars and other stuff, yeah, they want that slowed down because the gas companies and all of them need to make money. Okay. Now, the way I wanted to do is to break it down, make it so simplified that anyone can do it. And this now I can verbally tell you these things. And now everyone is out. It's out. Everyone has it.
I see we have Kalin Light is saying that all of the links I just posted have true science behind free energy. Kalin is somebody who believes. Kalin, somebody who he was here last time. You are not around. Then CL is saying that Zima, you can be able to join in. I had sent you an email. I don't know if you're still around. That is Simba, Mr. Simba Chikanza. CL is saying that now we need to put diodes at the metal. If the ionosphere moves it, oh, I think he's talking about something else. And we have Zima. We have Zima has joined, although today Caleb, you had also joined. I don't know. Caleb, Caleb, Mr. Simba.
Hi, can you hear me?
What do you think about what what Lloyd is talking about? Lloyd is a what do you think about what he's saying about? He says that he has finally been able to fix it, and he can be able to show that free energy exists.
Yeah, so I think, is it the network that's breaking? The network seems breaking over there, yeah?
Oh yeah, my network is slow. You saying my network was breaking? My internet is
Oh,
bad
can you
tonight.
hear?
Or Mr. Simba, you can be able to join in again. Join in again. I think there's a problem with my internet tonight, but I'll try to fix it. Kalin is saying that I've been teaching this for the past 25 years. Kalin, I remember you were here last time. Diodes, Richard Roland is saying that diodes are just one-way flow valve. I think he's arguing with somebody in the comment section.
Hmm.
Then, but Mr. Simple, if you can be able to join in, it will be amazing to hear what you have on this. But I was also hoping that we can be able to do one with you next week. I don't know if you'll be available. Then we have Tech 90 saying that
I got taken off there. Can you hear me now?
you can be able to hear now.
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I was saying
Yes, sir.
that. What do you think about what Mr. Lloyd is saying? Lloyd is in Laos.
Okay, and now where's that? Was that in the States, right?
No,
Yeah.
Oh,
no, it's in Asia.
oh, it's in Asia. I see. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, wherever you are, right. What evidence do you have here that there's an invention? Surely, just listening to you, you seem to be talking about religion, mythicism, and be just mere belief. You're claiming that Maxwell one day is going to come out with with an invention, correct?
No, I said we're waiting. I
Yes,
didn't
but
say he was coming out with an invention. I said we are waiting for his invention.
okay, and so you actually believe that there's something that's likely to come out,
I'm
that's set
putting
to
it
come
out.
out.
Not likely to put it out. I'm putting it out. I'm putting
See,
it in the book. I just got through going over on how it was possible. So you didn't hear that part, did you?
I probably didn't hear that. Well, I've watched some
Ah,
of your videos, right? And I've watched some of your videos, and you do talk quite a bit of detail on suggestives, or you call them you call them facts. You call them things that people should actually follow, relating to Maxwell's proposal that he's invented something. But here's a challenge. Why don't you start with the victims, the people who are demanding their refunds? Why don't you start there? Find out from them, because there are people here who, for over 4 years, one of them 5 years, have not had any product whatsoever delivered. Any.
okay, but
And
you didn't hear what we
let
just
me
said.
finish.
So
I didn't hear what.
you didn't hear what we said in the beginning. So it answers your question. You missed it.
Okay, so maybe you're going to give a quick.
Okay, we just got to discussing that Uh, I asked AI how many radios can receive a radio station before it's exhausted. That's what the basic question I asked. It said it's unlimited. It cannot be, a radio wave cannot be exhausted. Okay. So then I asked, I says, well, can we turn radio waves back over to electricity? And it said yes, which I got videos of people putting LED lights on a crystal radio. So the next question I asked, how many crystal radios they can light a single LED light, only being 3 volts and a couple milliwatts, would it take to run a whole household? It said 10,000. And then it tried to tell me that this was unrealistic, it's big and bulky, but it is possible. And I says, okay. I said, what era are we in? Can we not shrink this down? And it said, yes, it can shrink this down into microchips. Okay. So if we can shrink this down in microchips and put it on a board, I says, can it be printed out on a PCB? It said yes. And it started giving me all the answers on what companies I can go to in China, very cheap parts, printed out on the board. So these are very little small radios. And the whole purpose of each single one of these boards that can be printed out is to light one single LED light. So the last question is can we hook them up like we do solar in parallel and in series? It said yes. It even gave me diagrams on how to do this. So here's the thing. Radio waves just got proven because we have the videos. People seen the videos. Now it's out for the whole public again because I just stated it. It proves it. So even if you want to run to a cheap transistor radio, you can now make a battery using crystal radios to pull in energy and turn it into electricity. And don't matter how low the electricity is, the more you add up, the more power you have. Now, since we can now put this into small microchips, which we don't even need to do, we can just put it the size of the components in a cell phone, and that's bigger than the microchips. But the whole point is now you can build a crystal radio, big and bulky, prove the theory, prove that everybody who's been doing this, because it's over 1,000 people who've already did the experiment, can I light an LED light, meaning I have usable electricity. And now, once people start to do this experiment, hook it to different items in their house, then it was like, how can I get one and buy one so I can? It's small and compact. That's what we're showing people how to do DIY. Now, does that help the victims house that I now told this, or does not? It doesn't. Your opinion?
Mr. Lloyd, before Simba comes in, he mainly was talking about if you know the victims who have been scammed by like who Maxwell has like kept their money and all that. I think I don't know if he knows your stand on Maxwell, whether you believe Maxwell or not.
I don't have to have a stand on Maxwell. We're just
Okay.
waiting into
So
whatever he's going to do. You
okay,
see what
so
I'm saying?
I'm gonna
We
quickly
can't.
answer you. I'm gonna quickly answer you right now. You've done research based on AI, and that's brilliant. You're using these tools to try and expand your knowledge of what is possible and what is not. Then don't you think you, after finishing with your AI, you need to get practical. You need to get real. You need to get down to the ground. I don't know which part of the
Okay.
world you are, but a ticket to Harare won't cost you 2000 US. Get down to Harare and you could spend just 3 days. Look for the victims, the people who are waiting for their refunds from this man. These are people who were promised deliveries of the products way back in 2020. None has been delivered to date. And I've driven around,
Okay.
and also let me finish. So if you want to get facts here, if you want to publish something that people can find value in, don't you think you need to go beyond your AI? Because people use artificial intelligence because there are limits sometimes of human intelligence. But if you're going to use AI and then you avoid what is immediate, what people can actually feel, touch, and see and verify for themselves, then what have you done? You're just an AI yourself. You're just there in the ethereal world. And what is physical is that there is nothing tangible, nothing even imaginable with Max Ochimbuto. Max Ochimbuto himself is a scam. The name Maxwell is a scam. So you don't even need to look at anything else. In the records, there's no one who's called Maxwell Chikumbutsu. That's a scam. That's a scammer. His real name is Sangulani Chikumbutsu. And Sangulani is an armed robber suspect who is still out on bail today. And on the day that he came out with the president of Zimbabwe, he was being portrayed as an inventor for the purpose of political machination by the president of Zimbabwe. Machinations that he has been doing since the 1970s of using armed robbers in order to gain traction, political traction, and particularly against his opponents. And so before you use AI, great to use AI. And please do continue to do that. But get practical here. I'm not trying to discourage the pursuit for free energy, but if this particular free energy concept by Maxwell Chikumbutsu is pursued, you are leading people to read about someone who is a suspect on armed robbery and whose only product that has been tested, that he himself has acknowledged that he owns, is an unlicensed firearm. So you're potentially here, you're advertising an armed robber. That's the only product that he has. It is an unlicensed firearm. So it is your purview now to determine if it is responsible to even discuss this man called Maxwell Chikumbutsu. If it is responsible, if it helps humanity, or it actually puts other human beings in danger. Because the more this man is viewed as an inventor of anything, even from the dreams, the more his armed robbery case becomes obscure. I hope you're getting it. And that is where
Uh,
things are. And you see,
may I,
if you're going to do AI, right? Why don't you do AI on his armed robbery? Try and find out more about his particularly on this product that he says that he himself acknowledges that he owns. It is an unlicensed gun that has been confirmed to have been used, and he himself has not denied that his gun has been used in armed robberies in the capital city, Harare. So at one time, I challenged the president of Zimbabwe when he came on video. And soon after I did that, he deleted his own Twitter posts. The president of Zimbabwe did that. You can check it on Twitter. Those posts are no longer there. Go on the government website, the government Twitter portals, the information ministry, removed. After I challenged the president of Zimbabwe and I gave the president of Zimbabwe a 24-hour ultimatum. So I don't know, maybe you've lived a very comfortable life where you have never been slapped by anyone. But I come from a community where Max Vochikumbutsu comes from. Not just that, I actually lived in the very same area within 300 meters of where he did that so-called test. I myself have been in the physical same offices with that advisor of his called Farai Katsande over 28 years ago, from 1998. I've been, and you can hear my interviews, he even acknowledges that. I've attended their religious meetings in the last 30 years. I don't know about you, but I have. I come from this country. I've lived in this country for decades in Zimbabwe. And yeah, great for you that you can have all this time to study, to go on AI. But the people of Zimbabwe are suffering at present. If you go in the news and you check how many armed robberies, how armed robberies have risen, and it's difficult to find who these armed robbers are because they carry out their operations with speed, but also with obscurity. And it is these type of claims that make the armed robbers become obscure and even more dangerous because if they can't be seen, if they can't be spotted who they are, then tomorrow morning or tonight they will just go and attack another home and no one will ever suspect who they are because they've been presented as an armed robber. So I hope you get it. I've just tried to give you a bit of facts so that you can work on this. And good luck on your book that you're writing. But my question to you was how responsible are you to the human family by advertising a suspect
Do you want
for
that
armed
question
robbery?
answered, or
Yeah,
you
you can
just
answer me. You can answer me, yeah.
okay? Here's the thing: the only advertisement that Maxwell is ever going to get in my book is on the cover that says we've been waiting 8 years and counting. That's it. He's not mentioned in the book because the whole point of saying that is to say he is a scammer. We put him out on front. He's a scammer because he got you believing that free energy doesn't exist. Okay? It's time to move everyone into the future and prove that anyone can have this free energy, which I just stated. And you didn't see me go and praise him, say he's an inventor. You didn't hear any of that come out of my mouth. You heard me say, hey, we took a crystal radio and we used and got usable electricity. We were able to light an LED and it showed on video on YouTube. So that's beyond AI. We went out and got the video. I shared the videos. I wanted everybody to see that you can now take radio waves and make it. The subject is can you take a bunch of these, put them together like solar panels, and still operate and pull in even more? Because that's how batteries are made. Batteries is not just one big component. They're made of little small cells. Solar panels are not made of just one big component. They're made of little cells. So we're right now we're talking about free energy, not the fact that Maxwell. The only reason why Maxwell comes up is to show you that this man was trying to destroy the idea of free energy by keep not giving out a product that he said he had. So now
How would he destroy? Are you supposing that there's no free energy? Free energy is there. Hydroelectric is free
you
energy.
said that on your
Yeah.
radio station.
Hey,
There's
hey,
no
free
such
energy
thing
is
as
there
free
already. It's
energy.
been there for a long time.
Okay,
Hydro,
so then
if you
we're on
just
the
go
same
and you
page.
just put a propeller in water, that's free energy. Solar is free energy. Yeah, but stop talking about endless electricity. The young man is not talking about free energy. He's talking about endless electricity. He told you that this car will drive forever. It will charge a house for the next 20 years, or is it 40 years? So he said. That is different. That is not free energy. And can you correct moderator? Correct
You
this
guys hear me?
nonsense because it's dangerous nonsense. Yeah, it's not free energy. Maxwell is not a free energy activist. He is an endless energy
I
activist.
don't
He
care
talks
about
about
Maxwell.
endless energy, and he's been very clear from the onset. No, let me
You
make it
care
clear to
about
you. He's
Maxwell.
been
I
very
don't care
clear from
about
the onset, and
Maxwell.
that is where the scam is. His concept has been endless electricity, not free electricity. No, but endless electricity. It's
He,
beyond free. There's always been free. Electricity is free. A lightning strike is free. All that is always been free. You don't need an inventor. You don't need some fake person coming from out of Zimbabwe telling you about energy and electricity. It's always been there. But this young man has been preaching, has been since 2015, his SABC interview in 2015, he's been preaching endless electricity. That is what he has been saying. Now
everybody who's
we went to his
listening,
house.
we
Hold
are
on. We
saying
went
the
to his
same
house.
thing.
We went to
We
his
are
house. We
saying
went to
the
his house
same
physically.
thing. You're arguing
You
for
live
no
there
purpose.
comfortably in your country where
You,
you've got the
your,
freedom to go on the
your,
internet and talk
your
as I.
arguments.
Right. I
Your,
come from Zimbabwe. I am Zimbabwean, right? And I publish to millions of people
we're
who
saying the
every
same
day they're
thing.
suffering from armed robberies, and you can clearly see yourself that this young man is not even he's not even Maxwell. There's no one who's called Maxwell Chikumbutso. You can see it. This is a scam. The young man is not a free energy activist. He advocates for endless electricity. And he could not go on
We
a
just
drive.
said that.
Even
You're
hold on, let me
repeating
finish.
yourself.
He could not even go on a 1 hour drive. 1 hour drive across
You
the
just
capital
said that.
city.
We
Sorry?
just said that. We were on the same
Well,
page.
that is the
You're
but
arguing with
you
something
are
that's not even an
disinforming your
argument.
forum. You're disinforming people on the internet by claiming that this is about free energy. No, no, no. This is Maxwell is and he advocates endless electricity that is non-stop, and that is utter nonsense. The young man uses what is called zesa in Zimbabwe, in my country, which any citizen uses. He 3 months ago, at the funeral of one of his wives, right? By the way, he's a polygamist, right? One of his wives died 3 months ago. He was found using a diesel generator. You tell me that this person is a, and anyway, let me go, Chris. It's great speaking. I'm hoping that these forums can be like that are done to pursue knowledge, right? Not to just talk theory. Folks, we're talking about a suspect on armed robbery here. This is not just any
No, we're
person.
not.
And
You're
you're
talking
talking
about that.
casually. You're talking
You're talking
casually. And
about
you know
that.
what you do here to do this, to talk irresponsibly like this. If another human being tonight is
Someone
mugged
is
because
upset
of
that
you,
I'm
because
telling
of
the
your
world
post that
about
you
free
made on the
energy.
internet, next time it could be you where you are in that part of the world where you sit comfortably and you don't seem to care about humanity. Let me go. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, 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 before you go, don't go, don't go.
No, I've got
Question
to
for
go,
you.
mate. Yeah.
Real quick question for you.
Yeah.
And this is identity withheld. I'm the cartoon guy.
Yes.
Real quick question. If that's the strength, if that's what you feel as far as Maxwell, I don't know the guy. I just heard his name a couple times. Where do you think Lloyd falls into that? Do you think he's in the same pocket of selling something to the people that he shouldn't?
I can't talk about what I don't know. I talk about Maxwell because I've talked with Maxwell. I've interviewed Maxwell. I can't talk about Lloyd because I don't know him. I'm only seeing him today, and I've seen him here and
Okay.
there, his posts. But I talk about Maxwell, who doesn't even exist, right? The name Maxwell, as I said before, is a scam. There's no one who's like that. He hasn't invented anything, and he claims that he has invented endless electricity, a concept that is utter yeah now it is nonsense. It is a scam in itself. And if people are going to add religion to this and to coat it with religion and talk about God and the like and the like and the like, and I don't know if God is going to smile at you. Anyway, let me go.
Mr.
I,
Mr.
I,
Okay.
Chikanda,
I
before you
doubt it.
go,
So does
before you go,
everybody else is everybody else caught up to what I said
Mr.
earlier? That's
Chikanda,
all the
before you go,
question I wanted to ask. Is
before you
everybody
go, I
else
wanted to
caught
know
up?
if I can be able to get you. next week. I think Wednesday or Monday.
Okay, yeah, well, sure, yeah, but I think, yeah, let's talk offline. Thanks. Cheers. Cheers.
Is everybody else caught up to what I said earlier?
Okay.
That's the only question I wanted to ask. Is everybody else caught up? If I can be able to get you next week, I think Wednesday.
Somebody microphone is hot.
Okay, yeah, well,
Mr.
sure.
Nobody, it
Yeah,
looks like you're playing us on a TV or what?
okay.
Hey, so real quick, like I said, I've been in contact with Lloyd to some degree on the YouTube streets, and I am questioning your statement about whether or not God gave you this knowledge. Did He also tell you to sell it?
No, that's not the statement that I'm saying. I said if God gave him this information and he didn't do what he was supposed to do, then maybe he gave it to someone else to give out. And your second question is this: is it for sale? What I just said that's going out on the air, is that not free? So now what you're telling me is not to make a living. Okay, so you're saying, oh, don't make a living, but I just gave it out for free. So anybody who wants more information about it will be able to buy it. So you got the information free. We know it's more than just AI. It's it,
Can
it's
somebody mute their mic, please?
Okay, go on, go on.
Thank you.
okay. So we know that it's more than AI because people are doing this experiment. It's a very simple and easy way to do the experiment to show you can take radio waves and turn it back into electricity. That's why I told the host to look at the video. So it's more than just AI because I knew people were going to argue with AI when I did this. But even though AI right now prints your phones and every other technology that you have, because they're done by machines, that means AI does this. Every all the chips in your car, your in all kind of components, but you trust that. But when I tried to give free energy out, people get upset. He was trying to make a point, but his point was mute. His point was mute. I'm not talking about Maxwell. I don't care about Maxwell. What I care about is
You do
getting
care
these
about him enough to
voices.
put him on your front of your book, brother.
Look, it was a challenge that this guy is a liar. That's what is on there on the front of my book. Okay, so you tried to misscrew this.
No, I
It
actually
says
didn't.
in red.
I'm taking everything you're saying and I'm asking you because it sounds like you thought about this. And go back to my original question. You misinterpreted my words. I asked you if you feel like you're the messenger, you're the one who got the message to give to the people
I don't
that
feel I'm a
Maxwell couldn't
messenger.
deliver. Hold on. Define it however you want it. You feel like God ordained you to get the information. That's what you are stating. You are stating
No,
you have the
that's what you're
information.
stating.
Wait a minute. Then if you don't have the information, what the hell are you selling, brother?
Again, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I said,
Just
do you
tell me
know
what
what the
you're
word?
selling. Tell me
Wait a
what you're
minute.
selling then.
Look, here's the point. I already stated what I'm selling. I've already given it out. That's why I
Restate.
asked the point. Okay, this for the third time. We started with AI and asked a simple question. Okay, we asked how
You're
many
giving me the
people.
process, brother. Don't give me the process. Just tell me what you're selling. Just say it.
We're giving out what Nikolai Tesla said in the beginning, that free
So
energy
why
is
don't you
in
send them
radio
to
wave.
Nikola Tesla's website? What are we buying from you?
A book.
Of what?
I just told you. You just didn't want to
Of
hear it.
of Nikola Tesla's patents. What that's Googleable. So what are we buying from you?
That we can change radio waves into energy.
I thought that was old technology.
Yes, it is.
So why do we need you, brother?
You don't need me. If you don't want to buy my book, you don't buy it.
You just answered my question. You're not selling anything that's pertinent to anything purchasing, correct? You
Good.
just admitted
Thank
to that.
you. Thank
You
you.
just
But I've been
admitted to
saying
that.
that for a long time.
No, you haven't. You've been telling everybody how much the book costs.
No, I've been telling you this is 100-year-old technology.
So
The
why do I
host.
need
Wait a
you?
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The host. Have I not stated that this is a 100-year-old technology that everybody don't understand? Have I said that?
Yeah, you've said that from before, from when
Thank
you
you.
started.
So
That's
stop
not the question,
misconstruing what
Lloyd.
I'm
Stop,
saying.
stop, stop, stop. Lloyd, that doesn't work on me. Those Jedi mind tricks do not work on me at all.
No, that was.
That was
And
not
guess
the
what?
conversation.
You
Hold on.
just brought
That
in
was not the
cartoons.
conversation.
You just brought
Hold
in
on.
cartoons.
Hold on.
You just brought
Because
in
let me
cartoons. I'm not
reiterate.
going to
Let
let you say
me
Jedi mind
reiterate.
trick has
Let me
nothing to do
reiterate
with the
what the
conversation.
conversation was. You came up here telling the people that you have a book with knowledge, but you also admitted that knowledge is old. Tesla did it, and everybody on the internet did it. We proved it. You didn't prove it. The internet proved it. So I'm asking you, why do I need you?
You don't need anything.
You didn't answer the question. I appreciate you,
Yes, I
bro.
did.
But the disingenuous answers are horrible, though, bro. Come on.
Okay. Guess what? Next person. You. There's a
All right,
gentleman right there
I'm
that
right
got a
here.
question.
Okay, let's
I've been listening to this conversation for some time. I know
okay.
the work of Stovall. I followed Stovall. I followed Maxwell. Stovall did amazing work. I live in the U.S. just like Stovall. I know everything that happened. I don't want to get into that. I know frequency electricity is not taught here. I did computer engineering. I know all about that. But what I don't understand is this argument is being had with Stovall and a couple of other guys. And Stovall made a strong point when he talked about the current and amperage. These are things people don't really understand. He
I
explained
I
clearly,
understand it 100%, brother.
but I was in that argument, but I'm not here to argue. I'm just trying to say that Stovall got something, Maxwell got something. I don't think Maxwell is a scam. I don't believe that at all. Nobody will come in front of the world and start talking crap. He's just the delivery because of the background where he's coming from. When Stovall was delivering, he clearly stated that this is an old knowledge. Tesla knew about it. That's what JP Morgan pulled out because they don't want nobody to use this. But today it's being used worldwide. Maxwell was pulling his energy from just small electron volts that you can find in some wavelengths when they go through constrained environment. They change to wavelengths, and they can have this little electron volt that's there, but nobody thinks is existing there. That's where Maxwell is pulling it through RF, but Stovall is doing it with light. So I don't think Stovall is Maxwell is fraud. He's not a scam. Period. It's just that he has limited knowledge in understanding what he has done, and I think Stovall has a better understanding of what happened. So I'm thinking maybe the two of them can work together so
Can
that
I
they can
can I
grab
disagree
knowledge.
on the idea that Stovall has a better idea? I don't see any difference. He
I'm not
just has a
saying
different
Stovall has a
he has
better
a
idea.
different mousetrap. That's about it, but it's still selling the same grift. There is no such thing as what he's talking about. And I tried
No,
to explain this to him many times, because I am not a guy just coming on the internet just speaking for the sake of speaking. I told him my background. I told him I have probably 20 more years of experience that he could dream of in this space. And he ignored everything I said. And I just offered, hey, this is how you can
No.
tell whether it's working.
No.
He
Do not.
disagreed and
No.
ignored me.
No. I didn't
He
ignore
ignored
you.
me.
No. No. I didn't. You know what I
You
did?
did. You
I
told me
put
you
it
ignored
out
me.
for everyone on the YouTube to hear it. I
No,
put it
no,
out for
I'm
everyone to hear it. So what you're saying is that the gentleman that's on here now heard the podcast. Okay, let people make up their own minds. What you're trying to do is force people
whoa.
to think like you think.
No, no, no. Slow your roll. I'm actually educating, brother, because that's what I do. You
Yes,
don't.
I have
brainwashing.
You don't. And let
let
me
me
let me
Let
explain
me
to
wait,
come
you.
wait,
in.
wait,
I'm a
wait, wait, wait.
neutral person. I'm a neutral person. I have a
wait.
strong science background. I can't just come here just to talk. I've watched Stovall. I've watched Maxwell. I know the MOSFET technology they're using. I know understand. I have a deep understanding of the science behind the MOSFET. When waves are coming in, wavelength. I don't care any big wavelength that's coming in, if it comes through a constrained environment, it's going to change the wavelength. And that the relationship between the energy and the wavelength is inverse square root. I mean,
That has
inverse
nothing
square.
to do with a MOSFET, brother.
It's inverse square.
We're not
That's it.
talking about MOSFET. Please catch
Wait,
up to what we're talking about.
That's what he just said, Lloyd. He said MOSFETs and he shifted to RF. I heard him.
just a minute.
Listen,
Just wait, wait,
I'm
wait.
not talking about that.
What I'm
I
Before
didn't
trying,
we,
say
what I'm
you.
trying to
I
say
didn't
is
say
this.
you. I said the
What I'm
panelist
trying
said
to say,
MOSFET
sir.
and he shifted to RF. I said it has nothing to do with MOSFET. That's
This,
what I
Let me
said.
and this
let me
is the
finish saying
reason.
what I'm
This
saying,
is the
please,
reason
please.
why I
What I'm
tried to
saying
break it
is,
down.
instead of arguing, people have perspective. Why don't we test the perspective? Stover have tested his perspective. It works. Everybody saw it.
I can't stand on
Everybody
that,
saw
brother.
it.
I tested it and it didn't work.
So,
Oh my
so I don't know
goodness!
how to explain that to you if it didn't work.
No, no,
Maybe
no.
No, no, no,
Because
no.
because of
Wait,
bias.
it's not your
wait,
job
wait.
to explain it to me how it didn't work. I can show you how it doesn't work. That's the
I'm open
teaching
to
part.
that.
He's not doing that.
I'm open to that.
Okay, let me ask. Let me answer this
He can
question
use
because
his videos
I
of
do
his
believe
measurements
right
and debunk
now. I
himself
do
with it.
believe by him saying he tested my work and it didn't work is a way to put this cat back into the box. But so
What?
I'm telling the gentleman, go directly to the video that the host put out and see if you can just take a single LED light and light it with a crystal radio. That's what we were
Did you
talking
do
about
it?
on this show. Okay.
Did you
Forget,
do it?
Okay.
leave the
Did you
MOSFETs,
do it?
all that out, leave all that out, and just
Did you
simply just
do
go
it?
and see if you can light the LED light. That means that you're actually getting usable electricity. Now,
I want to
the
be
second
respectful.
thing
Who's
you
the
would
guy?
do
Who's the guy I was
is
talking
now
to?
hook up,
The
see
gentleman
if you
in
can
the
get
middle.
two different radios with two different
Yes.
LED lights
Joe,
and connect them together. Once you do that, the whole world now proves that you can do this,
No.
and you have
Here's the
that
problem,
radio
brother. Here's the
waves
problem, brother.
in that
The guy in
form
the
acts
middle.
like
The guy in
solar
the middle.
panels.
Can I know your
That
name,
just
sir?
negates everything he's saying right
just a
Joe.
Lloyd, Lloyd. Uh, let me read one or two comments. But identity, your name is identity with hell. I think
Yes.
you're the guy who was arguing with Lloyd in the videos.
It was
In
him.
some,
now.
That's his voice.
I am
I
the
saw
one that he was talking to on the video. Yes.
Yeah,
I saw
that's
Yes,
your
him.
comment today.
this is the
That's why I
guy who
jumped
Yes.
up.
attacked me, who
Now
ambushed
watch,
me.
watch the video and understand. I was told that I should have been a little more harsh with Lloyd. Because typically I actually teach a little more harsh when people get really excited about things they're saying and they're saying it absolutely wrong. But I was being patient with Lloyd. I didn't disrespect Lloyd. I tried to talk to him with like, I'm going to respect everything you said and take it back into my lab and see if I can replicate what you're talking about. It does not work. And I wanted to show him, dude, this is why it doesn't work. I can show you with your own videos. I can show you where you made a flaw. He doesn't
But
want to hear it.
identity with hell. I think his concept of now is different from the other one. You will explain it. But just a minute.
I
He
can't
missed
understand.
that
What did
whole
you say?
point.
Wait,
We
stop
have
talking because I can't understand him.
we have somebody called Eddie Cliff Daba. You saying that you are unable to you can't you are unable to talk, or what are you saying? You've joined the stream. You're saying that
Yes.
you have a problem with Eddie. You can be able to type if you have an issue. And also we have I am nobody in the chat. I don't know if you can be able to talk. You can
No,
unmute
no,
your mic.
no. I couldn't hear you because Lloyd was talking.
Oh no, I was saying that we have somebody in the chat. I don't know if you can be able to talk. It's called Eddie Cliff Daba. He also one of the
Okay.
most critic of Lloyd. Eddie,
Yeah, I have no problem having this conversation. I don't like to being disingenuous and telling
okay,
people something exists and you don't even try it yourself. He's talking about crystal circuits he never did himself. He's talking about someone else's video. He didn't even do the experiment. So why are we listening to you, brother?
You just lied. You
let me read.
just lied.
Where is it?
You
Let me
just
read a
told
few
a
comments.
big fat lie.
I saw your
The
video, bro.
whole,
You put somebody else's
I don't
video
care
in
if you
yours.
seen one of my
Lloyd,
videos. The whole
just a
simple
minute.
fact is you just lied.
Just a
Tell me where
minute.
I
Just,
lied, bro. Tell me where I lied.
just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. We have we have Gerald is back and saying that radio waves light LEDs, and the LEDs light the solar panels. The voltage from the solar goes through MOSFETs. Gerald, you had said that you are going to show us your how your setup works. I hope you do. You said Sunday. I hope you do. You can be able to prove identity withheld wrong if it works. Yeah? Then you have Cecile. Cecile saying that the fastest way to become rich is talking about criticizing Maxwell. We have somebody saying that AI is like a ruler, perfect measurements. I see. Anyways, you guys can go on. We have Eddie. Eddie, can you come in before the two go on arguing? Can you be able to come in, Eddie?
I don't want to argue. I apologize to the panel and to the host. I didn't come up here to argue. It's just I get really rattled when it's like disingenuous information being put out. This is a
Uh,
space that's very, very specific that I'm in, and I practice actually teaching young black boys and girls that's the importance of how STEM can change a generation. And I'm trying to pretty much get the minds, the young minds, into even following this stuff. And then
so,
he's out here telling people that free energy. Oh,
so
nah, dude, why are you lying to
I'm
these
online, but
people?
I cannot
identity,
get any of you. I can't
identity,
get what you're
Yes,
saying.
sir. Yes, sir.
identity withheld. We have somebody saying that if you tried to do Lloyd's experiment and it failed, that can you please be able to show it like while doing it?
I can show you mathematically first. I would have to put a video together to do it, but I can actually use Lloyd's video to debunk himself.
Nope. Don't do that. We want to see you
Please,
do it
wait a minute.
personally.
Wait a minute. So I can't use your video to debunk you?
No, you can't.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Then
say
Oh my
why.
God.
Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
First of all, you got on here and you just stated Lloyd never did the crystal radio.
The
I
video
never did
you
the
showed,
experiment.
the video
I
you
do
you
so many.
broadcast is not yours,
So
brother.
the whole point was is I wanted to show how many people have done this experiment. Okay,
Yeah.
that was
Okay.
the
Go
whole
ahead.
point of using it. So when you're taking a part of my argument and you're exacerbating it into something to fit your narrative. So
Bro.
yes, you do the
Like,
experiment and
look,
show
look.
everybody that it
Put the link
doesn't
in the
work.
chat. Put the link in the chat to where you actually do the experiment. I'll watch it.
So let's look at the science of why these things work. Okay, there's no free energy, but these brothers discovered there's some sort of force that's doing work in the spectrum. That's what they discovered. Let's not think that they come up there behind. These have truth in it. There are people before them. These people ingeniously put these things together. So we should respect them. Stop talking all this systemic system. Don't you know that science is biased? The one they teach you at school is biased. Don't you know that? Even
Why?
engineering,
How is it
don't you know
biased
it's
when I actually
biased?
know? I know about what
I'm
he
not
thinks
here to
he's
argue
talking
that.
about.
You a smart person.
Again,
I have this
again. No,
documentation.
no,
Go read
wait.
it.
Hold
I
on.
can
You
read it.
just asked
Do
me.
whatever
You
you
asked
want with
me,
it.
do I know? I'm answering your question. You asked me, do I know if the
I'm not
science
gonna
is
argue.
biased?
Nope. I'm
That's
not here
what I'm
to
not
argue.
arguing, brother. I'm not arguing. I'm answering your question. I am answering your question. You asked me, do I know if the science is biased?
I'm with
How do
Stovall
I
all
answer
day.
that?
I'm with
How do
Stovall
I
and
answer
Maxwell
that?
all day.
Telling you that same science taught me this low energy that he keeps saying is important is useless. I
They
know
never
about that
taught you
energy.
that. They never taught you that. We trying to
Whoa,
reconstruct
whoa,
you
whoa,
about
whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa. How you gonna tell me what I was
Nowhere
taught,
they teach
brother?
you that.
Wait,
Not in
Why you want
wait,
to
Harvard,
tell me what I
not
was
in
taught?
Stanford, not in
wait first.
Oxford. It doesn't
He
exist.
said I
A
wasn't taught. He said I
campus
wasn't taught.
will
He
never
said I
teach
wasn't
you
Just,
taught.
that. That's why you don't
each,
He's a
understand
very
Stovall.
he's a
But I
very
each
have
good
one take.
arguer.
science, the kind of
Each one
science
take.
that you do, I understand
Hey,
it. I wrote this paper
Each one
for
take.
you. I
Each
wrote
one take.
this paper for you.
I don't want to unmute you. Each one take.
Oh,
Uh
sorry, don't unmute me. I'm with
yeah.
Stovall. They're trying to do something. They're trying to bring a
Wait,
standard to people that have
wait first. Wait
ingenuity.
first.
said I can go through the math with you, brother.
Wait,
I can
wait,
go
wait.
through every step with you.
Identity. Wait, wait,
Idea.
wait.
I
I
have the
want to.
science
I
to
want to
prove it.
remove some people from the scene. We have some people who have not talked and they joined. I don't know
Yeah,
if they
I
can be able
apologize.
to talk because we have somebody who wants to talk and he is unable to do so. I don't know if you have too many people on the screen, but like Clayton. Clayton, are you around? I think Clayton. Then we have somebody like I'm nobody.
Yes, I'm
It's
around.
okay.
I'm around.
Or do you want to say something before we continue?
No, I'm just listening first.
Can
Then
I
I'll say
remove you from
something.
from the scene then?
Yes, you can.
I am nobody. Then we have somebody. Each one take. Talk. Each one take. You've shared some mathematical things on the screen.
So what I'm sharing is what Stovall and Maxwell done, that scientific interpretation to people that went to today's school and their system. Even their scientists taught what they are doing. Because
Okay.
they're the ones that are doing it, people want to discredit them. And I say no to that. I use scientific knowledge and
Okay.
understanding of the precedents that's in place
Just
to bring quantum mechanism to wave propagation together.
ju-
That's the
just a
equation
minute.
at the beginning.
Just a
So
minute. Just a minute. Eddie. Can you be able to join in now? We see if it works. Eddie. I think you join. You join in later. You can continue. Each one take what we are talking about here.
So what I'm trying to say is Stovall is on point. He has the the technological understanding, no problem. Now, when you talk to these people that went to all these schools in specific countries in the world, they don't understand this. What I did in this scientific paper is to take the documents from Max or Ampere principles and Penton vector and other people with the electromagnetic field equations to put it together and bridge the gap to show the quantum mechanics how it enters wave propagation. That gives you what they are doing right now.
Can we
That
go over it right now,
is
brother?
doing. So that means literally there's no perpetual motion, like there's no perpetual energy device, but they figure that there's some energy within the wavelength, action per wavelength. There's energy there. That's what they're tapping, whether it's electromagnetic, whether it's radio frequency, whether it's whether it's you name it, anything they can propagate through the space, orthogonal from magnetic to electric field, they can tap energy from it. That's the equation here to show that. And you can
That's
now
what I
patent.
was taught at my university, brother. We're the same.
You can still patent their technology is patentable now based on the work that I've done here.
You
I
said
did
which
it
equation?
purposefully for them. I'm not hiding it. I'm not making money from it. I did it purposefully to show that, like Stovall said, this is an old thing. I said, okay, let me use his premises to do findings for myself. I came to figure out he was right, and I introduced the constants, the T constants, which is Hc, okay, which is Hc. So a pure energy will travel at that speed regardless. But if it's in a, of course, in a vacuum, but if it's in a media, it will have a refractive index of that media that changes the speed. So the equation is proven. The constants, if you want to test it, you have a big lab, take the equation, go to test it, you get the T. You're going to get the T.
I actually trust the math. So if you can actually post that, I would love to look at it.
Of course, I'll send it to you, and I'd like to talk to you offline if we can.
We've put it on the screen. You're talking about which equation or the entire?
So this is the equation. This equation here at the very beginning has the Maxwell into painting vector is in it, okay? Which painting vector is pointing to the the flux, surface area flux, that it should be equal to the vector of electric field and magnetic field. It's in here. So with this equation, you can calculate the energy that's in any wavelength, action per meter, just like uh, Planck constants, joule second. This one is joule meter. So Planck says that there's a constant that is acting joule in every second, right? In like joule second. But I reversed that in corollary and I found out that the same thing exists joule meter.
Okay,
So
what are your XYZ? Is that dimensions? DX, DY, DZ?
yeah, that's distribution factor. The GXY is the distribution factor. Then you can make it into any volume you like. You can make it into any volume that you like. So you can calculate the volume, the delta, energy delta within a region. So for them that are developing all this technology, they can now use the amplitude of the wavelength as it changes when the impulse comes in and goes out to determine those values, which is very good in the kind of science that they're doing. The
Is that a
technology.
double or triple integral?
That's a double integral, correct?
Well, you have three arguments, X, Y, Z. That's why I'm asking. You have it
You are
set up as a
correct.
double integral, but it's a triple integral.
GXY. Well, the reason why it's a triple integral because you got to do the last one. So there's a region of space which should be identified on the second one. So
Okay.
Caleb, you're asking about posting the documents. What do you mean? Do you have do you have is there like a link where people can be able to get to the document?
of course, I can post it for you guys. I can send you like a Google link, stuff like that. You can have it. No big deal. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just trying to show that scientifically, from physics perspective, that they are correct. What they are doing is correct. They're imposing a wavelength. They're making a wavelength go through a constraint. If it goes through a constraint, it produces another wavelength. That wavelength, the power generated, there's an inverse square rule that relationship with the energy is inverse square rule, which is in compliant with Maxwell, in compliant with Paton vector, in compliant with any of the scientists that's out there. So at the end of the day, the equation is this with the T, which is a constant, fundamental constant.
What are the frequency constraints?
That you're gonna have to find out.
How about we ask Lloyd?
He asked for the paper. He didn't say nothing. He just said, "Give me the paper." He saw it. He knew what it was. He didn't say nothing.
I
He
just
didn't say
figured he
nothing.
might know.
Now he might know. He knows what the equation is. So he's looking at
I'm
it very
asking what are
carefully.
the frequency restraints? I mean, we're talking about a wide spectrum.
Well, we talk about the pure energy now. Like you can use this in spectral quantum mechanics, photonic calculating, all those kind of. This is not just energy in any place. It has to be in a constrained environment for pure energy, just like Planck's situation with the H, which is a Planck constant. So you can't just say, "Oh, let me calculate the energy in this room." It doesn't work like that. It has to
Hey,
be
what,
in
what
that
is what is
environment.
what is pure energy?
Huh?
What is pure energy? I don't know what that is. The difference between energy and pure energy.
So what I mean by pure energy is the kind of energy you can see when, let's say, electron jumps from one,
Electron
yeah,
conduction band.
jumps. It gives this kind of photons. That's what I mean by pure energy.
That's a photon. An
And what is
How
a,
electron
about
getting
energy
excited,
that doesn't
and
have
what
a
is a
carrier
an
photon?
away?
electron losing energy and dropping to a lower conduction band. That is a photon.
How about
Nobody's
how about how
nobody
about
has
energy
argued
that
that it's
doesn't
not
have
a photon.
carrier away?
I didn't
Nobody's
hear. I'm
arguing
sorry.
nobody's arguing that it's not a photon. But what we're saying is there's also equivalent of the photon when it comes to electron volts, and that's how you get your electricity. because the people before us already said it. When a magnetic field and when a current goes through a wire, it produces a magnetic field. When magnetic field moves around, have a motion, it produces electricity. So when the photon moves out, electron goes in the other direction. That's how your chips work. So I noticed that. That's why I wrote this paper. I'm not here to argue. Science, technology, I understand it very well. I'm not like some of you guys that went to university and still lack common understanding of science. I go by what is in front of me in precedence, and I use it to project the future. That's what you see here.
But you are
What
using the
what is your
same
name,
math,
sir?
though, right?
Sir,
I'm not
what
going
is
to
your
grab
name?
something somebody told me in some university and believe it. I have to do my research and come up with a conclusion that's in compliance with what is already existing and also predicting the future.
But you're using the same math.
Beg your pardon?
You're using the same math in physics. What is the difference?
Maybe we should have school. Math is math. Is the application is different. That's
Right.
all.
That's why I don't understand like attacking someone for learning it at a university. The math is the math. The physics is the physics. It doesn't matter whether you learned it on your couch or in a
Oh,
university.
I see what you mean. Okay, let me rephrase the word. There's nothing wrong with going to a university, but there's everything wrong when someone tells you there's a particular way to apply something. That's wrong. And that's why I support Stovall. Teach me your math and science. Don't tell me how to apply it. If it works, it works. That's all.
So that's where my contention came in is because I am confident he doesn't know. And that's no disrespect. I'm just saying, based on what I hear him say and how he actually presents his information, he has no clue because he can't even tell me like the when he says things like amplifying current. What are you talking about? I know MOSFETs. That's not what that's doing. Mathematically, that's not what it's doing. Physically, that's not what it's doing. And if you actually design them from scratch, you will know it's not what you said it's doing. It's not amplifying current.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's misleading.
We have
That's very misleading to me, and it tells me you don't know how MOSFETs work.
we have this question. I don't know, Eddie, are you able to hear us or still not available? If not it, I can remove somebody from the screen and put him in the background, then I'll rejoin them. It will work. We have this question coming that ask Lloyd to compare the MOSFET to the points on a car feeding an ignition coil. The ignition coil is like the Tesla coil, a transformer that creates a magnetic field. When the field is what? There's somebody who was trying to join but he was unable to. So he's saying that I ask you, Lloyd, to compare the MOSFETs to the points on a car feeding on an ignition coil.
I believe if you just go to my YouTube channel, I let them who run the car audio explain that. Okay. The reason why I let them do that, because we have people who saying how I say things is so wrong, but I say things for the common person to understand. I do these demonstrations for the common person to understand. When when you put these equations out, what you're trying to do is exclude everybody who does not went to college or can't afford college. You're trying to exclude them so they can't understand. My opinion, this is my opinion. I believe that he's upset because he had to pay for college and that I explain it free for everyone else and bring it down to their level. He's upset that I'm giving out something he had to pay for. And I've experienced this through my life. Or why are you explaining it this way? It may be incorrect how I'm explaining it because they're for visual points. Therefore, getting the common man to understand how these things functions and then bring them and elevate them up so they are interested in going in college and doing it the correct way. So that is my point. I'm a librarian, which I've told him and said many times. I'm just explaining the knowledge in these basics experiments. So all I ask is a simple question. If you can take a 3-volt LED light which has milliwatts to run, can you hook them together? And if can you put enough of them together to you make usable energy? If you can do this and people can do that simple experiment, what happened is self-explanatory. I can get out of the question, move on, because what happened is that I did what I accomplished to get people to see what Nikolai Tesla was putting out in the first place. That's all. Now, people are upset because I did that. I'm glad that they're upset that I did that. Because guess what? The whole point was to inspire people to go out and do it, to get these little small radios, to actually build these radios. They're not complicated. They're 100 years old themselves. So the whole point is, can this crystal radio do the exact same thing as a solar panel? One takes light, the other one takes radio wave. They both use the spectrum of electromagnetic waves. Okay? It's in the same spectrum. Radio and lights is in the same spectrum. It's on the same line. So what we're doing is we're taking that energy and transferring back into electricity. Now, all I ask is, can we miniaturize that and turn that into a solid state battery? So when I did this, you see that people was like, why are you doing this? That's not the point. The point is to explain it to the common person so that even the 5-year old can understand what we did, not the mathematics or trying to prove or not. Now, if he says that I can't take and light up an LED with a crystal radio, or I haven't done it, then it's up to you guys to prove that you can. That's the point.
So real quick, because you kind of took a shot at me with the whole education thing. So just so
Yeah,
you know,
but
I am
before
a magna cum laude
before it comes
electrical
in, before it comes
engineer
in,
in the
before it
space
comes
of physics.
before you
So
come in.
I am not a layman, brother, and I told you I'm not saying this to flex. I'm saying this to inspire. You don't have to sit on your couch and try to guess it. You can actually study this stuff. What you're talking about is old technology. There's nothing special about it. We've known this stuff for ages. You are
No, not everyone.
way behind on the curve, brother. Hold on, I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak. You are way behind on the technological curve, brother. If you're talking about 100-year-old technology that you admitted is that old, I'm saying you're not talking to a layman right now. I spent my life studying this stuff, and I would not have somebody like a pharmacist fix my transmission. Why? Because my mechanic knows that stuff. I don't go to my pharmacist for when I need car work. And I don't go to anybody sitting on the couch playing with LEDs when I want to learn about photons and I want to learn about MOSFETs and I want to learn about electromagnetic propagation through a. I don't want to go to somebody who's sitting there telling me because you went to school that denounces what I'm going to listen to you. What? Are you crazy? I want somebody that studied this. I want the brother who up here who had the paper, whatever your name is, no disrespect, but whoever he is, I would listen to him. It looks like he did some homework. He did some real research. He actually broke down mathematically. Do you know how hard that is to even understand for some people? And you acting like this is for everyday people? No, that's not for everyday people. That's for people who studied this.
You
What are you
just
trying to
proved
push
my
to the
point.
people?
You just proved my point.
You didn't have a
You don't
point,
even
Lloyd.
realize what you did. You just didn't realize what you did. You just proved my point. That was the
You
very
just tried to
point
shit on
that
me
I
because
just
I
stated.
actually have an education. What is
No,
wrong with you,
it's
bro?
not. You just proved my point. You don't want other people to have what you have because you had to pay for it.
I
That's what I said.
literally am giving it away for free, Lloyd. I'm not selling it in a $400 useless book.
Okay.
I
It's not for you
before
to buy.
before he
It's
dies,
not for you to buy, is it?
before
You
he
right
goes
about that. I
on
got a
the
physics book. I got a physics
Okay,
book that is
but
way
guess
worth
what?
way more than
Let's
that,
see
brother.
how many people buy my
wait,
book.
I will admit you guys, wait. Uh, we have somebody called Shimanera is saying that I'm failing at moderating. I'd like your advice in the chat. How do you feel like is the right way for me to moderate? I don't want to mute anybody. Then we have Kilimanjaro is saying that notice loudmouth says nothing about Nikola Tesla. Gatekeeper.
Why would I speak about anybody
I don't
that
know.
won?
But,
That's for the panel, right? Is that for the panel?
yeah, but you come in just a moment. I read a few a few chats.
Oh, sure. I apologize. Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
Yes, Kamchan is saying that Brown just show us the car or power station working for you. I think they were arguing about something in the comments. Uh, and you can be able to like the if you are in the stream, please like the stream. I can only say I believe is not a scam. You can only say you believe is a scam. He's talking about Maxwell, that is R. Brown. And identity withheld. I would like to know if you believe that Maxwell is a scam or not. Then we have
And
Gerald saying that all the instabilities create a dynamic Casimir effect. Yeah. So Gerald said that he has built a closed system to what Lloyd has done with the solar panels, and he said that he can be able to share. I hope the day that he shares identity with Hell, you can be around to see it. I don't know when you'll
Yeah.
I
be able
would
to see it.
love to see any claims that are made by Lloyd, Maxwell, whoever. All these
But,
claims are just claims. I would love to see it because I would love to study it if it works. Because if it works, you and the rest of your family, next 3, 4 generations, will never have to worry about money. That's how big of a deal that is.
and
That is defying everything.
Eddie, can you be able to come in or still you are unable to hear? Eddie, Mr. What is the name? Each one take. I'm going to put you in the background for a minute. Eddie, 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 can you be able to hear? You can be able to hear us. Eddie, yeah, you sent the link. I have already shared with people. Eddie is unable to hear us. I don't know why. Mr. Identity with Hell, you can come in and answer some of the things. And
Yeah, I don't mention Tesla, but because I don't have a reason to. I'm not stuck in that time frame. The world has evolved beyond Tesla. I know that he existed and I know he had some ideas, but to talk about him and a MOSFET in the same sentence, he died before the MOSFET was even invented. So I don't even know why we even bringing Tesla into this. It's like trying to bring validity to a story that doesn't need it. The science itself already exists. Why are we still talking about Tesla? I have no idea.
somebody is
Okay.
asking that. Somebody is
Let me
asking that.
answer that question. Let me answer that question because I
Okay.
sent that to the host. I sent you a video from Mal
Yeah,
who
shed.
took
Yeah.
which took Nikola Tesla's patent. Okay, and I know the professor actually seen this, and he hooked a MOSFET right to Nikola Tesla's invention to show that he can get from a 9-volt battery 80 watts of power. Okay. So
Yeah.
we do this and we're going to keep showing more and more people who are doing the experiments and make sure that people see their videos and able to duplicate that because that helps people who haven't went to college to understand and bring them up and raise their awareness and inspire them. So that's the reason why we go out and look for those videos as a librarian, and we try to say, hey, this guy's did it. I duplicated what he did. He's right on the money. And guess what? He's saying that he took Nikola Tesla's patent. He said which patent he used and how he did it step by step. He has sold many of his devices. Okay. So when you send that out, I'm asking the host to send that information out so people can start duplicating these things. So it this proves if a person's right or wrong because they're now doing what they people are saying, oh, this doesn't work, this does work. You'll find out for yourself if you do the experiments. But even Nikola Tesla's experiments were said not to work. And that's in my book. But when I explain them, even asking AI, I know people hate that. It says if people used it the way I told them to, then yes, they would have had a different knowledge because the way the scientists tried to do Nikola Tesla's experiment is to send amps over the air, volts and amps, and you can't do it. So they said he can't do that, but that's not how he was going to do that. So I talk about that, and yes, it's talking about that is called freedom of speech. So if people try to take your speech away because I write a book and tell this is my opinion, this is what I researched, I got it backed up with AI. Now it's for you to guys research this. Here are the simple experiments that you can do. Then you explain to me why people don't want you to do that. They have to have something they're hiding.
Okay,
No, no, there's
okay,
nothing
okay.
hiding, bro. See,
Before,
that's the statements. Those are the statements right there.
before
You're like you're putting all of your onus on the fact that there's a lie being told. No, there's a misunderstanding that is not being accepted. I'm trying to tell you. I tried what you said was going to work. It didn't work. It didn't work mathematically and it didn't work physically. And you're telling me to go try it out yourself. I did. And I'm willing to sit with you to show you
You
what
have
I
no
did.
proof. You
wait,
have
wait,
no proof that you
Again,
did it. You're
again,
just
let's
this is what I'm
saying
saying.
that.
I just
wait,
wait, wait, wait, wait, wait, wait,
wait,
wait. So as a
wait, wait, wait,
scientist,
wait,
the
wait,
first
wait,
thing
wait,
I
wait,
have to
wait.
make sure is if the math makes sense. That's
I
what I
don't,
did. It didn't
So
make
I'm
sense.
I
So
don't
then
want
I
to
went
admit
to
you guys.
physical. It doesn't work.
I
So
don't
what do you
want to
want me to
admit.
do with that? I'm sorry,
I
host.
don't.
I'm sorry, Hughes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
have Caleb Ekwole saying that the best way for me to moderate is to ask you guys questions from the comment section because for them there are things that they want to know but they're unable to come live to come to, I mean to do the stream like everybody can't join to ask you questions directly. So for
I
Caleb
accept
he
that.
was asking that did Nicholas Tesla study this stuff, these things we are talking about?
he is that a question for me?
Yeah, 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 for you.
Nikola Tesla studied radio waves. Okay, that's what he studied. We're studying his work and trying to understand on a very limited understanding. Okay, because I didn't go to college. How it works, but we're working from actual experiments. Okay,
Yeah,
so we're trying to answer questions, and the reason why I'm getting in his case is because he's stating an opinion. He said he did the research, what's name, and all we asking for him is to show it. Okay, because the whole point is that we want to see. I put this on YouTube. I let everyone see that I actually did this. Okay, I
yeah.
took the LED lights, which you all seen, and sandwiched them between two solar panels. It gave out voltage, which I had a meter do it. So what happened is instead of arguing with me about the higher science, is to come down to the level which I'm teaching and say, hey, what part of this doesn't work? Okay. And then when we
Okay.
break this down, because if he's saying that the LED lights will not run, that it won't think. We can break this down in pieces and then show everybody what works and what doesn't work. But I don't think he really wants to do that. That's my
Let's
opinion.
be clear, Lloyd. I definitely was patient with you on this on the other channel, bro. I told you, yes, you can take LEDs and power up solar panels. That's not the question. My point to you was you're only putting 5 watts into the solar panel. I mean, into the LEDs. The most energy it can give off is roughly 90% of that, which puts it out at 4.5 watts. So that's actually what's going into those solar panels. But the solar panels are only 20% efficient. So I calculated that your system is 12% efficient. You're only getting less than a watt out of those solar panels. but you put in 5. What is the point of this system, brother?
and
Okay,
and and
and here's the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
there's
I
another
never said it
question.
didn't work.
The-
I never said it didn't
okay.
work. I said it's
Oh,
useless.
okay. So here's the point.
Be quick, be
Okay.
quick, be quick.
The whole point is when you do the point, and he's doing it mathematically and I'm doing it physically. So when you do it and you actually put it through it, watch my videos, because on my videos I plug it into a inverter, a 2000-watt inverter. So I plugged it into itself. So what happened is where
Why?
did these eggs come from? I put it through a DC converter, which
Why?
anybody who watched my videos understand what he's saying. He's not telling everything that I've done. He haven't seen all the experiments that I did. He's taking bits and pieces of what I've done, what
You
I've
don't know what I
said,
do, brother.
without
Okay,
researching everything I've done. The professor has watched my videos and he said it works. So the whole point is that's because he actually watched the
All right.
video.
To the host, to
okay,
the
okay,
host, to
okay, okay,
close this
okay.
out, to close
Before
this out, I'm going to put a video together and I'm going to walk through Lloyd's video and show you the mathematical model side
before
by side. So I'm going to expose him for not knowing what the hell he's talking about. So thank you, Lloyd,
Watch
for
identity,
them
giving me that
all.
information. I will
Watch
identity,
use
that
your
all.
video
Watch
as
them
my
all.
source. I will use your
ident-
video as my source, and then the people will know that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, brother.
Okay,
And
good job.
I will show you that your energy coming out of that solar panel is bullshit. I guarantee it. Through your measurements too. Through your measurements. Thank you, sir.
identity,
Don't take
identity.
them
There,
videos down.
identity. There's somebody who had asked for if they can be able to see, like to see you, like if you can be able to unreveal yourself. But I think you're not
Unreveal.
going to. And also there's this question. I think it's for you that Tesla patent five 5,600 and uh, there's this Tesla patent. It says that it has half of it is revealed, but it is missing the secondary circuit. And I would also like to know. You say that Tesla's research is old. You said something about old history or old technology. Does it mean like the science of today we don't have to rely on what people did in the past because it is how scientists build the foundation of what they are doing? Like if you take
No,
like AI, it's not something which began like yesterday. It began a long time ago.
no, it's no different than like buying a car today is not like buying a car in 1980. Like we've evolved from that type of car. We built upon that knowledge, and now we have a more efficient car, a faster car, a lighter car, like all these things, these improvements we've gathered. We don't go backwards and try to and reinvent the Model T car. Like that is why would we do that? We have so many things we built upon that. I'm not saying ignore it. I'm saying build on it, evolve. Why are we still talking about Tesla? I have no idea.
And Andre is asking if you guys can be able to meet and do a video that explains each of you, like the concept of each of you that you're talking about.
I will invite Lloyd to even do the critique of his video together. I'm willing to do it.
Can you,
And see,
then we
and
have
see, you got to understand, I don't have a problem with that either, because the simple fact is that when I put the podcast on my channel, it was to do one thing, to show that him himself says that it does work. Okay. When he said that, the whole point is now I inspire people to go out and do it. Okay. Now, the only point that he's making, he said, is inefficient. That's the only point that he's making. And even
No, I
AI
said it's
says it
useless.
doesn't matter if it's inefficient. Even AI came up with that conclusion. It doesn't matter if it's inefficient. It's the matters that we can do this, and now we can work on improving it. And it went back.
We
AI went back
have
with the.
improved it.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
It's
So
already been
AI went
improved.
back. What look, AI went back and said the same analogy that I was using on the podcast. That car was at 2 horsepower, and then we worked on it and improved it. But first, we had to get people to understand on a lower level. to build people up to a higher level. So
No, what
the
you
whole
had to
point
do
of
was understand it for yourself, brother.
okay, that's what I did. And you're the
Yes,
one
on a lower
arguing with
level. You
me
had to
because I'm
understand it
doing
on a
it.
lower level for yourself.
Okay,
Everybody's not
okay.
on your level, Lloyd. Everybody's not
But
there. Some people have evolved, brother.
guess what? So why are you mad about that?
Am I mad? I'm actually I tried to be patient with you and you ignored me. Now I'm gonna be a little more stern. I'm trying to tell you, you're spinning your wheels. If you are this great inventor, I have millions of places you could probably do more damage in, things we don't know about. You're spinning on 100, 200-year old technology.
So why
That's
are you
not
mad about
impressive,
that? That's
brother.
the question.
Because
You
you
didn't
came
answer
to
the
a channel.
question.
I will answer the
You
question.
didn't answer the
I will
question.
answer the
Why are
question.
you
I will
upset
answer it.
that I'm
I
spinning
will
my
answer
wheel?
it. I will answer it in a very calm manner. I will answer it. You came to my channel or a channel that I actually support, Ziax Institute. Everybody check it out. YouTube supporting the black babies on teaching them STEM, of which I actually teach. So again, I am trying to tell you, you came to the platform that I'm on and you tried to spew all this crap. And I was
You
patient
just
with you.
told a
I was
major
patient.
lie.
Hold on. Hold on.
You
Hold
just
on.
told a
Hold
major
on. No,
lie.
no, no. You don't interrupt me.
You
Don't
told
interrupt
a
me.
major
Lloyd,
lie.
Okay. Don't
Lloyd,
interrupt
wait,
me. Somebody
wait,
somebody
wait.
called you. I will tell you who called you. Wale called you. Wale
Okay,
called you
but
and
you
told you to come
invited
over.
me.
And you
You
came in.
invited
Hold on.
me. I didn't
Shut
go
up,
to your
bro.
channel.
Hold on.
You
Don't try
yeah.
to deflect. This is
I've unmuted the both of you for a minute first. For a minute first. So we have somebody called Cecile. Shakta Wizard is asking that what is your opinion on the vacuum catastrophe? That is for identity with health. So it seems like you two, you have been like you have been talking before the other, after the video that you did together, because it looks like you've been in communication before. Then this Abio Dan is saying that stop shooting brother. Scam says that he wants the hit, but if we can be able to give each person a chance to speak, then the other one also speaks. It will be nice. I don't have to unmute. I think I'm going to unmute you. So identity, you can be able to answer the question from Shakita was asking that your opinions on the vacuum catastrophe.
I have no opinion on that. I don't. I'm like my mind's on this whole conversation of being called a liar. I apologize.
And then, like, according to you, there's this question. According to you, do you believe like free energy exists, or you
It
criticize people?
depends on how you say it. Free energy meaning solar energy being blasted onto this planet. Yes, that exists. The only thing we can do with energy is convert it to a useful form. That's what solar does. That's what photovoltaic cells. Like we have so many ways to convert to electricity, to heat, to light, and all in between. We got methods that does that. Free energy is not it's pretty much saying, oh, you can get something for nothing. That does not exist, never existed. So to tell people that they can do it too, what are you telling them they can do? Get free energy? How? How are they going to get free energy? I said solar's fine. That's what the solar panel's for. You telling me converting it to LEDs back to solar and then to electricity. Why don't I just take it off the solar panel? That's electricity. Why do I need to go to LEDs? That's useless. So that's
Okay,
why I said it's
yeah.
not that I said it doesn't work. I said it's useless because we can get more energy just from taking it off the solar panel. To hell with LEDs.
Then we have somebody is asking you if you believe that the ether exists.
No.
I see. And for Lloyd, there's somebody who was asking. I think it was a question from Andre B. He was asking if your system is scalable, if your technology is scalable, or something. Let me look for
Yes.
the comment.
Yes.
It is scalable.
Yes.
I see. But as of now, As of now, identity has an issue with it. Identity, you say that you're going to make a video.
I would love to sit down with Lloyd and go through his proof. I would love to tell me where I got it wrong. I would love
Have
to
you
do
seen?
that.
Have you seen the book that he's talking about?
That he wrote?
Yeah.
No, I asked where to find it, and I didn't get a link to it. Again, I wanted to see what he wrote. I was curious. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, saying, "Hey, maybe he has some." I don't know, but to my understanding, it doesn't exist. He's confident that it does. I want to see how you did it. That's all. That's why people ask for schematics. That's why people ask for calculations. Show me what you're talking about.
Okay. There is one Abio Dan is saying that the question is how to run the solar panels in the night. I think this is to you, Lloyd. Eddie, there's a guy called Eddie. He really wanted to ask you some questions, but I don't know why he's unable to join.
Let me ask you a question since you're the host. If what I'm saying is possible, okay, just that's possible. What I think me and him is arguing about is why. Why would you do this? Okay, but I'm asking you. When we first came on here, and I said that we can take a crystal radio and run an LED light. Okay, if
Yeah.
that's possible, okay, then the crystal radio is working on radio waves. A solar panel runs on light waves. They're both in the same spectrum. So the whole point is that can we take that crystal radio and hook them up just like we hook up solar in parallel and in series? This is just simple. See how simple that is? So if we answer that question by doing these small experiments, then let the people decide what is useless and what is not useless. Okay? Let the people decide. Okay? So that's what I put in my book. It's for people to talk and make their own decisions what they think is useless or unuseless. But trying to put
Okay.
that back in the bag and say it's old technology, it's useless, move on, stop, is proving what I've been trying to say. It just makes it look it more real, whether it's fake or not. I don't know. I'm just saying it makes it appear as it's more real because why get mad at me for doing such small experiments? If I'm insignificant, if I'm not worried, if it's old technology, why even worry about it? That's what I'm asking the host to
Okay.
answer that question.
Okay. Okay. So uh, I want to ask identity.
Yes, sir.
According to you, what do you believe is wrong with Lloyd's, let's say, hypothesis?
Um, so for me, it's being disingenuous and lying to the people. And I'm not a fan of putting false information out on the internet. That's just not what I do. But he's in my world. He's in the STEM world. He's playing around with these things. And he came to a platform that I was on and tried to convince everybody what he was talking about was sound. I tried it out and I tried to come back to him with the information, and he rejected me and literally said in the chat, "This is why I ignored you." So again, it's not anger because I don't like Lloyd. I don't know him personally, but I
Yeah.
know for a fact what he's saying is false. I can show him, and I've been trying to show him. He doesn't want to see it from me. So I don't know what else to do.
Now, here's what
Faraday,
I'm going to ask the
Farad-
host. I'm going to ask the host, please tell him to
Farad-
put that statement he just said. He said, I
Bro,
posted
just
it.
be an adult and
Please
talk
put
to
that
me,
up
bro.
on the
Just be an
screen.
adult, bro. I'm not
No,
talking
but
to
the
the
whole
host.
point
I'm
is
right here,
I'm trying
man.
to be respectful because the whole point is that if you can't talk to me and I can't talk to you, I'm going to talk to the host
I'm
and
talking
says
to you.
you said a fact. You said a fact, and you're trying to disrupt me from that fact. Please put that comment you said I said to you up on the thing. Send it to him, the host, and he'll put it and make it available in his videos. Okay, that's all I need to do. Because here's the thing: you're saying that I ignored you. I said these things. Put these things so people can see them. That's what I do.
What
Okay.
will happen if I show that?
Yeah, it'll show that if I said that or not, because I never told you that.
Say that again. I just want to make sure we
I
got that
never
on record.
told you that. That's why I ignored you.
Okay. All right. Give me a second, brother. Go ahead.
Identity,
Continue.
identity Faraday. Somebody
Yes,
saying
sir.
that you speak like Neil deGrasse. There's somebody called Faraday. Faraday, you can be able to join in, Mike Faraday. And the guy who was trying to join in Eddie, he was asking Lloyd if he can be able to share the schematic. He believes that if one sees the schematics, they can be able to rebuild the technology and
That's
confirm
what
if
I
it
put in
works
my
or not.
book. I put in my book, and the schematics I have put out. They're on the videos, YouTube. So I did put out a schematic, okay, for people to see that it's exactly what it is. I also put in the AI, so AI would tell you that this is what I'm doing and how I'm doing it was correct.
Then Gerald is saying that I still live in the city, so I have to pay for my finance. But Gerald, I wish you can be able to share your take, like you say, soon, so that we can have identity to confirm if it works or not. Then we have the most strongest critics have the loudest voices. Uh, there is a question. This guy saying that Prophet Ibert is saying that Lloyd info is misleading. How? What do you mean? Maybe
That's
identity. You believe
actually
it?
my point. That's actually my point. It is misleading.
Is it your
Well, I'm not even going to say it's my opinion. I've mathematically proven that he's misleading the people and telling you that he can put a 5 watts into a solar panel and get 80 watts out. That is like, why are you telling people that's even possible? I guarantee you, you're not even getting a watt out. And all you got to do is measure it, and you accidentally revealed it. I don't think you
Web,
meant to do it, but you
web,
accidentally revealed it. I said I'll do the video with you, brother. I said I'll do it with you.
web, web. You
Yeah,
see
yeah.
my videos, right? You see my
Yes,
videos.
yes.
Where did I quote that I can get 80 watts out on my video?
On this channel today, you said it.
No, I didn't say anything about no 80 watts. I said that
Wow.
Mel said he got 80 watts
Oh, it's not on you.
on
Okay.
his video.
Were you standing behind that?
I was saying that people
Maybe
to go and watch it. That's what I'm
Why?
trying to say. How we
Are you
butting
saying that's
heads and
possible?
that you're
Are you saying
misquoting what
that's
I'm saying.
possible? Are you saying that's possible? Because you stood by that video. Are you saying that's possible? You can get
I'm
5 watts
saying
in
for
and
people
get
to
80
let them
watts
make
out.
their own point. He did the
I didn't ask
demonstration,
you what their point is. Are
but
you
that's what
saying
I
it's
stated.
possible?
I didn't.
Are
I
you
said
saying it's
that's what I
possible?
stated.
I'm
That's what I
telling you it's
stated.
not. I'm standing on mine. I said
Lloyd,
it's not
Listen,
possible. Are you saying
Lloyd,
it's possible?
that's the reason why we. It seems like we're arguing back and forth
You
because
won't stand on shit.
he's saying things that I never said.
so
He's
so
stating things that,
there's this comment.
and it's all for the simple fact is, Webb, it's all for the simple fact is, he's trying to convince you that when you seen that LED light up on that crystal radio, to ignore it. That's all he's
That's not what
doing.
I said. That's not what I said, Lloyd.
Let me
No,
read this
that's what
comment.
I
This
Lloyd,
said.
comment is
I didn't
this
say you
comment
said that.
this
nice
comment
try.
this comment is from somebody who has seen Mel's video. Mel's his YouTube channel is called MTech Industries. He says that Mel from MTech Industries has a system
Yes,
that produces more out than what's put in. Then
that's what he claims.
I
That's
can
what
do.
he claims. I will stand on it and say it's a bold faced lie.
Okay,
Then
so what is he
then
doing?
there's also some guy I
You
saw the
see what
video
he's
called
not doing? He's not getting that output that he claims he's getting.
Okay, so again, did you see an experiment? To critique something, you must have
Wait a
to
minute.
examine.
See, this is what happens when you speak to somebody who don't understand how energy propagation works.
And
Energy
you don't
cannot
know how to do
be.
a review.
Energy
You don't know
cannot
how to do a
be
peer
created
review.
nor destroyed. You are telling me that you created energy out of nothing.
No, you're not saying that. It's
The
not coming
energy,
from another way.
the point I'm making is if you're getting 80 watts out, I don't care, it's just arbitrary number. If you're getting
Okay.
80 watts out, you put more than 80 watts in to get that 80
Yes,
watts out.
this is
But wait
100%
a minute, do
true.
you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I just said you're not
Wait,
listening.
wait,
If you
wait,
listen
wait,
to the
wait,
word,
wait.
you answer
House,
a
Mr.
question.
Webb, Mr. Webb, Mr.
Listen,
Webb. Here's a
you
question
answer
for
a
you.
question.
When
Let
I
the
asked
person
him,
answer.
you just said
Let
you
the
agreed. Now, okay, you answered. You answered. Hold on. The question before this one was, do you believe that whoever claimed they got more output than input, you said, well, why don't you just go watch the video? What are you talking about? Do you believe he did it or not? Just from the statement. It's BS just from the statement. I'm standing on that. You want to whitewash it when you want to
where,
feel like walking around it. Maybe so. Watch my
where,
video, buy
where.
my book.
Where do you
Yeah.
understand if a person reviews something and come to a conclusion without watching the evidence is not a peer review? And any scientist who does peer review, which I put in my book, must first look at what a person does, understand what he does, and give his professional opinion. That's how a peer review is done. If he had watched the video, he's seen that he's using different radio waves to do a negative resistance. Anybody can look up this word, negative resistance. That means he's putting back the radio wave back into itself, therefore lowering the power that he needs from the battery. But you wouldn't know that if you don't watch it and say, oh, I see what this brother's did, and this is where he's wrong or he's right. He's just
So,
destroying someone he hasn't even seen what he
Brother,
did.
you know what you
so
just said about negative resistance? Do you know what that means? Do you
before
actually know what that means?
before he comes in, if I think the best way we can be able to go forward with that, if you can be able to send to him maybe your research, or maybe we don't know if he can still or not, but if you can be able to send to him your research, then he can do a peer review on the same, and maybe build. He can try to build such a component and showcase if it works or not. But we
Okay,
have somebody. We
Mr.
have
Webb,
somebody.
Mr. Webb, I would either do it here or I can do it on the channel that Lloyd and I met. I would love to have an audience for this.
Okay, we have generally saying that I can light 30. I can light 38-watt 110 volts bulbs with a small 12-volt 6 amp hour battery without an inverter. I did it once. You believe this?
He's not even though the packaging say 38-watt bulbs, he's not that bulb is not bright as 8 watts. Do the calculations and measurements. That's all you got to do. I'm not even trying to like convince you of anything. I'm telling you, you will never, ever get more power out than you put into a system. If you do, you change the world.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that you can take a radio wave, which is unexhaustible energy, and put it into a system, and it does the same thing as solar panels. You
I don't
keep
think
arguing
you're
the fact
saying what
that
you're
I'm
saying,
doing
bro.
something impossible.
The word is inexhaustible. Now tell me what that means.
Radio waves are inexhaustible.
Tell me what that means.
And
It means they cannot be used up.
So the source is always on, is what you're saying.
No, that's what you said. It's good that you try to
Wait a
switch the
minute.
word.
No,
I'm
no. You
saying
tried to switch the word.
no. Let me clarify then. When a
Please do,
radio
sir.
wave is on, when the radio station is on, as long as it stays on, it doesn't matter how many radios. Is an unlimited amount of radios that can receive that
Define
station.
staying on. Define that.
Why are you talking about something so simple? You know what it means.
No, because you don't know, sir. When you
What do you
say
mean I
something,
don't
is
know if something's
I'm going to
on or
explain it.
off?
I'm going to
What do you
explain
mean
it.
if I
I'm
don't know
going to
something's
explain it.
on or
I
off?
don't even have to yell. I don't even have to yell. I can explain it
I
without
don't
yelling.
get that. You're telling me a person
I'm going to
doesn't know
explain
something is
it.
on or off. To
Mr. Wab,
prove
this is
if
what
it's
happens
on or
when he
off.
gets his work critiqued. This is what happens when he gets his work critiqued. He gets mad at me. I'm just telling you my opinion of it. And you don't
Well,
want to hear it.
well, if a person doesn't know something that's on and off and he calls himself a scientist, he's not a scientist.
I'm not your
That's a
scientist, but I am a
no.
scientist.
You're not a scientist
I
if
have the
you
multiple
try to
degrees to
critique
prove it, bro.
if something
You
is
show me,
on or off.
your credentials then. Do you want a credential flex? We can do that too, brother.
Dude, you can
Identity.
do all the credentials you want. What you're trying to do is put the cat back in the bag, and
Okay.
you're
So
upset.
so this is a deflect. So the point I was
Identity.
trying to make is when he says that the signal or the radio wave is on, that means the source is constantly sending out energy. Constantly. That's on. When you're talking about waves, constantly on. When I asked him, oh, it's inexhaustible. You're telling me the source never turns off. So that means the energy's constantly coming in. Of course, it
Identity.
doesn't go away if you're going to transmit forever. That's it's on.
Web, Web. Now wait a
Identity.
minute.
Identity. We have
Web,
a question.
Web.
We have a
That's a
question for.
weird thing to say, brother.
We have a
You
question for identity. There is a
Yes, sir.
person called Cecile. Cecile, that
I see it.
if you know so much, let me ask you a question. When was gravity mastered by Egg and Egg and Ratio October 1954, and they have kept it secret season then? I don't know. Do you understand the
How is
question?
gravity a secret? Gravity is never a secret. It was discovered. It was always there. What are you talking about? We just because you discovered doesn't mean it wasn't there when you didn't discover it. It was always there. That question makes absolutely no sense.
I see. Then you have Shatta is saying that Lloyd is correct. The other guy is a gatekeeper. I think he believes that you're preventing free energy. Then Andre B is saying that what is the source of radio waves? Only a ref radio station. RB is asking that question to Lloyd.
okay?
Then
Let me answer that, Web. Web.
uh,
Let me answer the question so we can clarify what we're saying. Unexhaustible. If you turn on a radio station,
Exhaustible, brother.
if you turn on a radio station and it puts out a rev, the unexhaustible point is how many of those radios can receive the signal while it's on. Okay, how many? And that's unexhaustible. That number on how many before it's used up. Radio waves don't get used up. Okay, so
That's
if
a
you
horrible
take
statement, but
if
I'm not going to touch it.
if
then
you take that LED light that we was talking about, which is a crystal radio, the whole point was is that if every crystal radio can receive that how and put that power back into itself, when does it equalize and then overcome if the radio wave is unexhaustible? That's the whole point of what we're saying. If it is exhaustible, it means that you cannot, in this case, have more power out than in. It proves that. But if a radio wave itself, while on, means that it's an unlimited amount of radios that can receive and turn on that LED light and put that power instead of turning it on, that diode, and putting it back into itself, when does it equilibrium or when does one take over the other? This is the question that we're trying to answer. This is the questions by doing the experiment. And then everyone can see this because all of a sudden, when they start doing this, they're going to do what Mel did in his experiment. And they're going to realize wait a minute, Nikola Tesla was right. Radio waves is the ultimate free energy.
okay, then we had a question. We had a question from I've forgotten. There's a question, but it was saying that the only way for Lloyd to stop the argument is by building like a prototype and showing it to
I already
identity
did
with
that.
her that it works.
He said it
There's
doesn't
somebody,
work.
yeah.
I already did that. It's already on YouTube. Am I correct, Web? Is it on YouTube?
On your
Web,
channel,
did we build a prototype?
on your channel,
Yes. Did we build a
share the link.
prototype?
Can you be able to share the link?
He
Yeah.
ain't believing you there, Lloyd. He ain't believing you there.
There's one that you told me that you are building. Then there's one that I'd seen. I'd seen. I think you say that it was from the US. You are home in the US, right?
I'm originate from the US.
You say that it powers your home in the US.
Yes, in the past, yes.
Yeah. Then you say that
Hey,
you are going
just so
to.
people can understand the numbers here, Chris. Can I call you Chris?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Chris. This just so that people understand the numbers we're talking about. This
Mhm.
man is claiming he powers his house off of 5 watts of solar LEDs. Now, I don't know if he's done the numbers of how many watts his house actually uses, but I guarantee you it's thousands times larger than 5 watts. But yet you want us to believe you're running your house, your entire house, on 5 watts of power through LEDs. That's the claim. I
That's
say
what you
no.
say. That's your opinion of what it. Like
Did
I
you not
said,
say you run your house on your
you
solar panels?
what
Did
I
you
said, you're trying
and
to
your solar
use
panels in your basement?
you're trying to use words and
I'm
trying
not
to
making this up, Chris.
manipulate
I'm
those
not making
words.
this up.
And you're trying to manipulate the words and try to put it in your favor so everybody who's seen the experiments, what I did and how I did it, instead of critiquing on what I did and how I did it,
I just
side
did.
by side, you're just taking my words and trying to twist them.
No, I
Okay,
used your
so
video, your evidence. I used your evidence.
no,
That's what
you
I did.
didn't. No, you didn't. You keep
Okay.
saying
You
I've
know what?
taken 5 watts. I didn't take just 5 watts. You don't understand the experiment because you didn't see it. You
Whoa,
didn't want to
whoa.
see it.
I
You're
I
just
know
saying
you
what I
I
said.
know I know you use batteries and I know you use the solar panels and I outside and I know you use your little LED contraption and running it all on the same system.
So
But
why
you're
did you make
selling
a
the
statement
people
that I only used five
selling
watts?
because you make the statement that you run your house on this. But you
Again, now you
never
went back to that. You didn't answer the
when
question. Why did you
I was
just
trying
state
to answer, bro.
the
I was
question
trying to
was
answer.
why did you state that
Can
I
you do it
only
again?
used 5 watts? That's the question. And you ignored
Because
it. You're
I did
deflecting
not
that.
ignore it. I'm trying to tell. This is look, man. Pull your own video up. This is your video. You did
But
it.
yes, my video runs on batteries. So the whole point is you said I'm only using 5 watts.
I'm gonna let you know before you pull that video off. You actually made the mistake of posting just the solar panel output power. That's where I got your information. When you start mixing in your batteries and all the other stuff from the house to drive the house, that's irrelevant. I want to know what those panels are doing that you put on those
I think.
LEDs. I
I
told
think.
you that is
There it
not
is.
enough power to do anything, and you
He,
called me a
he
liar,
just
brother.
told on himself. He
Identity.
just told on himself.
Identity. I
You
think in the
did
video. I think in the video he said that he passed the LEDs. I think with 5 watts,
five
not
watts.
not his house. I think that's what powers the LEDs.
I
I'm not
Thank
sure.
I will
you.
definitely
Thank
okay,
you.
so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. When I pull that video, because he said it on another channel, I got that too, Lloyd. You can't run from me. When I pull that information, what are you gonna say to me, Lloyd?
I'm not gonna say anything from you. That's why we do the
Then why
experiment.
am I gonna you gonna just run? You're gonna sit there and beat me up and call me a
It's not
liar, but when I come
running.
with the proof,
Everyone's seen it.
all right,
Okay.
Everyone but
We have
you.
we have
Everyone
Gerald.
but you seen it.
let's stop talking
Gerald.
for about 5 minutes, Chris. I'll go. I'll find what I need, bro.
Gerald is saying that I would like for the cartoon gentleman to be there when I do my presentation. I like his fire. I could use a devil's advocate. Pardon the term. The term. I I think I think for identity wizard it doesn't have any problem. You can show up anytime. It will depend with you, Gerald. It will depend with you.
Yeah, I love this stuff. I love anything electronic, any technological discussions. This is my thing. I love it. So I'm willing to sit in the audience. I'm okay with that.
Then Prophet Ibert is saying that Lloyd video says 25 watts to go to the lead. Have you watched the video, Prophet?
Oh, you
Prophet,
muted. I
then
didn't hear you.
what? Abio is saying that it was 25 watts.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The
Oh, well, I
panel
guess he's.
itself is
I
not
guess
even
they're a
25
liar too.
watts.
They're a liar too.
The solar panel was only 20 watts. Webb, you seen it for yourself. That's why I'm saying if you've seen it for yourself, at least you can speak up on those points. They're trying to make 80 watts. They're trying to say 25 watts. They're 20
No,
watt solar panels. So why are they trying to go over the number what the solar panels are?
here's the problem, Chris. I'll let you walk through this with me. My claim is if you put five
Yeah.
volts, 1 watt on solar lights, the most light output you're going to get is 4.5 watts. That's my claim. That 4.5 watts, he has feeding two solar panels rated at 20 volts, right? And or 20 watts, 20 watts. Two solar panels rated at 20 watts. Am I right so far, Lloyd? Am I right so far?
The two
I
panels
think
are
so.
20 watts. Yes.
Two panels. But the problem you don't realize is it's being fed only 4.5 watts from the LEDs. So those panels are not getting 20 watts. They're only getting 4.5 from the LEDs. So
Now, can I
4.5
answer that
going
question?
into those.
What, can I
Okay, go
answer
ahead.
that
I didn't
question?
ask one, but go ahead.
Okay. I said that. That's the whole point of you watch. If you watch what I did, I exactly expressed those words.
You did.
But
You said 20. Now
again,
you're saying
that's the
20
reason why
watts.
you're
Wait,
on
wait,
this
wait.
show
20?
critiquing me when you don't even watch the video.
Yeah, yeah. Lloyd is being disingenuous, man. I don't like this, Lloyd. This is not you, bro. Or I
No,
hope it's not.
wait a minute. Where? You
I
seen
hope
the
it's not
video.
you.
Did I not say that the problem was you don't get amps, so therefore all you get is the 17 volts? Did I not say that on my video?
I'm telling you, you don't even get. You don't
Yeah,
get
Wait,
nowhere. Okay, we'll walk through. We'll walk through the math together. We'll
where,
walk through it together.
you say
where,
that, but
where?
you say you say that. I would like you give identity towards it goes through his math. Then we comes to you. You come in and explain what is. I mean, on your point. But before it goes on, let me read. I think two or three comments.
Yes, sir.
Is this guy handicap? I think for this supersonic, you are like the old Indian who went to the doctor because he was sleeping with the two women in the. What are you talking about? I'm nobody. I think they're arguing
I
with
don't know
somebody
what that means.
in the comments. I think most people are arguing in the comments. Okay, go on, go on, go on, go on, go on.
Well, what I was saying is this. This is the reason why I said it was important to watch the videos because the whole point is that when you have someone on the show who hasn't watched the videos and he's critiquing me, he's now telling you and your audience what you've seen is wrong.
Yeah,
So you
so
see, so you see me plug in from a battery, and the reason why I used the phone charger and plugged it in because we knew that that was 5 watts. Okay, we knew that. That's what the
yeah.
experiment was about. But then when I put the meter onto the panel itself, it ran 17 volts, and that's what I said. I said it doesn't put out amps. It's only this is 17 volts. Each of these panels put out
Dang.
17 volts. Okay,
So yeah,
Is that genuine? Is that genuine or not?
that's correct. So I wanted him to do
Thank you.
to go on with what he was saying about his math. Then once he done is when I can tell him maybe what I saw in your video. So if you can allow him,
I didn't have a problem with the 17 watts. I said, fine, you're getting 17 watts. What are the amps, brother?
No, no, you're saying it incorrectly again. I didn't say watts.
I,
You
I'm
said
I said
watts.
volts. No, 17 volts.
Thank
You
you.
said
Thank
17
you.
volts. I asked you what are the watts? because that will tell you how much power is coming out. And I said, based on the mathematical models, you're not getting no more than zero point 0.9 watts out of those solar panels. And when you accidentally showed your measurement, when you accidentally showed it, because you
No, I
actually
didn't.
misread the
It was
screen,
deliberately.
it
Deliberately. Do
wasn't
you
deliberate.
understand? When you
You
say
actually
it's
misquoted yourself.
deliberately, I didn't
All right.
accidentally show it. I purposely showed it.
And you
This is
and you
why I say
misread the
you're
screen.
being
And
disingenuous.
and you misread the screen, brother, was my point. You were reading it wrong.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to tell you. You're reading the screen wrong. Wrong. You're not getting 3 amps. You're getting 0.03 amps. It's 100 times smaller, brother. That is so small.
And
It's
guess,
useless.
guess what? And again, I stated that. So the whole point is
No, you
what I
didn't. No,
actually,
you didn't. No,
well,
you
let me
didn't.
finish. Let me finish
You
because
lying, Lloyd. You lying.
guess what? Where is in the book?
Look, selling that damn book.
0.062 is in the book. Is I said it on my thing. That's why I said you're having someone in here critiquing something he hasn't seen.
What
He's
was the
saying
number,
things
Lloyd?
that's
What was the number, Lloyd?
disingenuous on your show. When you
What was the
seen it,
number, Lloyd?
it was 0.062 of an amp
And how many volts?
and 17.
How many watts is that, brother?
We not counting that because you didn't add in the
Oh
other
my God.
component.
That was my point, man. That was my whole point.
Yeah, you lost the point because you didn't finish the experiment. You're only critiquing part of
Hey,
the
hey,
experiment.
Chris,
So,
for the
yeah.
record,
You're
Chris,
taking one little point and then
Chris,
critiquing it.
for the record, I calculated zero point 0.9 watts. That calculates to 1 watt. I was dead on, bro. I was dead on without even seeing everything you did because I did the numbers
And
and
there's the
your
point.
numbers
So
proved it. You just
you
did
didn't
it.
finish the
Hold on,
experiment.
because I
You
want to
didn't
make sure
finish
everybody
it.
hear this. I want to make
You
sure
didn't
everybody
finish.
hear this. I want to make sure everybody hear this.
I'm
Hold on, Lloyd.
dealing with. I
Hold
want
on,
everybody
Lloyd.
to hear it. But
Hold
tell
on,
the
Lloyd.
truth.
Hold
Tell
on,
the
Lloyd.
truth.
I am.
Tell the
Hold
truth.
on. I will if you chill. You put 5 watts in a system and you got 1 watt out. That is the truth. Tell me I'm lying.
No.
17 volts and
You,
0.062
and
amps. Tell me I'm lying.
wait a
uh,
minute. This
I
is
was
where
trying
you're
to.
disingenuous. This is where you're disingenuous. You didn't finish the experiment. You didn't see the other part where we get our amps at. And I've been talking about the
Okay,
MOSFETs. This is where I get the amps out. The MOSFETs. So
Chris, I
again,
can destroy
you're
them
only
on this
talking
right
about
now. If you
solar
want me to,
panels,
I will,
and you're
Chris.
trying to convince the world
You're
that
talking.
you looked at half of my experiment and then said, "Oh, this is all he's getting." You didn't finish it.
So,
I didn't finish.
bef-
I told you what you were going to get out of it before you measured it.
before you
I'm
come in,
done with that.
before you come in, it looks like you two had discussed about this before. But from what I know from Lloyd, and also there's a guy called Gerald. They like for Gerald, he say that he has a panel of LEDs, uh, and he places them between a cube of like 6 solar panels, and then after that, what he gets, the electric current he gets, he runs it through cascaded MOSFETs, and that way he can be able to charge. I think he said 12 other batteries or what from one battery. I was trying to get him on, but I don't know why Gerald doesn't want to join. But he said that he's going to showcase his tech maybe on Monday. He said any day from Sunday. He will tell me when it's ready.
And I
But
tell everybody to keep experimenting. Keep experimenting. Don't let these people discourage you. Keep doing these things because, again, the whole purpose of this is to take free energy and make it look like it's nonsense. You can't do it and stop. That's the reason
That's
why they
not what I
told
want. I don't
me
want people to
to put
stop.
the panels back into the
so
thing. Just stop and put it back into the regular how we do it. Keep you in that matrix, into this box, in this form, so you don't stop paying money to the system.
and we have so from what I know from We have this guy called Robert Gill. He's saying that MOSFETs, as a switch opens and closes, produces transients and uses this energy. Simple. I think it means that now when they pass it through the MOSFETs, when they can be able to get more energy from what they get from the solar. I
Yes,
don't know what do you think
yes.
about that identity, because I know
I,
for Gerald and
I'm going to help. I'm going to help here. I'm going to help here. Since you know, we're going to start teaching, Lloyd. This is how we teach, Lloyd. I'm going to show you a thing or two. Please mute your mic because this is actually something you can learn from me. Can you blow that up a little bit, Chris? Can you make that bigger, please? So I can debunk this whole MOSFET crap about creating blah blah blah. Okay, so everybody watching this live stream, what this is called is an IV curve for a MOSFET. If you don't believe me, let me scroll up so you know where it's coming from. This is an MOSFET. This is the physics. I build these things from scratch. So he can't tell me a damn thing about what a MOSFET does. But this is the actual structure of a MOSFET. You got drain, source, and you got a gate. And you bias the gate, it creates a channel, it shorts these two contacts. That's why the on and off happens. The bias is here. The only thing you can provide this at the gate is a bias. There's no current. There's leakage current, but it's like micro nanoamps. It's really small. But between here is what's called an oxide. That's why they call it a metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor, MOSFET. That's the acronym for it. It's an oxide that protects the gate from any current going through. Now, what you think is pulse current from the gate, it's actually coming from the drain. The drain is where the current comes from because you got to put a bias on the drain too. That's where the energy comes from. It doesn't come out of nowhere. You have to bias the MOSFET on. It doesn't just turn on because you put a bias on it. No current flows without a bias on the drain. So it's useless without a bias on the drain. How do I know that? Back to our IV curve. Mr. Lloyd, please pay attention. This is a plot, XY. On the x-axis is the bias for the what? Drain to source. If you don't know what that is on a MOSFET, it's these two contacts. Drain to source, not the gate. Drain to source, right? If you have zero bias on the drain to source, how much current do you have in this device? Zero. Zero. That's telling you that the energy is coming from the bias on the drain. The gate itself only opens the channel. It does not create current. It just provides a path for the current to flow. But where is that current coming from? When you increase VDS or voltage from drain to source, you bias it. And look at this. When you actually change the gate bias, now that's a key one here. Changing the gate bias actually changes the density on these charge carriers that are collected at this interface. That's why the current varies until you get to what's called a saturation point on the MOSFET. What is saturation? Right here. That's when that channel cannot conduct any more current past this point of a gate bias. Once you reach here, the only thing you can do is drive it harder with the VDS, and that gives you more current out, not a gate bias. So if he can't show me that he's putting in a voltage and getting out a current without biasing that drain, without biasing it, then you got something good there, brother. But I'm telling you right now, it doesn't work unless you provide energy at the drain. It's not new energy. It's energy that is already in the system. I can't break that down any more least technical than that. Any questions?
Yes, we got questions. You
Any
haven't
questions?
watched. You haven't watched my video. You didn't
Oh my
look
God.
at the schematics that I provided.
You
So
don't
everything
provide
he said.
schematics.
Wait, wait, wait. Let's see. I didn't cut you off.
You're right. Go ahead. Do your
Everything,
thing.
everything he said was 100% correct. But again, until you look at what I did and where I'm getting my energy from, you're going to say this doesn't work. Okay? So, do I have a source of energy going into the drain? Yes. And the gate? Yes. Two different sources. Two different sources.
No
Okay?
current for
So,
your current. For your current, it's coming
so
from the drain, not the
again, see
gate.
how you cut me off? See, when I let you
You're
talk.
misinterpreting what I just said. I just gave
No,
you,
I'm not,
I
but
gave you,
still, let me
I
talk
just
and then
gave you a
Christianity.
breakdown on the
Let,
MOSFET, and you're
You're
shooting me
doing
down.
that on
I'm
purpose,
teaching
let,
man.
here.
You're
let him
doing
speak.
that on purpose.
Let him speak.
Everything,
Then
bro.
you come in. With the
Okay.
identity. Then let him speak. Then you come in. Let him
Uh,
speak first.
Everything.
all I'm saying is that I'm taking exactly what he's saying. Look at the diagram that I put on my channel. Look how I have it hooked up coming from the solar cells. Since I have two solar cells, they independently put out 17 volts. All we're saying is, and what I asked AI, so I'm not being prejudiced about it, is can I take the energy from voltage, send it through high speed frequency, and then get a higher current out? Okay, that's not breaking any laws of physics or anything else.
Is
And, the, and when you look at the diagram, you see that I am powering it. The power does come from somewhere, that it is hooked up correctly, and that the little motor that we're driving with the magnets is turning this off at high frequency. And I also provided that the car industry does that, takes a low voltage and drives it at high frequency to get an AC current out. Even the professionals are saying this. AI is saying this. So the whole point is that you have to look at the experiment, see what I did, look at the schematic, because everybody kept asking me for schematic, and I did give it out. Then someone asked me for better schematics. But that's what I'm saying. You have to look at what I've done to critique it.
I did,
You
Lloyd. Why
did,
do you
Lloyd.
think I didn't look at your stuff, bro?
Doctor,
Because you're not saying anything that I did. First of all,
I
you only
just
before
talk about
told
the
you,
solar.
I just told you that the gate does not provide the energy. I told you this. I told you
you
this
know,
2, 3 weeks ago. And you're still telling me that you're putting energy on the gate and you're getting energy out. No, no, no. The energy
That's
is
what you're
already at
saying. I'm not saying that.
whoa, whoa,
You
whoa,
didn't hear me
whoa.
say
Slow
that.
down.
So
Slow
stop.
down. Don't do not
Stop lying, man.
when
I
I'm
didn't
teaching,
say
brother.
wait,
that.
Do
wait,
not
I
overtalk
didn't
when
say
I'm
that.
wait,
teaching.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on.
wait, 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 wait,
Hold
wait,
I
on.
don't like people who
wait, wait, wait,
Hold
elaborate
wait,
on
on.
me, man.
wait,
I
Hold
quoted.
on.
wait, wait,
Listen,
wait, wait,
I
wait,
didn't say that. I
My bad.
didn't
wait, wait,
say
wait.
that.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, there's somebody who is saying that I am nobody saying that. Ask him what the inductor does. That goes to you. Identity with hell.
What the what?
Inductor.
What inductor?
He's asking what does the inductor does. I don't know.
Why are we talking about inductors? We're talking about MOSFETs. I'm not going to shift the conversation just yet.
Then we
Again,
have
we can
somebody
talk
saying
about
that.
induction. We can talk about
Let me,
induction. I'm okay with that. But right now, we're talking about MOSFETs. And I
okay,
wanted to
okay,
be clear that Lloyd is telling you once
okay,
he
okay.
gets his voltage from his panels, this
Let
is
me
what
read.
he said. I
Wait,
get
wait, wait, wait,
voltage
wait,
from
wait,
my
wait, wait.
panels and I
Let
put
me
it
read.
on the MOSFET. I'm
Let me read a
telling
few.
you, the power's not coming out of your panels to the MOSFET if the MOSFET gets tied to the gate. When
Let
the
me read.
gate gets a bias, there's no current.
Let me read a few comments first. We have Technite. Technite is saying that low voltage with high frequency is equals to Lloyd's energy. Uh, uh, Scamchan said that alternating mutes. 14 Supersonic said that he keeps repeating the same point even though Lloyd keeps clarifying his statement. Then JCST is saying that Lloyd showed to us a video how it is made clean. I think he's asking Lloyd to show the video. You put the solar panels on the table and show the simple way that it's working. 40 Supersonic saying that this is why you don't get free energy because these people insist on maintaining the same thinking regardless of the information given. Uh, No Ipai 2020 you're saying that I think it's talking about something else. Eddie Cliff is asking Mr. Lloyd the schematics. Eddie Cliff usually wants to see the schematics. He's been asking for them for a while now, even in the comment section. Then we have MOSFET pitch nothing more, no arm. I think he's agreeing with what you are saying, ID. Then
Hmm.
Abiod is saying that Lloyd is wrong here. Scamton is saying that boost converter for amps. You can come in ID identity.
Yes. I'm sorry. Is there a
You
question?
can
I apologize.
no. I mean you can come into what you are about to react before I
Oh,
did
I was
shortly.
actually in the background looking for Lloyd's video to show that, like, yeah, he definitely dismissed what I had to give him, and I was much more calm last time we talked because I was respecting the brother. I didn't want to just jump on him like that. But this is not me trying to stop people from doing experiments. I'm okay with experiments. I do experiments every day. Why would I ask somebody not to do experiments? I'm trying to reinvent things my damn self to see if I can figure something out. Yes, I do this all the time. I would never tell somebody to not do experiments over some conspiracy of they are watching and they got the information and you need to buy my book because I got the information because they won't tell you. I ain't hiding behind all that spooky mess. That's goofy to me. That's holding the people back. Why don't you give them the facts? Give them the real information. They've asked you for a schematic for over 8 years, brother. Just give them the damn schematic so they can actually critique it the way it should be critiqued. This is called a peer review. If you walk in any university, any technical institution, and you go in there with this idea, the first thing they're going to ask you is, let me see the data. They don't give a damn about your opinion, what you think the government's listening to. They want to see the data because the data would tell them whether or not you are talking BS. I saw some of your data. All of it looks bad. All of it. And I'm telling you this on my little snapshot of what I've seen. I haven't seen anything work the way you said it was going to work. Now I'm saying stop lying to the people.
Web, Web,
Yes,
can you hear me?
yes,
Okay.
Amir.
Now he's on your show telling me, and you just heard him, that I didn't put out schematics. Okay, he's on
Yeah.
your show saying that. If you watch the videos, did I put out the schematics or didn't I? See, that's what I'm. This is the things that I'm talking about. That you, as a host, you can confirm and not confirm. Okay, that's what makes you a good host. If I
Yeah.
if I put on my videos and I put out schematic with the little solar cell, with the charge controller, the little motor, and what's the if I put that out and then someone on your show tells you I didn't put it out and that's what they're looking for, then you're supposed to be speaking up.
No,
Why are
no
you putting it on Chris? Why are you putting it on Chris?
The
for
question to him, let him answer the question.
Don't get me
for
Lloyd.
for schematics on my channel, we have not yet been put it up. But if you have it right now, you can be able to share it, and I'll put it on the screen.
Damn.
Unless
Now,
I th-
show me where we can add that to the screen because I'm gonna take it from my list and put the same image back on the screen. Could you show me how to do that?
honestly, I don't know
Okay,
how the
let me do this because I might cut this off, but and I'll come back in, but I'm gonna send it to your WhatsApp. How about that?
okay. Mr. Identity,
yes,
how do
sir.
you how do you put it on the screen? Do you use another device?
No, in the bottom of the panel that I'm looking at for this stream, this console, it's a button that says share screen at the very bottom next to the camera and and the gear symbol. There's a
Oh,
share screen button right next
I
to it.
see, I see, I see, I see share screen. Okay.
and then you pick which window you want to share and share.
Okay, Web, go to your WhatsApp and tell me if you have not seen this. Is this the first time I'm sharing this to you?
Oh no, no, this one I'd seen it. Let me share it.
Oh my goodness, is that a schematic?
Let me share it. Just a moment.
You do know that the audience is asking for a schematic too, right? So I'm not sitting there talking mess, bro. I'm not the only one
Yeah,
that asked for
but
one.
that's not what I said. You're talking mess. What I'm saying is that I'm telling you that I showed something that is on my videos number of times, and then you have people who say, "Well, let me see a schematic." When you give it to them, they, "Oh, let me see a better schematic." The whole point is I did show a schematic.
So this one.
Okay. And then when you heard Webb say he's seen this, this is not new. That means he had to see it because he watched my videos.
Explain your schematic, brother. Go ahead, do your thing.
Oh no, 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 no. We're gonna do this in real life. We're gonna do this in real life.
Okay,
I'm going to
I'm
run.
down,
I'm
brother.
going to run it. I'm going to run it. So here's the point. I've only made a comment, and I asked numerous people, can you take just voltage without amps, drive a MOSFET at high frequency, and get an AC current out? That's the simple question. AI said yes. You're saying no if I believe I got you correct. You're saying it's
You,
impossible to take something and drive it at high frequency and
I
get an
never
AC
said
current.
that.
Oh, well,
I never
stop.
said that.
Okay, but I'm saying that that's what my schematic is telling you I'm doing.
Eddie, have you seen the schematics? Eddie is usually the one asking for.
I've never seen anything with his panels in it. This is the first time I've ever seen one with his panels in it.
Exactly, and yet you're critiquing me. You
Yes.
haven't seen it. You can't
Whoa,
do a
whoa,
review
whoa, whoa,
without
whoa,
seeing
whoa.
what I did. It just makes you a
Understand.
liar.
Hold on. Hold on. Because you keep moving the damn goalpost. I said that contraption that you have in that bottom right, I told you what the numbers are for that. That's what I was concerned about. And I said, instead of taking 5 watts and converting it down to 1 watt, why don't you just take the 5 watts out the wall? Because the LED stuff is useless. It's taken away from your system, it's draining your system. You're better off taking the watts that you're giving it. That's what I was concerned about. All this other MOSFET stuff, I already know you don't even know how to use a MOSFET. So that discussion's a whole nother discussion.
And there we have
And
it
you
then.
and you got a solar panel. What is the panel in there for? Why do you have the panel in there?
See?
What is a lamp? Ain't that your
Because you
controller?
have to
Is
have
that the
you have to put
controller?
energy in you. Everybody keeps saying I'm getting energy from nowhere. The people who are making those statements, I'm getting energy nowhere, hasn't watched the video. The energy is
There
coming
you go.
from the solar
You
panels.
putting energy into the system. That's the misleading part, Lloyd. When you say free energy, but you're not telling them I am putting energy in. You keep talking about volts out, but you're not talking about how much
No, I'm
energy
not.
are you
No,
putting
I'm not.
in.
You didn't you still look at the diagram.
I'm
Look at the
looking.
diagram. You see where it is going in, not out.
How many watts? How many watts we talking?
Again, you're going back to watts. I'm putting voltage into that MOSFET.
You don't
Voltage.
transfer volts. You transfer watts. I said this before, Lloyd. You
Okay,
keep
so again,
ignoring me.
just because we disagree on what that point, we're
I,
going to disagree with that.
But we
Okay,
I
can't
didn't.
that's not
agree
the
on a
point. We're
fundamental.
going.
This is a fundamental. This is a
Okay,
fundamental
so
conversation. And you're
that's
saying we're
your
disagreeing
Identity.
on whether we should talk about watts or volts. That is
listen.
critical.
Identity.
Guess what?
Identity.
Again,
Yes,
There's
sir.
somebody.
What's up,
There's
Chris?
somebody. There's somebody asking that you stop that you quit screaming. You
Hey, I apologize. I can't tell how loud the mic is. I'll turn it down now. 1 second. Give me a second. Is that better?
then
Is that better?
Eddie Cliff is asking that Lloyd, if you can explain how the schematics works. The schematic are still on the screen. Then Travman is saying that graphene semiconductor material or radar is known as quantum. I think they're arguing about something in the Input
Yeah,
gain.
that is a it's web. That is a big argument. Okay,
Yeah,
that's what we need to research. Okay, so again, I don't. I'm a librarian. I don't know everything, so I go out and I ask. Okay, so the simple fact that I ask, can you take the solar, the right to 17 volts, not amps, 17 volts, and drive this MOSFET at high speed. That's what the little motor is there for, to
yeah,
with the magnets on there to drive that at high speeds to get transient energy out of that MOSFET. Transient energy. Okay, that's the reason why I made the symbols about the speaker and all that to get people to understand and break that down. Can we get transient energy and AC current out of that MOSFET? Now, it's going to be an argument back and forth about this, if it can or cannot do. I don't have a problem with that. Okay. But to
yeah,
take my whole thing apart and only talk about parts of it. Oh, the solar panel only does this. The only okay, but you see that it's not just a solar panel. It's a whole object there. It's a solar panel, it's a charge controller, it's a motor, and it's a thing. And if you take all that away and just talk about how much voltage is coming out of the solar panel, it's disingenuous on what I've done. And then to say that I didn't put out a schematic, everybody's asking, but I did. And you've seen it. This is the things
yeah,
when I said we need to speak up to what is fact and what is not. The fact is, I that image I put up on the screen that you put on the screen was old and is in a lot of my videos. So I did do that. So it's disingenuous to tell me that I didn't do it. So we
yeah.
can get past that.
I
Okay.
see.
So
Yeah, I see.
go ahead.
There's a question from Caleb. Caleb Ekweula is asking that can you ask where that little motor is connected to and how? In your in your schematics, that is.
It's
There's
it's
a li-
it's hooked to a 5-watt phone charger.
I
It's
see.
more energy. You're putting more energy in. Is that's you got to
Yes, I'm
track
putting more
that.
energy in. I'm putting more energy in. See, I'm not. See,
So
you haven't realized that I have not disputed anything that you said.
here's where you
You
dispute me,
think
Lloyd.
that I am, but I'm not. Matter of fact, I'm
Here's where
using
you
your very
dispute me,
words.
Lloyd.
To, I'm using your very words to prove a point. Okay,
You're
to
actually
prove.
not because you're disagreeing with me about the propagation of energy in your system. I'm telling you it's not working the way you think it's working. That's
Okay,
what I'm
then that's
saying.
what we should
I'm
be
not
talking
saying
about.
I am not
Instead of,
saying you can't get AC out of switching. I'm not saying any of that. That's muddying the waters. That's making up stuff that has nothing to do with what I'm talking
but
about.
I'm talking about that.
I
See, that's the point.
understand,
You
but
keep saying that you're not.
the problem
Wait a
is
minute. Let's
you're fundamentally flawed, Lloyd. You are fundamentally
listen.
flawed. And
Listen.
I cannot
You can
go
keep putting
past
me down.
I cannot
You
go
can keep.
past LED
Wait a
panels
minute.
and solar panels and start
Wait
talking
a minute.
MOSFETs with you. I can't
Wait a
do
minute.
it.
Wait a minute. That again is what we're talking about, and we should be talking about that. But screaming at me because I'm showing you what I did and how I did it, okay? And then
I
say
wasn't
on the
screaming
other
at you. I
end
was
that you
screaming over
can't
you
get
because you
AC
wouldn't let me
current
get my
out.
point out.
No, but the whole point is that you say one thing and then when someone tries to answer it, you try to put in the answer.
Because
Yeah,
Lloyd, I don't know if you realize what you do. Let me let you know. You think that these little movements of in conversation, I pay close attention to conversation to make sure I don't deviate. And you keep deviating, and then you want to act like you're not doing it. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not saying that. I'm not doing that. I'm agreeing with every. You're gaslighting me, bro. Telling you I'm
no.
super
You're
sensitive to that.
gaslighting everyone on
It's
here.
actually annoying when you do it because you're not that good at it.
Guess what? That's exactly what you're doing.
I
It's
gave you
exactly what
fast.
you're doing.
I gave you
See,
MOSFET.
and
I
when
gave
I
you
try to
drain. I gave you
listen,
source. I gave you gate.
listen,
I gave you voltage. I gave you watts. I gave you amps. I gave you solar calculations. I gave you LED calculations. I gave you
mhm,
energy propagation. I gave
yeah.
you AC DC. I gave you everything, Lloyd. And you're telling
So
me I'm making this
here's
up?
wait a minute. So here's my question, and it's not deviating. It's asking the question. So the schematic is wrong.
Is that a question for me or Chris?
Yeah. See how simple I do things. The schematic is wrong. Is it wrong or right?
Are you asking me or Chris? I want to make sure because obviously
I'm
I'm yelling.
asking you that again. You're the one yelling. I'm trying to ask a simple question. If we're going to do this a review, what I'm asking is that I finally he put up the schematic. Is
Hmm.
the schematic right or wrong?
Define wrong. I don't know what you mean by wrong.
Okay. Well, see, then that's what we need to discuss, right?
But
Yeah,
that's
I don't
just
know
a
what you
simple.
mean wrong. Do you mean not work?
No, what I'm saying is the way I hooked up the MOSFET in this circuit. Is it wrong?
I can't tell you that, Lloyd. I don't know what you're providing that MOSFET. I need to know power. I need to know voltage. I need to know current. You can't just show me a picture and say, hey, is this right? You could be biasing it with 30,000 volts. How the hell would I know? I need to
But
see
you
the
know,
numbers, Lloyd.
can I now let me answer that question. The whole point is that you make these generalizations, 30,000 volts. You know that's not true. You know it's only 17 volts times
I
two
know
because
that, you know
that's
that,
going
and
into the.
that was definitely not a statement of fact. Come on, Lloyd. What are
Okay.
you trying to
Okay.
do, bro? Come on.
Because I'm trying to get you to just talk about the facts instead of trying to make all this other stuff, which throws
The
people
fact
off. If
is,
we
the
just talked
fact
about what
is,
we're talking about, the simple fact is we can get somewhere. I
okay,
did a
let's get somewhere,
I
Lloyd.
did
Let's
a
get somewhere,
video.
Lloyd.
So yeah,
You
before
want
you
to
guys
get to
come in
where
the
you want to, and that's the point. You're not critiquing my work because you haven't really examined it. You're only saying I do this, I do this, I this, and I'm a professional. Everybody else should listen to me. And all
No,
I'm saying is I'm going step by
you,
step. Okay,
you
this
know
is
what
what
I'm
I
actually
did.
saying? You know
Is
what
this
I'm actually
right or
saying?
wrong?
I'm saying based on my experience, not some backyard brew type stuff. I am telling you
Okay.
in industry, in how we operate, how we use these devices, how we design these devices, how we optimize these devices, how we actually know every piece of physics for that semiconductor device. I am giving you that information. And you're telling me you just don't want the people to practice and try things out. I would like them to try it out. Why are you making it look like I'm the bad guy trying to tell people not to practice? No, I'm saying this is nothing surprising. This is not new energy. Stop using that word. This is not free energy. Stop using that word. It can't be free energy if you're providing a drain bias. So stop using those words. It's not free energy.
Again, you're taking two different statements and mixing them up into two different things. So let's go back to the original statement, which again, I told Webb, I says, look, if you take a crystal radio and you can light an LED light, is that free energy? That's the simple question that I answer. It has nothing to do with the MOSFET. You brought up the MOSFET. We wasn't talking about a MOSFET today. Okay?
What
We
do you,
were talking about a crystal radio
okay.
and an LED light.
I was the one. I
We
was
get
the one.
energy from propagating waves. So what?
Okay, so
What are you bringing to the table here, Lloyd?
okay,
I don't
and
know why
now
you acting like this is like a monumental thing. We get energy from a propagating wave because propagating wave is energy. So what?
okay, now Webb, did you understand what he just said?
I was the one who brought up the MOSFET topic today. Actually, I think it was a question in the comment section, and it was a question in the comment section. There's a question for I did, but I think I lost it. But for Lloyd, there's this question from Eddie. He had asked it a number of days ago, a few days ago, but it was about the MOSFETs and LED. He was asking that why use a battery to power an LED and use the LED to power the solar and use the solar to power the transistor when you can simply power the transistor with the battery.
That's my question. That's my question.
Wait a minute.
For
What
your
was the
question,
last part?
ID for your question, I wanted to ask you if have you ever seen any schematic like what Lloyd has shared before?
What he shared, I've never seen that one before because I've
So
never seen his panels. He usually takes
so
snapshots of other people's videos, so it's
wait,
surprising to
wait,
see his panels in that shot.
wait, wait.
Oh wow.
Have you ever have you ever seen a schematic like this one before and tried it out if it works or not?
Oh no, because I would never even have anything on that bottom right. Those are his LED panels driving solar panels. They're sandwiching LED lights or whatever else he got there. I would never have that because that's again this. I don't even know why he has it, but no, I would never do this.
So by just looking at it, you believe it doesn't work.
I guarantee you that the power that he's putting in is way higher than what he's getting out. So it's useless. The question that's on the screen right now is the exact same question I have. Why go through all of that when you're already getting power from the battery that's lighting up your LEDs? You could just use that power. That was my point. Your system is draining your entire setup. It's draining it. I can prove it mathematically. I can prove it walking through your own videos of how it's draining it.
If you ever watch my own videos, that's the
I've
point.
watched quite a few, more than enough, more than enough.
Okay, but see, that's the whole point. In each one of my videos, I've made a different point and for a specific point. It wasn't trying to put all this together. See, you're trying to just say, "Oh, I'm going to take what I want out of it." You can't. You can't take it what you want out of it. You have to take it by the whole thing. What are you trying to say in this video? What are you trying to say in this video? And it's a lot of videos that I'm doing because I'm breaking down the system for the common man. So when I say when you're critiquing something, let's find out what you're critiquing. So he asked an intelligent
What's the
question.
purpose of
The
your
host
schematic here?
Webb
What is your
asked an
purpose here?
intelligent question. Have
Tell
you
the
seen
people
this
that we're going to go
diagram
back
and
to the
does it work?
exact same question I asked from like 3 hours ago. What is the purpose of this schematic? Tell me, what am I doing here?
We're running an experiment.
For
We're
the
running an
purpose
experiment.
of
Now let me finish the point. The experiment, whether it's efficient or not, the point was, can I take that voltage from that solar panel, run it through that MOSFET with that little motor turning the gate on at high frequency and get AC current out? That's the experiment. I didn't. We're not all this other stuff that you're adding in. It wasn't for what is it for? It wasn't it? That's irrelevant. The point is, it's an experiment that I was presenting and showing people. But you don't want to answer the fact,
what
does it
no
work or
again.
does it work?
What no, I didn't I'm asking you why. We already do this.
It's not a why. It's not a
We
why. It's that
already
we
no.
did.
I was asking specifically, what are you adding for me to even pay attention to you? Because we do this. Not with the
Okay.
LED stuff,
Let,
not
let,
that
let
stuff.
me answer those two questions because you said that before. One, whoever called me from your group
Brother
contacted
Wale, yes,
me. I didn't even know you people existed.
correct.
So the fact that I seeked you out and got on your show is not what I did. Okay?
I
So
said
we
you came on
split
the
that.
show and started spewing this stuff. That's what I said.
Okay, but that's
That's
the
a
whole
fact.
point. He told me to tell him what I was doing. So when you say
Yes.
spewing, the whole point is this is how you put the negativity on when you put a guy on his show and you ambush him. I didn't know it was all you
Ambush.
people were going to be on the show. I thought just me and him was going to give it a conversation. Then I find out it was a whole
Okay.
bunch of people on your show.
So just so you know, next time if you ever come back, it's a science channel. We actually
But they didn't
discuss a
tell
lot of
me
science
that.
stuff there. So wait
He
a
didn't
minute. Wait
tell
a
me
minute.
that.
But why would you expect anything different when you're discussing something of the science? Why would you
Okay.
expect
The
anything
point is
different
why
than a
would you
critique
do
from
that to
people
me?
who know this stuff?
Why would you do that to me? Because it's disingenuous to
Hold
think I'm
on,
just going
Lloyd,
to talk to
Lloyd,
one
Lloyd,
person
please stop,
and
Lloyd.
then get ambushed.
Mr. Stovall, Mr. Stovall, respectfully, I was as humble as I could possibly be to you on that show. Go back
That
and
has
listen to it.
nothing to do with the question.
Wait a minute. Do not interrupt what I'm about to say. I'm telling you, as a guest on that show, I respected your opinion. I gave my critique. I was not there to beat you up. I listened to what you had to say. You took that audio and pitched it to your minions to try to attack it. And then you were saying something different on your own channel. You were telling us you didn't believe in more power out than in. That's what you said on the show. You said there's no way you can get more power out than you put in. That's not what you're saying right now, Mr. Stovall. So you
Yes,
flip
it is.
flop. You
Yes, it is.
so do you believe you can get more power out than in?
No.
Okay. Now, when your video, wait a minute. Then what the hell is over unity, brother?
Over Unity is a water wheel. Over Unity is a bicycle. Over Unity is a bucket brigade when
You
someone
never
passes
said
a
there was more
sandbag
power
over
out
the
than
thing.
in.
That's by the literal words over and unity. Anybody who's out there trying to take and make more energy out, show it to me in a dictionary.
That's not what you said on your own video, brother.
Oh, yes, it is.
Jesus, man, you really contradict
And
yourself.
Webb, we can go over that again. You'll hear he said on my video. You'll also see
I
that I
got,
wrote a book because guess what? I'm also the person who claimed that I made the word over unity when I was 14.
yeah, you did claim that.
Yes. So again,
So
you keep trying to say that I'm making this stuff up, and that's what this disinvenue. That's what I'm arguing. I'm just saying that. Wait a minute. I claim these things. I said that's not what I said. I didn't say more power out than in. I said that this is a way to pass energy to over to something that's fully functional to someone else, and it's a relay. You can't have one cup on a water wheel and it works. They have to work in unison, and it has to be more than one of them. And I explain this. I explain it in the book how they did exactly what I believe is happening to me today. You take my words and say, "Oh, this is all," and you can't do this. That's not what I said. If people just calm down and listen to the very words that the person said and break it down bit by bit, we will have a wonderful conversation, and we do get somewhere. That's why I always try to be slow and extinct as I can on what I say in my videos. I didn't say that I was this engineer. I didn't say that I knew everything about MOSFETs and what's name. I said I was a librarian. You know what you guys did when I said that? Like, oh, you're saying a librarian wrong. Oh, wow, you can't even speak. Which is not. That just spurs the thing. That is a criticism on how I speak to say you're stupid and we know everything. That's what you end up doing. And people looked at that and said, why did you even put up with that? If you read the comments, they say, why would you do and listen? Because the simple fact is, I believe that I do have something, and I wanted the people to hear how I got treated and not take it from my words, take it from what they heard. So you read the comments and take your opinions on what they believe you did. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
We have we have Caleb. I think Caleb was asking about the motor. Where is the motor connected to and what is turning on the motor? I think you had explained, except maybe what is turning on the motor in your schematics. Then we had there's a comment. Kilimanjaro mountain, you're saying the inverter is in his actual video. Uh, but I had a question for you. Like in that audio that I listened to, you guys uh did not attack Lloyd like you're attacking him tonight, or you came for a
Correct.
revenge, a rematch.
Correct, Chris. I
Is it
agree.
is
I
it
gave him the respect that he deserved as a guest on that channel because that's not my nature to attack guests. I want them to come back. I want them to
okay?
have the conversation.
Let me read this one first before you. Abiodan is saying that he's going to. I'll be trying out this experiment this week, and I'll let everyone know. Yeah, that will be interesting. Okay, okay, you can go on. ID.
Yeah, I didn't. My plan is to not make him look bad or just destroy his ideas. I did not want to do that at all. But I also don't want to see him spinning his wheels on things that like you're pitching this as this is a new idea. We know these
No, I'm
things.
not.
Again, this is why I asked you, why'd you even write a book if you're not giving what are you giving? What are you giving to the people then?
Okay, let's answer both
This is
questions.
yeah, go
What
back
was
because yeah, because we're skipping
let's,
around. Go
let's,
ahead.
let's okay. First of all, if I a person who has freedom of speech, why are you upset that I'm doing so? It's an
I'm
easy
not mad
question.
of the freedom of speech. It's the
Okay,
ignorance
so
that bothers
then
me. And
okay, okay,
and
wait.
conversation was between you and myself. So yes, I can critique a conversation that I'm in.
Oh, okay. You gave an answer, and then the other part of that was why am I doing this? Okay, why do people climb mountains? Why do people parachute out of planes? That's what you're asking me. The simple fact is, I do this because I needed to find out is what Nikolai Tesla was saying about radio waves. Is it true or not? So we try to break down the experiment to prove or disprove if this is in exactly what they're saying. If I can take 1 million crystal radios, if I can take 100 billion crystal radios working from the same radio wave, how how much energy do you need before you understand that I can put that back into a battery? That's the question. That's why.
But you're pitching it as a sellable idea. You can do this too.
No,
What
I'm
are they
not.
going to do? What are they
They're
going to
not
do?
supposed to do.
Repeat your experiment. You are trying to promote your LED contraption. That's what you promote. You can run solar panels at home with LEDs. Nobody's questioning whether LEDs can whether solar panels can pick up LED light. That's not a surprising thing. But but to pitch it as I can put this energy back into the grid. I can put this back into the system. Runs my house. Wait a minute. You are wasting more than you're pulling in or putting
Okay.
out. So
Okay.
what are you offering me if you're telling me I'm supposed to adopt this and I'm supposed to be this is I can recreate it to do what? Put a bigger drain on my electric bill? Really?
You guys still around to? Oh. Let me read a few comments then. It seemed like Lloyd froze.
Uh,
We have
I'm not
Abidan
telling
saying that
him
don't.
not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Abidan saying that don't forget that pulse voltage is different from DC reversed polarity. You have this guy saying that Scamchan is saying that it took me a bit to grasp it from the video. You're talking about which video? But he's saying that I suspect Lloyd isn't comfortable with explaining it. Maybe Lloyd doesn't want to reveal more about what is in
I
his book.
honestly, Chris, I would argue he doesn't know. And that's
Then
not
we
to be
have
disrespectful to him. That's more of just again understanding that I'm listening to how he's putting like he's trying to explain his own idea. I can't explain it for him. But what he's telling
Okay.
me, based on the things that he's giving me,
He,
it's reading to me that he doesn't understand what he's saying.
he has shared
Okay.
a video.
Now,
I don't know if. Let
what?
me try to see.
Web, please play that video. Put that I just
It's
sent it.
not
It's about a
disrespect though. I don't want to be disrespectful to
um.
him.
You see what I sent to your WhatsApp?
Yeah, I've seen it.
No, I know you seen it. Play it.
Yeah, yeah. In a moment. In a moment, you guys can.
Okay. Well, wait. Now watch this, Web. Look, you seen how much amps and you seen how much voltage, right? That's the
Have
point.
you? I see
Amps
it.
and voltage. Now we're talking about watts. Now we're talking about watts because it's amps and voltage. Those numbers are important because then when you see that what I put in into that device gave me 1,000 watts out.
Let's see it.
See, he even wants to see it.
Well, I
That's
don't
the
want to
whole
call you
point.
a. I don't.
Look
So
how many.
I don't. I don't want to call you a liar. I want your words to prove that you don't know what you're saying. It's a
And
much
I've
stronger
already told you
impact.
that. I
It's
told
a
you
much
that on the
stronger
show.
impact. Clearly, you don't listen. So I'm not going to tell you
No, I
anymore.
did
I'll let
listen.
your own. I'll let your own videos tell you what you don't want to hear.
Okay, but that's the whole point. I did tell you that. I says I'm a librarian. You heard me say that on your own show,
What
and
does that mean?
everybody
What does that
else
got to
knew
do
that.
with what we're talking about?
Because you keep saying that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I said yes, I'm a librarian. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So
But
then
guess
tell
what?
the people,
But
you
but
don't know what you're talking about. No,
but
no,
I
no.
did.
That's my point. You are
But I
coming up here
did.
as someone, you're coming up here as someone that
But I
teaches.
did.
You're coming up here as someone as an expert. And
No,
you're not.
that's your
You're
opinion.
not.
That's
You are not giving. I'm telling you, Lloyd, you're saying that you're a librarian now. You're saying you're a librarian now, and you don't know. I've been telling you that since we've met, brother.
okay.
You're,
But
so it's
so
no
why are you mad
disrespect.
about the extent?
It's no
Why are you so
because you
mad about
because you're acting
the
like we
experience?
didn't have this conversation, bro. You acting
There's
like
the
we didn't
point.
talk about this.
Acting like it's your opinion
Chris,
on what
Chris
I'm
said it.
doing. Now that I
Chris said
said
it.
that out of my mouth.
Chris said that my attitude today is different than it was on that show. I agree with him 100% because I wanted to hear you out. But when I
Watch the
offered,
video. Wait a
when
minute.
I
Watch the
offered,
video.
yes, we will. We will.
Look, there's the video. Now you can critique what you're seeing. Look at what the meter is
What am
saying.
I
It's
looking
saying
at?
amps and voltage.
I can't see it. Hold on. What does it say? I can't see it.
Chris, tell him the
Yeah,
numbers on the meter above.
you're saying.
I guess he wants you to pause it and say what are the numbers?
Yeah, pause it and read the numbers.
You're
Which
saying I
numbers?
read the numbers.
Yes, read the numbers.
Right now
Which
it's
ones?
983.8 watts. So
That's
I
what it's
started.
putting out. What's going
I start.
in?
I restarted the video.
We need to know what the input and what you're putting. What's coming out of that blue box is the output.
So here we have 0.3. Let me pause for everyone to see.
Okay. And read it, please. Read what's being put in and what's coming out.
Oh,
The,
Lloyd,
the
you have two meters here. We don't know which one
yes.
you're talking about.
Okay. Well, let me explain. The little meter up there was next to that little yellow tab. It's red
The one at the
and
top.
black at the top.
Yeah.
That's what's going into the tie grid inverter. That's what's going in. That's the energy going into the tie grid inverter. The blue box at the bottom is a output. That means when I plug that into my wall socket, they puts that energy into the wall socket. Okay? So the numbers of the amps and the number of the voltage is important.
I see that it's 37.39 volts and 117.0 watts. and
Okay.
3.13 amperes.
Ah, okay. So now we have numbers that we can work with. And when you play the
I have
video,
no idea where these are. Like, what is? I don't get the relevance. I'm sorry, you lost me. What is the relevance of
I
this?
but see, we're going to get there. The whole point is
Okay.
that's why we're doing this. Okay. So that jumped up because it's a battery and batteries do drain. It jumped up to 1,007.7 watts. Show that.
Let me just play it.
Okay.
And let me know when we get to free energy, because I don't know what this has to do with free energy, unless I'm this is the wrong video.
Of course.
Okay, so we're not talking about free energy right now. Just to be clear.
Oh,
Now
come
the
on,
output.
man. You that's what we're talking about. This is we're showing it step by step and you're trying to stop it.
Bro, you got
So
2
the
meters with wires going outside the screen. I don't
No,
know what
we're
the hell you
dealing with
got wired to
numbers. You
this.
kept saying you want to do things by numbers. I'm showing you the numbers. So can we get the numbers first and then go on to the second part of it?
you guys are able
Whatever.
to see the screen.
I can see 3.14 amps, 31.6 something volts, and
Okay.
then 0.359 amp hours.
Okay, so what
Yeah,
is the output? What is the output that the tie grid is giving us? What do you see
the
I
now?
one
don't
at
know
the,
what I'm looking at, so I can't answer that.
you're
It's
saying about
the
the
986.9 W. What is that?
Where's that coming from?
A tie grid inverter.
Is that
That's why I said
is
we
that
had to break
is
this
that is
down.
that coming from the energy company?
No, that's coming from what I'm producing now.
From what?
A tie grid inverter.
Where's that coming from? What's feeding the side grid inverter?
A battery.
So you got 1,000 watts coming out of a battery.
No. See, that's why I said you don't understand. The
Well,
meter at the
where's a
top,
1,000 watts coming from here? Then they got to come from somewhere.
and I'm explaining. The meter at the top is plugged into a battery. That energy of the battery is plugged into that device called a tie grid inverter. So one is an input and one is an output. Okay? So if we're putting 3 amps in there with I think 36 volts and we're getting it says 986 watts out through the inverter, okay? And it ties into my electrical system. Then the point was when I showed the system attached to it is that my solar only has to produce 3 amps, which I get from my MOSFETs, and the 36 volts come from the solar. And I showed this,
And
and I have
so,
four
do you have
four
MOSFETs?
batteries.
Do you have outputs of MOSFETs being measured?
Now we just changed the subject instead of
I'm
looking at the
asking
numbers.
a question.
No,
Do
you're
you have
not. You're
it?
deflecting on what we're trying to break
I'm
down.
just trying to make sure I know where I'm following, brother. I'm just asking you if you have it. I
But
didn't make it a
can we stay
penalty.
on track? All we're just saying, can we stay on track and then we'll get there? You're
You're
jumping
the one who
all
said
over the place.
MOSFETs. You said you got MOSFETs putting out power. I asked you, do you have that? That's
can I
it.
can I play the video? Can I play the video?
Yes,
Please,
play the
because this is
video. Again, he doesn't want this to be seen.
I don't give a shit. It's going to make you look bad, Lloyd.
Of course you are. You're trying to make me the bad guy. We know this.
I don't have to. Your own work is doing it, Lloyd. All I'm
No, it's
doing is
not.
watching it.
No, it's
I
not.
am watching a train wreck right now.
Yes, you are watching the train wreck because you've been educated that way.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yes,
I
that's
ain't, sh-
exactly what happened.
I ain't shit
That's the
because I read
reason
a
why you
book,
keep interrupting the experiments instead of breaking it down bit
bro.
by bit.
Why are
Look,
you
we
talking? Let
breaking
the
it
video
down so
play.
everyone can see it. And then you go,
Let the
oh, let's
video
jump over
play.
here. Let's jump over here. But guess what? I took 3
I have a
amps and
All right,
I have
36
hey,
volts.
Chris,
I
can
have
you
a
ask the audience if they understand what they're watching? Can you ask the audience
Yes.
that? Because I don't. I would love to know what they're thinking right
you know
now.
Is anybody understanding? So I have a question, Lloyd, before they answer. Like, did you do this in Laos or was it in the US? Battery
In
type.
the U.S. This the reason why I did this, Chris, is because the solar panels, which you saw on the podcast, is that's the very system that's going into this tie grid.
Yeah,
This
right.
is the energy. This is the same energy that system that you've seen, the four panels all lit up in my basement. That is the
Yeah,
very energy that's going into that device, and that's the energy it puts out. So the whole point is that I had to measure what the tie grid needed to get to the 1,000 watts, and then I says, well, oh wait a minute, it drops down because the battery depletes, but the solar doesn't. Solar just constantly puts out that energy. So if it constantly puts out the energy that you see at the little meter at the top, then I'm
yeah.
getting 1,000 watts out from that one. And I have five of them. Two of them
So
are 2,000 watts, and three of them are
This is a
1,000 watts
okay,
legitimate
running at
question.
full
let me
This
let
is
power.
me
a legitimate question.
let
Are
me
you
read.
using your
ID
LED contraption in any of these scenarios?
ID. Wait,
Yes,
wait, wait, wait. Wait.
yes.
First, I read the
So,
comments. Wait,
so,
wait,
so you're saying
wait.
Your LED panels that's hitting those solar panels, your sandwiched LED, whatever that
ID,
is,
ID,
you're
ID,
getting
ID,
1,000 watts from that, or you're getting
ID,
300 watts. What are you getting from
ID,
it?
ID. Wait first. So 40 Supersonic says that yes, I got it. Then Scamchan is asking if it's voltage from the batteries. Abdul Dan is asking, brother, you are not a bad guy here. I don't know who he means. Then Gerald is asking, is the 979 watts coming
Thank
from
you. Thank you. That's my question. That's
coming
all I
from
was
the
asking, Lloyd.
wait. Then Eddie saying that Lloyd, what is the power output of the battery? 36 volts times 3 amperes is 108 amperes. You
You
put
meant
it
to say
into
watts,
the
but
tie
we got
grid
it.
inverter, and what is the power output? 1000 watts. You said you don't produce free energy. Explain.
Thank you.
We
Okay.
have
It,
But that
Kilimanjaro is saying that
it,
Kilimanjaro is saying
it,
that yeah.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Um,
ahead.
Tech Knight is saying that you've seen it wrong. There are many stupid people. That's why they still not that one. We have Faraday saying that this conversion absolutely getting nowhere. Or these conversations. Faraday, can you be able to join in, man? But
ask
I think
questions.
there's a day that I posted this video, Lloyd, and in the comment section, people were asking that if they could be able to see the entire setup, like they could see the LEDs, and like the way it all flows. Some were having issues that maybe the tie grid is connected to the uh like to the grid, the government
Right,
grid, the national grid. Yeah.
right.
Even one is asking if that tie grid is connected to the grid or not.
He said it's his LED solar panels.
Again, you're generalizing, and that's again, you're not looking at the. That's why I try to break it down. And anytime you do that, that it doesn't look good for you. It doesn't, because the whole
For
point
me,
is
I'm
that
not
I'm
actually
trying to.
making the claim, brother.
No, you are making the claim. You're making the claim on based on little information, and you haven't gotten through the whole thing because it annoys you. Okay, that's what the rich people do when they stick their little finger up in the air and hold a teacup. It annoys you. That's the reason why I said this is
Wait,
not for you. Because the simple fact
did you
is
call
that
me
I'm going
rich?
to. Yes, I called you rich.
Why'd you call me
Yes,
rich?
yes. The the whole point was is that I tried to break down
I'm from the
from the
projects, brother.
battery from the battery. I tried to measure what the tie grid needed to operate. And yes, I can show other videos showing that I hooked the battery to the tie grid. So yeah, all that is that those are good questions. The whole simple fact is that I'm just showing in the meter that this is a bicycle battery, came out of an electric bike. It is 36 watts, around 2 to 3 amps that it puts out. The meter tells you exactly what that is. And then on the other side of the meter is what goes into the tie grid. And how do you know this? Is that when you look closely, Webb, and this is a question for you. If you look closely,
Yeah.
it tells you right at the beginning, that little small number right up under the 900, it tells you what's being put into it. If it was connected to the grid, it would have 120 volts. Okay, but since this is a DC operation, 120 volts would blow it up. So you can't put 120 volts into a inverter of any type. It either takes 12, 24, or 36. So you see that I'm putting 36 volts into this tie grid. Okay. So now that we understand all that we're looking at, you understand that all I'm saying is that what my solar has to come up with is 3 amps and 36 volts. So I'm asking, if you look at what I did when I did the measurements with the multimeter, it said 17, and I have two of those panels. 17 and 17 is obvious. It's easy math to do. So then I put four panels on there. So now I have way over the amount of voltage that I need. Okay. That means it has to be stepped down. That's what the charge controller does. Okay. I have way over because I have four 17s going in there. We got the voltage. Now it's the amps. That's what the MOSFET do. I need to get out of a MOSFET that's 45 amps, only 3 volts. And then that tie grid puts out what the battery couldn't do or sustain, 1,700 watts of power, which goes into my electrical system. Because anybody who knows what a tie grid inverter does, you plug it into the wall and it puts the energy that is producing into your electrical system. So any energy that I take off of that to put back in there, like running those little small motors and what's names and everything, comes from the tie grid. Okay. So that's when you see it. Yeah, I showed you, look, this is all I need. I needed because I tore up one of them. I had more than five. But what happened is that when I put my big system in there, smoke came out of it because I was way over the voltage needed to run this system. And I talk about that. So again, I had to break down my system, which is stackable. That means I can add as much voltage as I want, and then take the voltage alone, and then say with the MOSFETs, can we get any usable AC current out of it? And I don't need much because my solars are now it's multiple of them, it's many of them. So if I have a MOSFET on each of these solar panels, I got all the energy that I want. I had too much. So again, that's why I'm trying to break down the experiment so people understand what I'm having, a battery, to find out how much energy needed for that tie grid to run, and then duplicate that with my solar experiment. And then you've seen it because I showed that video running the tie grid. Okay. So it's running the tie grid, and that's putting energy back into my house. And that means that 7,000 watts of all my tie grids running at the same time is putting 7,000 watts into my household. That's when I say I'm running my household, and that's been running for 8 years.
I see. There's a question from Eddie. Eddie said he really wants your answer about. He says about the input that he saw is 36 volts times 3 amperes, which is 108 watts, and the output is 1000 watts. How is that
Yes.
not free energy? and that you say that it doesn't
It's
produce
not
free
it's not free energy. The MOSFETs are responsible for doing that. The MOSFETs, which I've been trying to explain. I said when you look at a regular inverter, a 12-volt inverter,
energy.
when you put energy into it from a 1000 that was, excuse me, 100 amp 12-volt battery that only is in the 1000 range. So how is it running a 2000 watt? Where's the extra 1000 watts come from? The MOSFETs are responsible for that. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
these are the things that you can ask
I
people
would
to
challenge
critique.
that.
Okay, that again, that's what you just heard me say. Those are the things to say that's wrong, and that
Before
you get 2000 watts.
before he challenges
A
you,
MOSFET does not provide any kind of energy.
Okay.
before before you challenge him, there was a question from Gerald. He
Yeah.
wanted to know if I'm trying to get it. He wanted to know if like you're powering the. Let me get the question. The question was: is the 979 watts coming from the LED solar panels, or is it the LED solar panel charging the batteries and the batteries goes to the tie grid?
It's two different experiments. That means in this experiment it's coming from a battery. The reason why it's coming from a battery because we need to know what the operational energy needed to run this device. Then once you know that, then I hook up my solar panels to produce what the battery is supposed to do. And there are two different experiments which I show, and it's on my videos that I show. And therefore, all I did was took this experiment to find out what the tie grid needed. In the other experiment, we got that exact same energy and we measured it, and then we put that into the tie grid, which is DC, and then we get the same results that you're seeing right now out of the tie grid.
Okay.
So,
I did.
so
I
just
did.
to be clear, I'm sorry, you had a question, Chris?
I said come in. You can come in before I read another question. You
Okay. So, just so I make sure I understand what you said, Lloyd, you said that your LED panels has nothing to do with free energy, correct?
Okay, let me clarify. It's a lot of things that's free energy. You just said solar is free energy, wind power is free energy, water wheels is free
We're not
energy.
talking about those. We're talking about your
Okay, no,
LED
I'm just
to
making.
solar. Because
Yeah,
you're asking about other things.
no, no,
Specifically,
no,
your
no.
LED to solar panel does that have
Let me
anything to
finish.
do with free energy?
Wait. Let me finish my statement, brother.
Why are you
Just
telling
let
me
me
about other
finish.
stuff, bro? Damn, just answer the
Stop. I don't
question.
cut you off. I don't do that. You've been
Oh
doing
my
it all
God,
this
man.
time.
I've been letting you
Okay?
talk for like 20 minutes, bro.
Okay. So the whole simple fact is that we understand there is a word meaning free energy. Now, what I said is that my solar panels are running from LED lights. Whether it's inefficient or not, I believe the energy coming from that solar panel is the same thing that you're getting from regular solar light.
Sunlight?
Yes.
You think LED lights are producing the same amount of energy as the sun?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, then explain, please.
Okay. I'm saying that my whole system with the MOSFETs and the solar is putting out 3 amps and 36 volts. That's enough energy to run that tie grid. That's what I'm saying. You could try to take it apart
Okay,
and
so again, I'll ask it again. Maybe I asked it wrong. Maybe. What does that have to do with free energy?
that's for a person to determine. So if you don't believe that's free energy, the whole point is that my electric bill is $100. It's on one of my videos. Every month I get $100 for all the energy you get. I got three refrigerators because that's on the video too. Three refrigerators, and I keep my lights on and run everything, microwaves and everything, and I still get $100 bill. So again, I'm letting the people determine whether this is free energy or not. But the whole simple fact is the energy that I'm producing, it comes from the panels, my system that I'm using, going through those tie grids that's attached to my house. So everybody trying to force me to say something so they can jump on me. I'm just
No,
stating the
no, Lloyd,
facts. What,
Lloyd,
can I
Lloyd, listen
finish?
to me. No, no, because you're running on a tangent again. Hold on, Lloyd. Hold on. Hear me. Just take 1 second and listen to me. This is not to attack you. I literally am trying to understand where you are so we can have a meaningful conversation. And what you are saying is confusing as hell. And then you don't want to accept the fact that your audience, I'm being one of them, is confused. Don't get mad at me. I'm trying to ask the right question so I can get a answer that we can move forward with. I want to know, what does this contraption, LED solar panel coming out from your device, what does that have to do with free energy? That's it.
So let me ask this question. You're
Oh my God.
confused. You're
Oh my God.
confused because you can't get an answer of whether this is free energy or
I'm
not. Because
trying to
you don't
understand you.
wait a minute. So you're trying. Wait a minute. You're trying to do is equate, trying to force everybody to say, if he doesn't say this is free energy or whether it's this, I don't understand what's happening here. Even though I explained it, is that what you're saying?
If I give you an answer, are you going to accept it, Lloyd?
Yeah. Go ahead. Give me an answer.
I'm telling you what you are hearing. You are already biased to the answer before I say it. I'm trying to tell you, you are saying some really gibberish type things. You're speaking all over the place. And as a person in this space, you are not saying anything of substance. You're not. And I'm trying to
Okay.
understand what you're really trying to say. You just may not have the words to say it. That's okay. That doesn't mean we still can't communicate. So I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say. When you say things like um volt and amps, I'm only talking about volts. Amps are just as important. You can't leave one out without the other. So when you do that, it seems like you're muddying the waters. I don't need all the fluff. I just need the bare bone numbers. That's it. All this other stuff, maybe that's for another audience. I'm not that.
Yes, it is. It is for another audience. I've
I'm
been
not
saying that
that.
too.
Yes.
Okay.
But
It's
what
for
you
another
are
audience.
saying is misleading, Lloyd.
No,
It's
it's
misleading.
you are trying to mislead what I'm saying. And you've been
I've
doing
given
that ever
nothing.
since you've been
Tell me
on the
which part is
show.
misleading. Tell me which
Okay.
part I said is misleading.
How come you haven't put up the fact that you said that I've told you that I
I'm
didn't want to
actually
hear
looking
from you?
for it. I'm looking for it. I
Yeah.
can't do that
Yeah.
and be on the panel. I'm trying to find it real time,
Okay.
Lloyd. I'm really trying to
You
find
did.
it.
I understand you said you're trying to find it. So the whole point is that I know for a fact that I never said that to you. That's just
All right.
something I don't do. It's
When you find out
unprofessional.
you did, I'd like an apology.
Okay.
So
I didn't say
ID,
that. That's why I ignored you.
ID. There's a question
Yes,
for
sir.
ID. Piero Dusa was asking, so identity, the definition of free energy is getting more power than you put in, right? I think he's asking you the definition of free
No,
energy.
no. By definition, free energy definitely is like solar energy. Solar energy. How we get it, harvest it, capture it, that's a whole different conversation. But free energy is all around us. It's in light, it's in water power, it's in wind power, it's in river currents. That energy is all around us. We have to figure out how to convert it into meaningful energy like electricity. That's why most of these contraptions we have, solar converts to electrical, wind converts to electrical. Like all these things we're doing, making it useful for us because we can transfer electrical energy. We can transfer in that form. So that's why when you say free energy, are you saying I'm going to get it for free and this contraption's going to help me do it? That's how you pitched it, Lloyd. You pitched your idea of solar panels in the basement is similar or at least comparative to just getting energy from the sun. But it's nowhere
Yes.
near running your house, bro. And I can tell you that straight to your face. It is not even
Okay.
giving you enough power to run your cell phone for I don't know until your batteries run out because you got all these other contraptions wrapped around it. You're missing the point. Your solar panel LED contraption is a fire hazard to be anything. Other than that, it's useless.
Now, uh, Chris Webb,
Yeah.
this is the point, and we're going to continue showing this because all he's doing is making it so we have to show it step by step where we're getting this energy from, how he's getting energy. If you understand what he just said, okay. So the simple
Yeah.
fact is, all we have to do is show it. But guess what? There's a video out already that shows this. So again, he everybody who's listening to it, he's making my point. He's making my point crystal clear.
Can't be, but go ahead.
Okay. And he'll never accept that. But he's one person out of a billion people on this planet. So he basically what he's telling me is to stop selling your book, shut up. I don't want to see these
I was
things.
asking,
And
why
then
do
he's
anybody
leaving.
even need it,
So
Lloyd? Why
guess
do we
what?
need it?
Exactly. Why do we need it? See, he's saying that. Why do
You
we
wrote a
need this?
book. Congratulations. Now,
Okay.
why are you telling?
It's
Convince me to
not
buy it.
the book is not for you.
What do you mean it's not for me? It's
It's
it's about
it's
science,
for my
right?
it's for my audience. My
Your audience,
audience.
yes, yes. But that's the part that you're being misleading about, Lloyd.
No, I'm not.
When you
No,
walk
I'm not.
into a room,
No,
when you
I'm not.
walk
That's
into
what
a
you're
room of people
saying.
that know what they're talking
You
about, you break
guess what?
down, Lloyd. You
Guess
break
what?
down.
I already did that. It's already under peer review. It's just that you think you're a professional and that
Okay,
this is a
Lloyd, you've
professional
been doing it
setting.
8 years, bro. Ain't nobody call you for no patents.
Well, hold on. How
Hey,
do
you've
you
been doing it eight
suggest?
years, bro.
Wait a minute. How do you suggest the patent office is going to call me? These are the things I keep trying to say that you're
I'll tell you
saying
why.
out of your
I'll
face.
tell you why.
Why
Because
would they call
90%
me?
of, okay, I will tell you why. Because 90% of your argument is based on Nikola Tesla's patents. That's why.
Yes.
It means something to you. So don't act like getting a patent don't mean shit now. You know damn
No,
well
that ain't
you
what you
lean on
said.
Nikola Tesla's,
You that ain't
you
what you
lean on,
said.
no. You lean on getting patents, bro. Stop.
You
You lean on Tesla's
where
patents like it's your brother, your long lost brother. That's how
where
much you talk about Tesla.
you see what I'm saying? He's being disingenuous on your show.
Bro, no,
He
no.
just
I
said,
was
"Why did
asking
the
you,
patent office call me to get a
yo,
patent?"
if this is as amazing as you say, where is
Okay,
it?
okay. The whole point is he didn't ask, "Hey, have you tried to patent this? Did you have a patent?" He never asked that question. He said,
Bro,
"Why didn't the patent people call you and get this
hey,
patent?" This is what
if
I'm
you
saying. This
pass
is
this
him
through any review
disingenuine.
board, you're gonna get 10 people like me throwing darts at it. Get used to it, brother.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's the point. Now, and Webb can confirm this, which I've been talking about. Several country has called me for this. Several country are bidding to pay for this. They looked at it. Okay,
So you put it on
so that's why I
YouTube?
keep trying to say what you're saying is
This
proving my
doesn't make
point.
sense, bro.
I know it doesn't to you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You got country. Wait a minute. You got countries calling you for this so-called technology, but you
Yes,
put it in a book, a $200, $400, $40, whatever type of book, in
uh,
YouTube videos. That's what you did with
look.
it.
Do you want me to answer that question?
I wish you didn't because it'll make you look worse.
Okay, but see, that's the whole point.
So
You really do exactly. See, that's what I want people to hear.
I don't know
It
why you
makes
think
you
this is
feel
a
worse.
win, bro. This is not a
No,
win for you, Lloyd.
listen. Because
so
guess what? What's else in the book is the
I'm
very
sorry, Chris. You
people
wanted something,
who are
Chris?
talking to me on WhatsApp. Okay, and I told
What's
Webb,
that?
I don't know if these
so
people are real, but they
we
say
have
they're from Malaysia. They're saying they're from Indonesia. They're saying they're from Saudi Arabia. They're asking for this, and when I gave them the thing, signing a non-disclosure agreement. They was like, okay, we want this, and Malaysia, they said it
If that were
works.
true, you wouldn't
Wait a
even
minute,
be on the internet,
Malaysia
bro.
said it works, but it's too expensive. That's what they say. So all this is going into the book. See, and that's why I kept trying to tell you one way or another. All I
The
did
hell
is
is
I
he
put out an
talking about,
experiment,
man?
and
So
then guess what? You
we have.
critique this experiment, you don't have all the answers to.
Let me read a few. Let me read a few comments. But we have Pierre Dusa is saying that I don't understand the argument. Then I thought the issue was the amplification of incoming power. That's free energy to me. There was a comment about somebody who was talking about
I agree
what
with
free.
that question. Actually, that's typical understanding that free energy is I'm getting more than I put in.
Yeah, there's this. It came from this comment. It says that if you get more energy from your system that is connected to the grid, then that's efficient energy. If you are 100% off the grid, then that is what it's called free energy, which was that comment
Yes,
that we
but it's
read
got to
was.
be Web. It has to be put in the context because they're got two different competing things under free energy. That's
Yeah,
the trick that they tried to pull. One says you got
Here we
more
go with
power
this
out than
spooky
in,
stuff.
and my system doesn't do that. Okay. The other one means that I have enough power going into my system to sustain the system equilibrium. Okay,
yeah.
and I don't have to pay a bill. So when you take those two comments and you merge them together, it makes people look stupid. And that's the point of it. That was the whole point of him jumping off and asking me, "Oh, is this free energy?" That's up for the people to read. All I'm saying is that what I presented and what I presented to all those other people who called me, all those other countries, is exactly what I did. I took the solar panels and the MOSFET circuit, and it runs the tie grid. That's all the energy that it takes to run the tie grid. I show these step by step. So again, if
But
you
you
want to
still got an
determine
electric
whether
bill.
that's free energy and misquote it to try to make it see it's more power out than in, I don't say that. I don't believe it's more power out than in.
So,
Matter of fact,
Prophet,
I think it's an efficient system because I'm wasting power the way I'm doing the conversion, but it sustains the system. It sustains it. All it has to do is charge the battery. That's it. So when people see that and they listen to what he's saying, he doesn't know that he's helping me out.
Prophet Ibert is saying that if the device was useful, Lloyd will simply measure the volts and amps through a resistor and erase all doubts. I think he's saying that you showcase the device. Then we have Travman is saying that if you rebuild MOSFETs with single wall transition, if you rebuild MOSFETs with single wall transition methods, that were these nanotubes, they are superconducting, and with graphene for the semiconducting gate, or otherwise known as quantum logic gates. I think he's getting the point of Lloyd.
Yeah, that's way too complex for this conversation.
You saying that's way too complex?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying quantum logic gates and then having a conversation with Lloyd is not. It's not. No, this doesn't match.
Then Shakta is saying that amplifying radio waves into usable energy is not rocket science.
That's exactly what I said too. If you're using an amplifier, that's different. But if you're saying you're amplifying through a MOSFET, you're not actually amplifying the input signal to get more energy out. The energy already is in the system. You already put
Uh,
it in there. So it's not free energy. So
well,
anytime you use a MOSFET, you're not getting free energy. A MOSFET does not introduce free energy. It takes energy
well,
you put into it, and your
Yeah.
input releases some of it, not all of it,
well,
but some of what you put in there. It's not free energy because it's
well.
MOSFET.
Where
Yes.
did you hear on this conversation me say that I amplified anything?
You did. You said when you come off the solar panels and go to your MOSFET. That's what you said.
I didn't say the word amplify. You said the
You
word
said,
amplify.
oh, you said that's where you get your current. Did you not?
Yes, but that don't mean it's amplified. Didn't you just say that?
Oh my God. This man is changing his words on the fly.
No.
God darn, Lloyd.
There it is. There it is.
Wait,
That's what I said. That's why
Lloyd,
we have a
stop.
host. That's where we have a host. Did you hear me say out of my word at any time that we amplify this through the MOSFET? Did I say that?
Here you go.
I am
I didn't
nobody. I
want
am
to do
nobody.
this. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this,
We
man.
have this question
Well,
from. We have this question. He's saying that ask Lloyd how the MOSFET work to amplify the power or the connection.
doesn't amplify. It just changes voltage into AC.
Hey,
It's
can you
taking the
can
it
you
takes
blow
the
that up, Chris?
and here's the thing. When you read my book, you're going to hear me say the exact same thing. You're also going to hear AI say the same thing.
What
It's
is this,
going to
Lloyd?
that is taking 1 amp and is running it through a MOSFET through high frequency to get 5 amps out.
Say it again.
It's taking one amp, okay,
Uh-huh.
and it's running it through a MOSFET at high frequency to get 5 amps out.
Okay. Now, Chris, please pay attention, Chris. This circuit does not have a MOSFET in it. I'm going to repeat. This circuit that Lloyd just said is taking 1 amps, passing through a MOSFET, and getting 5 amps out is incorrect. A 78XX, if you want to take a number, 7805 is a number. It's actually a voltage regulator. It is an NPN device, not a MOSFET. It's taking the current in through an NPN device, which is a current controlled current controlled current device. That is then passing it to another NPN device, not a MOSFET. Somebody Google 7805 NPN. You'll get the data sheet for this. Somebody Google that CR, whatever that number is on that second piece. I can't see it from here. But that is not a MOSFET. He just admitted he sees MOSFET. You have to explain yourself, sir.
Let me explain myself. You just said a number for one of the components, and it's two components there. What's the other number to
Yes.
the other component?
They're
What's the
both
number to the other
NPN
component?
devices. It's on there. I can't see. Okay, hold on. Let me
Okay,
blow it
yeah,
up. Let
yeah,
me blow
yeah,
it up.
yeah,
No. Yeah. You're
yeah,
doing.
yeah, yeah.
You're looking
You
bad
know,
here.
because that's what
So
you keep
listen. Okay,
doing.
let me explain.
You're
Let me
taking
explain
half a
again. I
system
told you I
and
didn't want to
trying
do
to
this.
make
I
the
told you I didn't
whole
want to
point.
do this, Lloyd. This is, that's why I asked you first. What do you see? You said MOSFET, and there's no MOSFET on this screen. The first component is a 78. Google 7805. XX just means it's different versions. Oh 04, oh 05. They're all NPN devices. 7805. Google that one. That's the first device. That is a voltage regulator. That's why you get current output because the regulator maintains the voltage, but it spikes the current based on the bias on the input. That's what that NPN is doing. The second NPN, the C5198, Google it. It is an NPN device. It is not a MOSFET. It is a bipolar junction, brother. So you have no idea what you are even seeing in your own video. This is your video. This is yours, Lloyd. You put this
You know
out.
what? Again, is that not a transistor?
Oh my God, you said MOSFET. You said MOSFET,
Oh, whoa,
Lloyd.
whoa,
We're not
whoa!
moving.
No,
We're
stop,
not moving.
stop.
We're
See,
not
this is the
moving.
disrespect. No, this is the
We're not moving.
disrespect. I asked a
We're not
simple
moving.
question. You
Okay,
see
hey
why? You
Chris.
see? Wait a
Chris,
minute.
did he say
You just
this was not a
got caught up in
MOSFET,
your
Chris?
words.
Chris,
You
did
just
he
got
say
caught up in your
no? We're
words.
gonna go to the host. We're
You
gonna go to the
just got
host
caught up in
like you
your
like to
words.
do. We're gonna
You
go to
just
the
got
host like
caught
you
up
like
in your
doing.
words. And everybody
Chris,
heard you
did he
say
not
it.
say MOSFET?
Wait a minute. so I can clarify. I asked a
Oh
simple
my God.
question. How come you
Just say
can't
you got it
answer the
wrong. Just
wait?
say you
How
got
come
it
you can't
wrong,
answer
bro.
the question? How come you
It is
can't
in,
answer the question?
it is in the
How
video
come you
title.
can't answer the question?
I think you can see it in the video title.
Ooh, good point, Chris. Great point. He put MOSFETs in the damn title. Ooh, great point, Chris. This is my point. He doesn't know what he's
Chris,
talking about.
Chris,
But
Chris.
let him
Do
explain
you
his point. Yeah.
understand? Do you understand that he didn't answer my questions, but he's just because what he's trying to do is he's trying to
Damn, yo, you
tear
just
me
got
down
stomped
so
on,
bad
bro.
that I asked a simple question.
I said I
So I'm
didn't want
gonna
to do it.
wait a minute. I'm gonna ask you a question, Webb. I
Yeah.
asked a simple question. Is one of these devices a transistor?
They're both transistors.
Okay. A
And,
MOSFET and a transistor is the
I'll
same
I'll
thing.
give you a little more history
See,
here,
he
bro.
cut me off again.
No. I
He
just
can't
answered
finish the
yes.
statement.
Hold
He cut
on.
me
Chill,
off again.
chill. Because
ID,
you shouldn't be
ID,
No,
talking
you
right now.
chill.
The mistake
ID,
You
you just made,
chill.
you shouldn't be
I have
talking.
the floor.
ID.
I have the
Listen,
floor. You chill.
listen,
Let me finish
listen.
answering my
But
question.
ID,
first of
ID,
Stop
let,
trying to interrupt.
because this is my
Stop
ID,
hold on,
trying
ID,
to
because this is my
steal
source.
from a
This
person.
is my
Wait,
source. I'm bringing
wait,
this
no,
source. You
wait,
didn't share
wait,
your video, bro. I
wait.
did.
ID,
I shared this.
Web. Let
I
me finish
ID,
shared
my
this. Let
statement,
me
Web.
explain my video.
Can
Let me
I finish
explain
my
my
statement?
source.
But I
My
have the
ID,
source
floor.
is
I
that
have the floor.
7805,
Let me
that
finish my statement.
78XX
And he
device
doesn't want
is
this to be
something
clear.
called, this
MOSFETs
dude
and
can't even,
transistors are the same device. He
wow.
didn't want to say
Hold
it.
on,
A MOSFET is a transistor.
Anybody out there hearing what he just said? A
ID,
MOSFET and a what is
A
the same thing?
transistor.
They're not the same.
They're transistor.
No, they're all transistors.
Thank
But
you.
this is not a MOSFET. You
I'm
called
done with
it a
that
MOSFET.
question. It's
You
a
called it a MOSFET.
transistor.
You called it a MOSFET.
I don't care what I called it. It's a
Exactly.
transistor.
You shouldn't be talking,
A
bro. You shouldn't
MOSFET
be
is a
talking. You
transistor,
shouldn't be
and again,
talking,
you're
bro.
gonna play words so you can
You shouldn't be
destroy
talking.
people's
I
thoughts.
think
The
I
whole
debunked
point
him with his
was
own video.
I explain this on my videos to
I got him with
say
his own
that
video.
MOSFETs are transistors.
I got him with his own
I
video.
explained that. He didn't want you to know that, but he just submitted it. A
Hey, Chris.
transistor is in the
Hey,
same
Chris.
family
So this is
as
what I'm
a
gonna do.
MOSFET, a JPZ, and guess what, Chris?
JPZ. What the hell is
Go
a
over to my
JPZ?
last video.
What is a
You'll see that I
JPZ?
put all those transistors and all of them together. So
Chris, he has
so
no
one
idea what
would
he's
not be
saying.
confused that
He has
these
no idea what
things
he's
are
saying.
all called the same thing because they're all
He has
transistors.
no
No
idea what
matter
he's
how big
saying.
they are. That's the video with me having that big white MOSFET in my hand. That is a transistor. He's trying to be confusing because he knows we don't understand the way he
Uh-oh.
understands
Somebody's
it.
upset.
He's
Somebody's
trying to
upset.
hurt people from this energy because he doesn't
Oh,
want this
somebody's
out.
upset.
Okay? So the whole simple fact is every step of the way he's been
Hey,
lying to you.
okay.
And you
If it's a
said that
transistor, what
when
kind of
people get
transistor
this
is it?
up,
What kind
they're
of
going to
transistor is it?
understand that a
What
transistor and a
kind of
MOSFET
transistor
are
is it?
in the same family.
They're not in the same
They're going
family.
to
What kind of
understand that.
transistor is it?
He's
so,
They're
so,
looking
not in the same
foolish.
family.
so,
Hold on. Hey, Chris,
so,
1 second, because this is a great learning point. This is a great learning point. When you say transistor, that's like saying a car is I don't know, a
Car.
Maserati. Yes, they're both cars, but a Maserati's not a Honda. Just
I
because
don't.
they're the same, they're cars doesn't mean they're the same, bro. I'm telling you right now, a
But the
MOSFET.
way I use it,
No, Lloyd, because
use
you're not
it,
offering anything.
if
You're
I
not
say
offering
a
anything. Hold
car
on.
is
You're
a
not offering
car,
anything,
is
Lloyd.
not
Lloyd, you're not
misleading.
offering anything. You're not offering anything right
Okay,
now.
then stop.
I'm
If I'm
giving
not
you
offering
something.
anything, why are
My
you
point
worried
is
about what I'm
because
offering?
I am
Why are
presenting
you worried about
information.
I'm offering?
Because I'm presenting information and you're
This
not
man
letting the people get it.
is trying to steal this technology so it doesn't go out to the world. Okay?
Anyway,
He
wait,
just
wait,
made an analogy
Chris,
about a car. And
wait,
he's
Chris,
wait,
getting
wait,
mad at
wait,
me
wait,
because
wait.
I didn't call it a
hold
Maserati.
on,
He
bro.
said it's car. But a car is a car. It has four wheels and an engine in it, and it
Is a
drives.
Maserati
That's
a
the
Honda?
point that I'm trying to
Is a
make with the
Maserati a Honda?
transistors.
Is a
Okay,
Maserati a
it's,
Honda?
it's the same point that I'm trying to make with the
Is a
transistor. A car is a
Maserati
car.
a
But
Honda?
guess what? He's trying to steal this from you.
Is
Don't let
a
him do it.
Maserati a Honda?
Everybody
Wait,
knows
wait,
what
wait,
it's
wait,
you
wait.
heard it.
I, I,
Everybody knows.
I, I. So we have our Brown is saying that what is the point of this argument? Personally, I think it will be easy maybe if Lloyd can get to you his paper, then you can go through and you see what he has. You can try to build the component. Then maybe you can try to have this conversation again next week, because I think
I would love to
you
talk
guys
about
will
this in a
argue.
civil conversation.
You guys will argue and argue and argue.
But
I
there
doubt if
wasn't even
you're.
a point in arguing. He was wrong about the MOSFET. That's all. He was wrong. That's it. It
Yes,
wasn't a MOSFET.
Chris,
That's it.
Uh,
you know, when we
Look,
do this
look.
interview,
This is what I offered.
I'm
So,
going to
so, if,
we're
so,
going to
so,
get
so, Chris.
we're
So,
going to
Chris. So you
put
know.
somebody
Hold on, Lloyd.
who
Hold
is
on, Lloyd. I was in
buying
the
the
middle of a
device.
conversation, Lloyd. I
Wait a
was in
minute,
the
we're
middle of
going to
a
put someone
conversation,
who's
Lloyd.
on here buying the
Hold
device.
on, bro. I
Okay?
was talking.
See, he doesn't
Hold
want
on.
that said. He doesn't want that
Hold
said.
on. Why do
See,
you keep repeating
wait,
yourself?
because the whole point was we're going
You
to
are
get the
totally useless
investor
right now.
who
You
looked
are
at
as
this
useless
and
as
is
your
buying
LED
the
panels, bro.
product. He's buying it. Okay?
Anyway,
So the whole simple
anyway.
fact is his opinion is
Hey,
what am
Chris.
I selling? But the
So
whole point
listen.
is that someone is buying it and he's upset about that.
Okay, you said that. We got
So
it. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
let's get somebody on here who looked at the
Thank
work
you, Lloyd.
and is buying it. Okay?
Lloyd,
That
we
makes
heard
more
you.
sense
you're
because he's
saying
Yo, he
spending
hurt.
millions of dollars on
He's
this.
hurt.
He's spending
He's hurt.
millions of dollars on this.
I just
Okay?
embarrassed
you're
him. He's
saying
hurt.
you're saying we get a third person to look into the work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The person who is buying the work for
Listen,
millions of dollars. So you get
listen.
his opinion. He looked at the work and
Would
he's
you
willing to
ever,
spend millions of dollars on this.
willing?
Isn't that
I
the point?
guarantee you he don't. I
Even
guarantee
though
you he don't.
he's
I
trying to
guarantee you
destroy
he don't.
everything that I'm
Can you
saying.
can you be able can you be able to get him right now, like
Yes,
such a person, or you have to plan first?
yes. No,
Can you?
we can no, we can get him on here. But like I said, when we do an interview, let's do it with the person who's spending the money. Okay? That just makes common sense. Let's do it with the
Anyway,
person who's spending money. See,
hey,
he's not spending
Chris,
any money. He's just making an
Chris,
opinion.
Yeah.
Chris,
Okay?
I'll donate to the channel. I ain't got no problem donating to the channel. You gonna match it, brother? You gonna match it? You talking shit? You want to match donations, brother? Don't sit there and talk like you got it like
Yeah,
that.
look,
So if you want to match
look,
donations, let's go.
look. Chris,
All
is
right,
that
then
what I
if you ain't
said?
gonna do it, then shut the hell up, bro, because you being
Chris,
disrespectful. You being
Is
disrespectful.
that what I
If you
said?
ain't gonna sit here and put your money where your mouth
Chris,
is, then why you talking?
No.
let's
You
get
want
an
to brag about
understanding.
your
Is that
patents?
what you
You want
think
to
I
brag
said?
ID
about your patents?
ID.
Wait,
He was
Chris, is
saying
that what
he
you
was
understand
saying
I
that
said?
Hey, Chris, put your cash app in the thing. Put your cash app in, Chris.
he was saying that he was. I don't have a cash app. He was saying that. What was he saying? He was saying that if he can be able to get somebody who is willing to spend on the technology, then we can have a discussion with them as well.
That's what I
I have
said.
no problem. I can be
See,
civil, but the disrespect when it comes, I'm going to give
see,
it back, and that's unfortunate,
but
but
wait a
it
minute.
is what
But
it is.
how's that disrespect? How's that disrespect?
So
Because I told
because
Chris
again, I will
that
tell you. Do
the
you want me to
person
answer
who
that?
is paying for this. How
Do you want me
you
to
see what
answer
I'm
that?
saying, Chris?
Do you
Do
want
you
me to
understand what I
answer it,
said?
Lloyd?
But I'm talking to Chris. The whole point was I'm asking Chris, was I being
How are
disrespectful
you
because
talking
I
to him?
said
And I'm
let's get a person who is buying my device on here to talk about? Is that disrespectful?
no, that's not disrespectful, brother.
No, no, no.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
That wasn't the part. The part was actually trying to repeat yourself 10 times. That's the disrespectful part. The point I was
Yeah,
making
you've
was,
done that. You've been
point
doing
I
that
was
all
making
this
was, I
show.
got you. I'm teaching right now. I'm teaching right now, please.
Yes,
The point I was
you
trying to
always.
make was, this is why I wanted him to tell me what he saw. He clearly saw the what he wanted to see. I am telling him that is not what you are seeing, brother. And I can tell you, you're doing the exact same thing with the math. You're doing the exact same thing with the science. You are only seeing what you want to see. I called you out on it based on your own response. And I said that's not a MOSFET, that's an NPN device. Do you know what an NPN device is?
Yeah,
Can you
it's a
tell me what an
transistor.
NPN device?
It's a transistor.
That does what?
It's a transistor. You just asked me a
That
question.
does
Now
what?
you're going into another one.
And I'm asking you, what does it do? That's the
No,
next
you
question.
asked me, was I right or wrong? Is it a transistor?
Yes, they're all transistors. Yes.
Thank you. So that's the end
Okay,
of
so
that.
what does it do? So now, what does it do?
The whole point was is I was making a generalization that these MOSFETs and which are transistors does what I asked it to do. And when I showed it to someone, someone is willing to pay for it.
Okay,
Okay?
we
Because
heard
he
that.
studied it. Oh, yes, you did hear that.
I'm
But
trying to move forward, Lloyd.
the
I'm
whole
trying
point
to move
is
the
what
conversation
point are
somewhere we
you
haven't gone
making?
yet.
What
Can you
point
let
are
me
you
get there?
making?
Can you let me
That,
get there? And I'll get there. I'll get there. Trust me. I will get there. I will deliver. Relax. My point is, you don't call a Maserati a Honda. They're both
yes, I
cars.
do.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I do.
They are not
I
the
do.
same. They are
I do.
not the same. If you call a Honda a Maserati,
I just answered your question. I do. I call
okay,
a Maserati
congratulations.
and a Honda the same
And
thing.
you
It's called
also
a
call
car.
MOSFETs NPNs. I got
It's
you.
called a car. They both have
I got you.
engines.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Yeah, you said that. You ain't got to repeat it. So, because you don't know, you should have just said you didn't know what an NPN actually does. But because you don't know, an NPN does not take voltage in. It takes current in. Current. The same current that you said you're trying to recover. You feed a transistor current when it's not even a voltage and expecting current out? It doesn't care what your voltage is. It wants current. That's an NPN device. That's why it doesn't work in your system because all you have is voltage off those panels. You have to use a MOSFET. But in that circuit, there was no MOSFET to be seen. You said it was. You should have just said I made a mistake. That's it. No harm, no foul. But that was my point. You don't
Oh,
even know what you're looking at, and that was your video, Lloyd. That was yours off your channel, and you can't even identify it. That's crazy to me, bro.
So ID you want him to say that he was wrong or what? Or that he was wrong?
I would have been done with it. I mean, I really didn't want to do it, but
of
that's
course,
why I asked him
no,
first.
no, no. He's again.
So
He's trying to. If a person makes a generalization, okay, a
Generalization.
car,
We're talking technical, bruh.
a
This
car
ain't no
is a car,
generalization. This
okay. So the whole
conversation's
point
bigger than you,
is,
Lloyd.
wait a minute. The whole point was because it was a snippet to people to get people to realize that
It
these are
was a
all
snip.
transistors. Okay, that's the thumbnail that we put up there for an example. That
That's not
these
what you said in the
things,
video, Lloyd.
these things, which we call MOSFETs, are transistors. Which I did say in the video. Again, you got to realize why he's doing that. Okay, you just got to realize why he's doing that. So the simple thing
You want to
is
ask
that
me why?
it, no, I don't want to ask you why.
Well, then
Because
don't
guess
don't
what?
assume a damn thing. I'm
You
a grown ass man, bro. Don't assume anything about me. Don't assume
guess
anything.
what?
I'm on this panel
I
just like
didn't
you.
assume. I
Ask
made
me
an
what you need to
opinion.
know about me.
No, I made an opinion. It's not asking you anything.
You
I can
did.
make
You're
my own
telling me.
opinion
You're
because
telling me
I'm a
my
grown ass
response.
man. Okay,
Well, then
I can
act
make
like
my
it, then,
own
bro.
response or my own thoughts. You're not going to control me and tell me what to think or what to say. That's my opinion, and I
I
can
don't deal.
stand on
I'm
my
not dealing with
opinion.
opinions, bro. This is science. I don't deal with opinions, bro.
Okay, then that's your whole point. That's what I've
Hell
been
with
trying to say.
opinions, bro.
You've
You're
been
talking
trying
about
to
free
destroy
energy,
something,
and you want to
but
give me
you're
your
too
opinion.
late. You're too late.
Hey,
It's out
chat.
to
He
the
wants to
world.
talk to you about free
It's
energy,
out
and he wants to
to
give you his
the
opinion.
world.
Why would you give me your
Everybody
opinion? Tell me
can
what
see
you
it.
know,
Guess what? You don't need to know that because someone's paying millions of dollars for it.
bro. You're living in your basement right now. I don't think anybody's paying you for shit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Again, they're listening to you. You're embarrassing yourself.
Okay. You sitting on
I'm not
millions.
living
Okay,
in my
fine.
basement. I've
Hey,
flown
you
all the way
you
to
call me
another
rich.
country.
You call
I'm
me rich.
living in another country.
Well, you couldn't hack it in the U.S. Is that what it was?
No, I didn't
You
want to
couldn't.
deal with Trump.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
See, so you keep
Okay.
making these
I don't
opinions
accept it. I
and
don't
you're
accept it. But go
destroying
ahead,
any credibility that you have.
bro. Bro, you got it wrong. It's okay. It's
Guess
okay.
what? You know
I
what?
get
You can
things
keep
wrong
going.
too, bro.
Listen,
I get
it's
things
good for
wrong
you
too. It's
going.
okay.
Guess what? You can keep going on that. And that's okay. But the
Why won't you
simple
just
fact
say
is,
it?
the fact is that
Why won't you
someone
just
is
say it?
paying millions of dollars of his money to
So why
buy
are you
my
selling this book then, brother?
because I'm trying to make sure people don't get killed because of people like you.
You care so much you're gonna charge them. Yeah, right. The hell out of here,
It's
bro.
a book.
Stop.
It's a book. But see
You wrote a
again,
book to not get somebody killed, so you sell it?
yes, but I also gave it out free.
Well, then why would
Isn't
anybody
that
buy it?
see? That's the part you left off. What you've been doing the whole show. You didn't
Can somebody
understand that
help
I
me?
told
Why
people
would
for
you sell
free
it? Okay, so why are you selling it to people and then you would actually give
because
it
it's
away
my.
for free?
Why do people
So you
sell
ripping
books?
people off?
Okay, that's your opinion.
I'm asking, are you ripping people off?
No, it's my book.
It's a free
It's
book.
my opinion. It's my work. I can sell a
Okay,
book.
you can. You do whatever you want with it. But you're not
Okay,
making
so
sense
what's
right
the
now, Lloyd.
problem? Why are you
You're
angry
not making
about that?
sense. I'm not angry. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
you
are.
don't
You are
know what
angry.
you're talking about. You
Okay, it's
don't
not for
know.
you. It's not for
It
you.
is definitely not for you.
Guess what? Evidently, the person who's buying it for me, it is for me.
Okay, yeah. Bring the people that's buying the book on the panel, bro. Bring them up.
Ah, see,
Bring them
now
up, bro. I would love to
there's
talk to
something.
them. Actually,
Guess what?
come by my neighborhood, bro. Look,
We don't need
okay,
to
for the
come by
people,
your neighborhood,
I do have a
Chris.
YouTube channel. I'm not on live anymore, but I am on a channel called Q Butter. Anybody want to come over there, scream at
Chris,
me, whatever. It's Q Butter. We talk STEM, we talk politics, all that stuff. I'm there a lot. So come see me
Chris,
over there.
can you see
Yeah,
my face? Can you see my face?
yeah.
Can you hear me talk?
Yeah, I do.
Why is he hiding behind a cartoon?
Because I choose to, just like you hide
I
behind a
mean,
bullshit ass book.
Okay, okay,
All right,
there it
all
is.
right, yeah, all right, yeah.
Guess what?
Stupid
I
Steven, bro.
believe that he works for one of the gas companies.
No,
Okay,
actually, one of the electric companies.
okay. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, I work for one
There
of the
it
electric
is.
companies. I pay him
There
every
it
day.
is.
Yeah, I pay him
This
every
is
day
why
for
he
the
don't
energy.
want it out.
Because you know
Let
why?
everybody hear.
Energy
He
is
works
not
for the
free,
electric
brother.
company.
'Cause
He
energy
does
is not
not want
free,
this
brother.
out. He does not want this out.
I
So
would
guess
love
what?
for people.
I'm
Hey,
going to put
hey,
the
by the
book
way,
out,
you know what? You know what?
and we're
Anybody
going
that's
to keep
listening
talking about this.
on my channel, since he thinks I'm not even into this space, I actually convert heat into electrical energy using thermal piles. Go to my
Oh
channel.
wow.
I actually convert energy from hot and cold water, and I run a
What?
simple fan to demonstrate my experiment. So
you
you can
said
go
what?
check it out.
Can you, ID? There's somebody saying that I should interfere you too, so that we can go to what matters. Eddie, maybe you can say what matters. Can you be able to share the link of your channel in the private? Maybe I can
Yes,
post
yes,
it.
I can. I can.
Eddie Cliff saying that 40 supersonic, that one electrical engineer doesn't make. Have you read the book? Does it match? You're talking about which book? Then Tech Knight is saying that at least he knows a MOSFET. There was a comment where somebody was saying that Sunset Innovation saying there's a comment where somebody was saying that have you shared the link where somebody was saying that ID came to attack to attack Lloyd? Uh, have you shared the link or you are working in the back?
I'm
I
actually
think it's in the back.
sharing it right now. I'm trying to hold on. Where should I post it? I'm not used to
Uh,
this EV Mux. I've never used this before.
Oh, oh.
This interface. I'm usually using StreamYard.
Or StreamYard.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to. So this is a little different. All right, I
Yeah,
see the
StreamYard.
private chat. I
I
see
think
the private.
StreamYard. Let me text you. I think StreamYard is the best,
Yeah, they just cost a lot of money.
but it costs a lot. I wanted to subscribe recently, and I saw it was very expensive.
Yes.
Let me text you. I think they increased the prices recently, or was it because back
Mm.
sometime back it wasn't that expensive.
I think it was like 250 a year at one point, but I think it went up, and now you can't have co-hosts. You used to be able to have a bunch of co-hosts, but they killed that too.
Yeah, and it varies for
All right.
each channel. So that by saying that I've seen his videos and I've done research of my own. Also, have electrical and robotics experience, so I know what he's saying. I think this 40 supersonic. So you're saying that you've tried out to do what Lloyd is saying.
Which part?
40. I don't know which part. I think you'll explain. Then I'm nobody saying that I can boil water with magnets. I think it's just making jokes. Or are you serious, man?
Uh,
I might say that you're making jokes, but maybe you're serious.
all right, so I'm gonna send a link to that's my channel where I actually convert thermal heat energy from hot and cold water to an electrical signal that drives a small fan. I am in the space of renewable energy, is the actual word. Renewable energy, because the energy is already here. It's already here in thermal, heat, light, wind, water. It's already here. We just have to figure out how to convert it. So, in order of interest, when Lloyd was talking the first time I heard about him, I was interested because I'm always trying to figure out how people harvest that energy. That's not easy, depending on the technology. So that's where the interest came in. But I'm in renewable energy. I'm fascinated with it. I am fascinated with it. I know a ton of stuff about physics and semiconductors and all that stuff. So I'm always thinking about trying to how do we actually make that more efficient or make it more like user friendly for the masses, not in some science lab. Like I'm always in that space. So that's why I listen to people tell me what they thinking. But it
So
wasn't to attack Lloyd. It was not to attack him. Trust me, brother. I did not want to do that because I'm way more respectful than that.
maybe can you be able to, like, I wish you two could be able to link and maybe share what Lloyd has done about the book so far. Then you can be able to see and more like do the scientific review of the same. I don't
I'm
know if
okay.
Lloyd,
I'm okay with the discussion. I'm fine with it.
if he can be able to get you maybe to sign an NDA. I don't know, Lloyd, if you're still around or you froze.
Oh no, Lloyd's not going to share anything with me.
No, I froze because one of your persons wanted me to show him one of the videos. So I'm looking for the videos to send over to him. See, you got to understand a lot of the people who are making comments on your show are also making comments on mine. So again, I'm showing him all the results and what's name. So he wanted to know what I'm running the motor on. So I think I sent you those videos where I show you where I'm getting my power from, what I light up the LED lights, and what I run the motor on. And I actually run the motor on those things. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think the very first videos.
Okay, yes, the very first video. Well, he's asking me for that, and I'm trying to get that to him because again, um, that's what I do. You can call me whatever you want to call me. You can say what you want to say. The simple fact is, I've already had people look at this. I've already had AI critique it. So again, everybody's going to have an opinion, and I don't mind that. The whole point is that when you start saying generalizations and stuff, or trying to misquote me or make me look stupid because I'm not on your level, that just proves my theory that yeah, you're beating up on me because I didn't say the word library the correct way. What's
Please
that
don't
have
play
to
a
do
victim,
with
Lloyd.
my
So wait,
actual
wait, 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 wait,
device?
wait. Caleb is saying that I sent to him. He missed the video. Maybe now I'm not sure if I can find it now, but I'll look. I have it. Maybe later you can contact me on my email
Uh,
and WhatsApp. So I wanted to ask. So you two like began all this feud because of the pronunciation of library.
No, that wasn't the reason. That was I'll tell you context because that's what's missing here. When Lloyd
Uh,
was saying, "I'm a librarian," it sounded like Liberian. So everybody
oh,
thought he was talking about Liberia. And then when he said, "I own a library," and then the question came, "What are you saying, library?" And he said, "Yes." And it's like everybody thought you said Liberia, like the way you were saying it. It wasn't to attack him. It was confusing. Yeah, I mean, again, it was a funny joke at the time because everybody on the panel was confused. They thought he meant Liberia, like just like the way he was saying it, it didn't sound like library. Yeah, so it wasn't like to attack him. It was funny once we realized, oh, that's what he mean. He has a library. That's what he meant. Yeah, it's actually not my channel. So a little background: Q Butter is out of New York, and he teaches STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math to the young black boys and girls in the area. And he also has an online presence with some kids across the country, of which I participate in actually teaching them STEM, and exposing them to the sciences, the information, the technology. They're doing like some amazing projects right now, doing mixing different sensors and Arduino and all these different things that are going on. So again, this is where we met. Lloyd and I met on this panel where discussions. It's a random panel. Sometimes it runs 24 hours, depending on who's up there, and it could be politics. Mostly it's politics, but a lot of times we have Tech Tuesdays where we talk a lot about science and technology and where it's going and Elon Musk and all of that stuff. And I chime in a lot with the science stuff. I'm usually the resident engineer on the panel that discusses a lot of like how things work, how things operate. So this is typical to me. So when Lloyd came and he said he's talking about energy and he's talking about solar panels and he's talking about all these things like yeah, you're dabbing in like a world that I know a lot about. So it intrigued me that wait, he's thinking a MOSFET is this magical device. It's not. It's just physics, and we know everything, the ins and outs of a MOSFET. I can tell you when it breaks down, when it's gonna burn up, the temperature control. When you build it, you have to build it with something called safe operating area, which means don't go above this voltage, this temperature, and this current, because if you do, it'll burn up. So these things we know about. We know about the pulse current. We know if you turn it on and off. What's actually transferring that little spike in voltage? It's not free energy, it's actually energy already in the system. It's already in there. You already put it in there. That's where the misleading part came in for me, and that's where the contention came in for me. Don't tell the people that's free energy. I was trying to tell Lloyd, we know about that spike in voltage. It's actually damaging to the system. It's useless energy because one, it destroys the MOSFET. That's why MOSFETs burn up when you're trying to make it do things it's not supposed to do.
Yeah.
Secondly, there's a limitation to how fast you can switch these things because you're actually turning on and off a conduction channel. It's like literally turning on a resistor, turning it high, then low. That resistor can only be switched at a certain speed before it burns. That is a physical phenomena we have well known documented for that for MOSFETs. That is not a surprise. Is it energy
Eddie,
coming out of the system? No.
Eddie, Eddie, I see your question, but Lloyd is, I think, is looking for the video to send to. It was to send to someone. It was he wanted to send to Caleb, but
Okay.
I can see that he's trying to join. But your question was, they really want the answer to this question, Lloyd. That please explain how a MOSFET produces AC current, and is it the same as pulse current? If not, please explain to us.
It's actually a great question.
The the AI in which I get a lot of my answers from says anytime that you pulse a MOSFET at high frequency, do the electromagnetic kickback, you get pulse AC current out. So that's a simple answer. We use that pulse AC current in our device to get the higher current times the voltage we get from the solar panels, and we got a usable energy coming into our charge controller.
I see. I think that was Eddie. Eddie, I hope your question was answered. We have Radian 18 is saying that I think Nikola Tesla knew how to disturb the natural equilibrium in the environment so the dipole is produced and can capture it. So Pierrot Dusa is saying that the argument is about the word free. For instance, I pay for Game Pass on Xbox. So we say we play games for free, but we pay for a subscription. But let me look for.
All right, yeah, Chris, I gotta hop off. I had a interesting time over here. I'm actually subbed to the channel. And it's because of Lloyd. I actually got your name through Lloyd's channel. So I guess you can thank Lloyd for me actually subbing over here. So I won't be a stranger. I'll pop in and out every now and again when you guys are talking about some interesting stuff, you know. And again, Mr. Stovall, I do not mean any disrespect to you. I am a respectful guy, and I do respect anybody I talk to about this stuff. I do not hate you in any
The,
manner.
the same. I mean, just to be, current, the same. I don't mean you any disrespect. I'm just saying that even though I may not understand on your level, okay, but what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, I don't care if a person says, "Oh, this is wrong." It's not. It's just that I'm working with what I've actually done. That the only part that I've had um, that I'm arguing with. If I tell you that I'm running something for 8 years, that's not a lie. Okay. If I'm telling you that I'm sending high frequency through a MOSFET and it's giving me this AC current out, I only need 1 or 2 amps of current out to be mixed up with the solar that I have. That's not a lie. That's what I've been doing. Okay. So if a person says, "Oh, that's not what he's doing," okay, but that's what I've been running. Now, maybe I don't understand how it exactly does what it does. Okay, I will generalize it. A car is a car. I know it has an engine. I know it has 4 wheels. You go, but you don't know what it is. This is a Pacific car. Yeah, that's what you did to me today. And I says, okay, I don't know the Pacific car, but I do know what I've been running. and I have the experiments to prove it. And I've been showing tons of people exactly what I'm doing. I'm not lying to them. I'm showing them exactly what I'm doing. If someone says, okay, this is exactly what's happening, I don't mind that. But don't destroy something that says, oh, this is not happening if you haven't looked at what I did. That's the only problem I have with this. This is the reason why I kept referring to Chris. So he would say, hey, I looked at this. Okay. It took away from what we were talking about around the crystal radios. Okay. It took away from that. The whole point was is that we can draw energy from radio waves. Okay. Can we hook those together? Yes. If we can hook those together, how many does it take? That's how I work on my basis. Now, can we shrink that down? That's how we work. If this is not scientific, if it's not free energy, then what is it? That's the discussion we should be having. But to tell people that that's wrong, you're not looking at what you're looking at. We all seen that the LED lit up from a crystal radio. So that's why I said you got to look at what people interpret, what people are saying, how they're drawing their opinion. And me, I don't want to take that away. If I'm wrong, okay, I'll say I'm wrong. But tell me why I'm wrong and why is the system working?
But there are two caveats here. One caveat being this is the internet. I probably have seen more fake videos than I've seen real ones, to be real. And I'm speaking from somebody who, like I said, I've physically worked with this stuff, and I know some of the things that people do on the internet is not real. I know it for a 100% fact. I'm not guessing. I know that a lot of these videos are not real. So I know it'll break down once I start asking the right questions, which is why I'm very specific with the language. I teach a lot of young kids in junior high and high school. Math and science is a language. It's like speaking Spanish. If you don't know what you're saying, then maybe you shouldn't speak Spanish. It's a language, it's a syntax, it's a science. You must be specific because if I'm supposed to repeat what you did, you have to be clear on your instructions. You cannot be wishy-washy with the terms. You have to know if we're talking watts, volts, amps, or watts, or combination, resistance, impedance, conductance. We have to know these things because I'm basing all of my calculations on that information. If that information's wrong, this whole conversation collapses. That's why I'm very specific. Probably a little too specific sometimes. I get it. Conversations can get really, really technical, but that
Now,
I have to maintain because we're
well,
talking science.
but before you go, because you got to understand, you're science and I'm a librarian. Okay, so let's clarify this. Webb, I just sent a message over there. Can you read it, please? That's come from people who looked at my work, read my book I gave out for free.
The WhatsApp message.
You
Okay,
see it
it
on
says
WhatsApp?
it says okay, Lloyd. That was an amazing read, and you was right about the surprise. LOL. A portable self-charging generator is what I was getting at, and you've just explained it in detail. Will come in handy for a lot of things, especially if we got hit with a massive solar flare and it wiped out our grid. Then this invention will be a lifesaver for sure. Scientists think it will happen within the next 100 years. Why can't I just put it on a screen? So having this generator will be perfect for situation like this. He goes on to say, before we focus on doing prototype, I'm going to make my own from your invention with solar panels. Then once I have got the hang of that and how it all works, then think about a portable generator using RF radio frequencies, broadcasting and receiving. We both can work on, but we have a feeling it's going to be a lot harder to do than your solar panel system. Question: if I used a clear plexiglass or perspex instead of the foam you use for the LEDs, I wonder if that will create more amps out of the panels as it will shine through the plexiglass, thus creating more light between the panels. What's your thoughts on this, and will it be worth harvesting, tasting it? Let me
Now,
try to see if I
the reason why I had you read that is
yeah.
because anytime you do a review, you don't do a review with one person. You let multiple people see your work. So again, when he was making the point about me selling the book, I've given this book away from to tons of over 5,000 people. I've given this free book away from them so they could critique it. Okay? So again, eh, when you go through everything I've gone through, you know what, I don't mind him doing what he's doing because you got to understand it's all going to be up to people what they want and buy. All I have to do is be upfront and not lie. That's all I care about. I'm upfront. This is what I'm doing. Hey, he said he's going to do the experiment. What was your results? Now, I have over 100 people who's going to do that, or they're saying they're going to do that. Let's see what the results are. Okay? That's what I asked him to do. See what the results are. Look at my
I'm more of
schematics.
a mathematical guy personally. I love mathematics, and
Okay.
usually the physics and the math, that's the first place I go because it's been proven like these equations don't come out of thin air. They come from empirical data, things that we know about the universe and how things operate. So if it does not pass the mathematical sniff test, I'm already skeptical. That's why I said I did the calculations first. I can show you what I did and how I came up with the numbers. I think one of your videos, I actually broke down the math in the comment. It was a long comment, but I broke down the math so you can see this is how I got to where my answer is.
But
It
you only
wasn't to
used
be
half the idea. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You didn't put the whole thing together. That's why I showed the schematic. It seems what I'm saying. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not. I'm telling you how I did the experiment.
but the
Every
disconnect
bit of
happens when you keep telling me what a MOSFET is doing is not doing that.
it. Okay, then
That's
guess
where the
what? Why
disconnect
am I
comes in.
getting the current? Why am we getting the current out? Why is
So
it showing up as current?
this is what you do as an experiment, and you don't have to, but this is what I would suggest. Isolate your system. Do not include walls, well, like outlets from the wall. Do not include panels, solar panel. Just get your device and just test that. Eliminate all of that other stuff because it muddies the water. If you see what you're actually looking at for numbers, you might change your tune on some of this stuff. That's all
But
I'm
see,
saying.
that's again, that's the reason why you making that statement. I know that you haven't looked at my work because I did isolate it. And matter of fact, I just sent it to Chris. I just showed him it's isolated where I'm getting the energy from. Again, when you watch what I'm doing and follow all the videos, you start to see that I did do all these things. And
Like
if you take
for me,
one video, like the video I showed, and say, well, you're only using the battery. Well, I needed to use the battery in that experiment. We needed to know what the requirements to run the other device was. And that's
Hey, Chris,
scientific.
can you highlight that last comment?
maybe, or the last comment. Uh,
Yeah, I think it's from
person,
Science and something, whoever his name.
yeah,
I'll
you're
read it
saying
off.
that this one. I was
No,
saying that
the
maybe
one after that.
this one or this.
Yes. So let me speak to this before I hop out. So this cartoon, man, stop telling us what your doctoral university textbook currently is censoring your math and censor. This is the ignorance we speak to at at our Ziax University to teach the kids. This right here. Anybody that tells you not to read, it's a problem. Who
But they
gives a
have
damn
been
what
reading.
you think? Wait a minute. Who gives a damn what you think about the science book? Is it right? Is the question. If that same science book created the cell phone you use, the car that you drive, the TV that you watch, every piece of electronic in your world, Why would you tell me not to read that book? That's crazy to me. That's ignorance. That's bias because I got it from a university. Is it right? Is the question. That's the science we use today. The same reason why I can talk to Lloyd across the world. The same science. And you're telling me it's trash. That's ignorance right there. And it's sad to even see that come from a grown person. That's wild to me.
We had somebody by the name of Roland. He was asking where he can be able to buy your book, Lloyd. But I was also saying that if you can be able to get maybe your book to ID, maybe you can have him sign an NDA or something. Then you can get it to him, and maybe once it goes through, and we can try to have both of you
You
and
you,
talk about the
you
same
know
when
that I'm
when
going to agree to that. If he actually signs a non-disclosure agreement, I'll give him the book free too. And again, the whole point was to get a bunch of people to critique it. Okay, because in the book it gives a little bit more details, a little bit more um than I could do. You know, the mathematics and stuff. So I had AI, so he can say AI is wrong. He can critique it all the way. But the simple fact is that what I've been experienced is everybody saying, yes, your system works. Yes, they agree that it's inefficient, but it does maintain the battery. And even AI said the same thing. It says, yes, the system is very inefficient, but it does maintain the main battery. So guess what? The power is coming from the battery. So all this more power in and out is just ludicrous of what we're saying. It has nothing. That system has nothing to do with more power out than in.
Hey,
Okay.
Lloyd, by the way, I do write and I read tech journals, by the way. So I, if I'm reading it, I will read it as such.
Okay. Like I said, matter of fact, in the upgrade to the book, I could treat other scientists to explain exactly what a peer review is. Okay, and you accepted the words of your peers, but again, I got one negative and I got maybe 100 positives. So then we have to go back. Are you not understanding what I presented? Maybe I presented it wrong. So then that's reason why I put it in a book. Okay, so again, if I put my peer review out for free, how do people like me make a living? We put our work out and we sell it. Every scientist does that to make me look foolish because I'm selling my book on what I wrote, whether it's wrong or right. I let them make the opinion on that judgment. Let the world, my peers,
but
make a judgment on that.
but maybe the best way to sell most copies will be if you make one prototype working from the book and you're selling to people. You're saying that if you follow every instructions here, you're going to achieve this what I have achieved.
But that's the
That
whole point.
Hey,
Yeah.
Lloyd, hit me up on my email. I sent it to you in the back chat. I gotta hop off. I appreciate the time for everybody.
All right.
Yeah. Just hit me up. Let me know what's up. And I'll be floating
Okay.
around here, Chris.
okay? You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. See ya.
Uh,
And get a cash app, Chris. You gotta get a cash app or something going on, man. These
Cash App is
conversations.
no. You Cash App is from for people in the US. I'm not in the
Yeah.
US. Maybe
This is free.
Oh, what do you have? What do you like? How do you get like anything? Do you get anything? Like, is there any way to get you something? Like, this is pretty
No,
deep
they.
number.
maybe yeah.
I
Maybe I
was going to
do.
say, since I've been in this country, I've noticed that they've been blocking a lot of stuff or features that's in the US and cutting it off so the rest of the world can't enjoy it. Matter of fact, I had a VIP phone, if I said that correctly, but it was an internet phone, and they turned it off and said it's not um, permitted in this country. So I can't even call my people. So the only way I can talk to people is on WhatsApp and my email because they start cutting off all my other communications to communicate into the United States. And I just noticed they do that with money and a whole lot of other apps that they don't have what we have in the United States.
Yeah, yeah, we
I,
don't have a lot. Maybe I'll give you maybe PayPal, but
yeah, you should post it up on your like screen or something.
okay, okay, I'll start doing so. I'll configure it well and start doing so.
Yeah, yeah, just so like passive income or something, because you're putting some time in on this, and these conversations are pretty informative to some people. So,
It's okay, it's okay. I'll start doing so.
all right, have a good night. See you guys.
Uh, Cutting face, you dark energy more the 95% what we see and no. I see. Lloyd, it's morning on your side. I was planning to go to bed now.
Yes, 8:14 in the morning.
My time is about 4 a.m. 4:14. So I want to go and sleep until maybe 10. We have an event here, so I don't know if I will go tomorrow to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's somebody who was asking where he can be able to buy the book. I think you saw it. And also Bruce Wayne said, Bruce Wayne is Batman. He said that I want to purchase a copy of your book.
Yes.
Then Sans in the Innovation is saying that Cartoon Face spoiled our show this night. Oh, I think he was waiting. Oh, Scamchan. Yeah, I see. I'll try to set it up like you said. Then some other people are just arguing in the chat section. But I
Right.
don't know if you have any point maybe before we go.
Well,
I
the
think,
point. Let's get back to the original point. It was
yeah,
that I showed you the video of the crystal radio, and the point was if it's a radio wave, it's unlimited. Okay. So
yeah,
when you read the book, Chris, the whole point is that you'll find out that we put a small radio transmitter in the device so it doesn't cut off. So the whole point was is that if you get enough of these crystal radios next to that antenna, how much can it put back into the battery before that becomes a negative resistance? That means that it's putting enough energy to keep that battery maintained. And if it can keep it maintained, run for very long periods of time, we're talking about maybe a decade or so, depending on how strong the battery is, because it's only using 1% of the battery. So if we stay with that point on, then what I'm asking you very basic questions. If we can actually change radio waves into electricity, doesn't matter how small, and you
yeah,
get enough of them, and it doesn't deplete the radio wave, how is this not free energy? Okay, how is it not free? Because it works just like solar panels, just better. You see,
yeah.
that's the whole point. What we should have been focusing on, but yet we were arguing back and forth over something that wasn't even part of the show. And again, that's the reason why I had to write the book, because he doesn't want that out. Because someone can do this example very easily, and they can just keep multiplying and multiplying the crystal radios and tying them together, and all of a sudden they're going to realize, yeah, this was free energy. It's just as simple as that. And guess what? All the mathematics and what's names in the world doesn't trump actual physical work. Nikolai Tesla said that to Einstein. Einstein was a theoretical mathematics. And he said, I'm an engineer. Name one product that you actually built. Okay? That's the point. I'm sitting in my room in my basement building this, and he's trying to destroy what I did with math without even looking at my work.
But I think, oh, there's a time you had told me that you might be able to build a prototype. I think if you do, it will help a
But
lot.
I
And
did build a prototype and I sent it to you.
Abuman, yeah. Before I come to you, Abuman, I don't know if Gerard will show, but he said that he'll be able to showcase it on Sunday. It was supposed to be today. Then today he said they had an issue with his computer, so he said on Sunday I can reach out to him any day from Sunday. So maybe we can work out on Monday or Wednesday, but we shall see. You're saying that you had sent the prototype. That one was from the US, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
those
So
were my experience.
the problem, like I told you, with what people had when I posted it on YouTube, is that
Oh,
they want to see the entire everything. Like they see this one, like they see
but
you have the solar. Yeah, like I think you understand what I mean.
wait, Chris, look at the two
Yeah.
videos I sent you
Today
on WhatsApp.
that you've just sent to me.
Yes, look at the two videos. I seen it when you were showing the words. Look at the two videos I showed you because
Okay.
people were asking me where I'm getting the energy from.
Yeah, yeah, I see them. Let me see
Yeah,
if I can share for those who are still around. Eddie, you said that can you be able to answer Lloyd? Yes, you can go ahead. You said that Lloyd is the question is how much energy per dollar do you get from using crystal radio? If you find the answer to that, you know why we use solar and wind instead.
he wants me to put a dollar on. Well, that depends on the components, and the components are fluctuating because of the trade wars that's going on. So we are trying to tie down on how much this is going to be. But the first answer that I put out after Trump did all his tariffs, all that prices went up.
Mhm.
So again, it depends on what the market is doing to actually get an accurate amount of how much the system is going to cost. If that's answering, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I hope it does. Eddie really wanted to come here to talk with you. I don't know what happened. Crystal, this saying that 100 crystal radios, you can replicate the battery with the selfie, but I don't see any more questions.
But wait a minute. Answer that. Crystal radios don't work on batteries. Th-
Oh, this
This is
one,
the reason. y-
the guy was saying that you
Chris,
can replace the battery with self-heating capacitors.
but Chris, do you understand why I'm telling you you had to look at the video of the crystal radio? Because you could answer that question yourself. Where's the battery in the crystal radio?
Yes, I know, but you see, like we're talking about your book, we're not talking about my book.
No,
like,
we're trying
like,
to answer the question the guy just
like,
answered. If they don't
like,
understand what a crystal radio is, there is no batteries in the crystal radio. There's no capacitors in the crystal radio. You see what I'm saying? If they don't
yeah,
understand that little bit, then this is where the confusion come in.
I see. This saying that Tesla, but then John, you've been around, I think, from the start, is saying that uh, Tesla uses longitudinal waves between the transmitter and the receiver at resonance, and the output is 1.5 times the input. The Lloyd system doesn't use longitudinal waves. Stop
How do
talking
they
shit.
know what my how long how do they know what my system uses? You again, if you don't know me, because remember, Chris, they said um when Maxwell put out his work, you didn't put out any work. Remember they said that? They said you didn't put out any work. Why
Yeah.
would you do? And then I had to show them that I had been working on this stuff for years, right? So how does this
Yes.
guy know what I did or what my system used if he doesn't know? I don't know why they make statements like that.
Then again, concerns in innovation is asking if you can be able to send your work to him so that he can replicate. He's saying that I'm an over unity energy fan and also a physicist. Then we have I am nobody is asking if that in the boost converter isn't the LC circuit that's making the current.
That's the picture. That's the picture he put up to say that uh, that's not a MOSFET. You know, he was making his thing, but he did say it made current. He whatsoever what that piece is makes current. So again, this is the reason why we asked a question. This is the reason why I was telling you to go ask AI. Does a MOSFET make transient energy, and is that current, pulse current? It's
Yeah.
a simple answer. It's a simple answer. So that's why I tell people to go AI, because you're going to have a lot of people say, "Oh no, it doesn't," and you're going to have some people say it does. I watched it argued on my website, on my YouTube channel. They're going back and forth arguing whether a MOSFET can make transient energy, and that's what I've been talking about from the get go. That MOSFETs make transient energy. Okay. But then I simplified the system. I says, well, let's get rid of the MOSFET and just go to a crystal radio. Okay. So those two different things. So when you start simplifying, you're taking away the argument that these people are calling them scientists. You just take it away.
Then you have Eddie saying that you stop using the AI. But if you can respond with a closing remark so that we close it, or I can leave you. I don't. Unfortunately, if I leave you, I don't know if you can. I don't think that. Do you see comments coming in?
Yes, I can see them. Partial. I can only see part of what they're saying.
There's a way that I could have added you as a. I don't know if
Amp
it will work.
boosters only produce current at expense of something. I couldn't read the rest of it. Amp booster only produce current at the expense of voltage. Yes, that's what I've been saying. But the gentleman that was just on here said that's not true.
I see.
Personal advice to you to stop using AI. I'm sorry, but I won't be doing that anytime soon. I think the reason why someone tells you not to use a computer while they're making your cars and all this other kind of stuff, I just think that, to me, it doesn't make any logic. It proves that the AI is telling you what the computer knows and doesn't know. Period. It knows all the science. It reads all the papers. What's names. So using it is to my advantage. Yes, that's a beauty of a crystal radio. See, now you have somebody who knows what a crystal radio is and what it does.
I, oh, you saying
I
that you can
never
able.
said he was I never said he was wrong. What I'm saying is he never looked at my work. That's the reason why I made so many videos of people saying that um a MOSFET doesn't make AC pulse current. That's the reason why they use it in the automatic field. That's the reason it's on the videos. They do that. They take a low voltage and they transfer it through the MOSFET to get AC current out.
So this guy, I don't know, who is talking about. Radian, who are you talking about? You're talking about Kapanzi. Do you know that guy? He's saying that input was 220 volts, 50 hertz, zero point 0.4 amps, and output 220, 25. Oh, I see. Who is
He's
that
talking about,
guy?
I believe he's talking about a scientist.
Oh,
Oh, is he just because Maxwell put out 50 hertz at 200 volts. That's on his battery. That's the picture that I sent, of his battery showing. Those are the
yeah.
exact specs that he put on his device. or was on his device when he was running it from a MOSFET. Remember, I told you he was getting his pulse current from a MOSFET. And you
Then
knew that
Ronald,
he was doing that because if he was just running voltage through the MOSFET, they don't get hot if you just run voltage through it. They only get hot when when it's producing current.
then Ronald is still asking that how can he be able to buy your book?
Yes, it's going to be out for sale. That's what we're trying to do now is make sure that Amazon and Kindle will carry my book. So until that's done, yeah. So I got people in the United States working with that.
Then Elsie saying that he did not get the answer he was looking for from you. That is, I am nobody.
Okay. Well, maybe the book will help him out.
Bruce Wayne is saying that AI is very powerful and should be utilized to the fullest.
Yes, it should. And I do use it. Matter of fact, I'm writing the book so it could critique what I'm saying. So it can answer the question, am I wrong? And then I'm going to ask it in a different way. Is this wrong? And I'm going to keep doing that. So what happened is that when you answer from different spectrums, that we end up getting the answers. But the initial answer is you have to build it yourself to find out all these people who are saying it's wrong, that why are they saying this? Where are they getting their evidence from? And remember, everyone, they said the same thing about solar. Okay, they said solar does not work. The solar was out in 1800s. It took to our century to get them to recognize solar works as free energy. But it took that long from the 1800s till now to say that solar is free energy. This is not going to be any different. I never said it creates energy. I said it transfers voltage into AC current. So what energy are you talking about? So the law of confirmation is not being broke. Even AI says this. It's not being broke. It's transferring voltage into AC pulse current. And that's because it makes tangent energy spikes. And when the frequency is high, those spikes act as current, pulse current. Thank you. You made a very good point about AI. That was no invention by Maxwell. Maybe he's talking to somebody else.
Then, but we have around 6 people still around. Though for me, I'm planning to go away. I don't know. I
Mel
don't know.
did that with his 9-volt battery. So if you look at his work, Mel's work, yeah. And somebody mentioned what his channel was.
Yeah, but there I see some people here usually watch, man.
Yes, MOSFET switch by voltage. Yes. I'm just reading what you're putting up on the screen. I'm sorry, Chris.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're unable to see. Can you see the comments now? Or the ones on the side they are very tiny. Then you have Raiden. Or let me show you a few before I go away. I might be able to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Uh, it was okay. I think many people wanted to hear from you, so it was okay. And especially there was somebody who had asked for you and Gerald, but unfortunately, I don't know if Gerald is just making excuses or if he really wants to show his tech. I don't know because he tells me, like he told me on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I did not invite you. He told me. Then when I came, he said he won't be able to show up. Same to he said Friday again. It wasn't possible. Just Kamchan. Kamchan is always around. I think he was with us from the start. He's saying that he's a Georgian inventor. Kamchan is saying that display Maxwell showed proved nothing. Maxwell told me that he saw the interview we had with the Zima guy. He got pretty mad and told me never to speak to him again. I don't know what he's talking about. Joe, which line are you talking about?
that was going on.
Yeah.
No one seen Maxwell device. Of course not. That's the reason why Chris, can you put the picture of the book up? Can you put the cover of the book up?
Your book. No, I don't
Yeah,
have it. I
the
don't have.
cover. I gave you the cover, right?
No, 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 no.
Okay, let me send it to WhatsApp right quick. Hold on.
You've sent.
For the little people. Okay. the thank you. Did you see the cover?
Yeah.
And put that on the screen.
Okay.
The whole point is that I'm not saying Maxwell's device work. I'm not saying it doesn't work. What I'm saying is that we have 8 years and we still haven't seen his work. That's a fact. Am I right? Is that true or not?
That's true.
Okay. So again, if everybody can read that, it says, I'm going to tell you everything I know about this technology. It's Nikolai Tesla is over 100 years old. Okay. It's the same thing that the person, gentleman was on here. He said, this is old. What are you, it's nothing new. I stated the same thing. And then it says his microsilent energy. It says 8 years and we still haven't seen his work. So that's that's the cover. Um, so it's not putting him or praising him. It's saying the fact is, if he's not a scammer, which many people believe he is, where's his work? So we're all saying that. And that's the reason why it says, now let me tell you what I've discovered. So this technology doesn't get buried because of a bad actor who's already gotten money.
I see. Maybe we can plan another different date and talk about the book if you'll be open to sharing maybe more
Yeah.
about what it
It,
entails.
yeah, I got snippets. I have large snippets. That we'll say it like that. It's not just a. It's at least 50 pages snippet. Was put a number on it. A 50-page snippet. That people can see and get and stuff like that. But I'm not going to let somebody browbeat me and not making a living. So yes, I'm going to sell my book. And
What do you think about this comment from AD?
um. Lloyd is using Maxwell's things to gain publicly.
Publicity and views.
Publi- Um, yeah, because I don't want this scientist to get buried. You know, I would we've been quiet about it for 8 years. All he has to do is just put out his work. He can stump me right there. All he has to do is put out his work. But if it goes to 9 years, 10 years, 30 years, 40 years, now he's passed away. He's old. At least you have an answer, someone who gave you an answer. Yes, the clock is ticking. That's the point. Yes, thank you. I haven't did that experiment yet, but that's a good one. Well, thank you. I'm trying to give it out as much as I can, but still, money runs the world. We all have to make a living. So, um, yeah, I'm going to hold some things back for the book, but I'm going to give as much as I can away for free. Can I explain now? Okay, this is my opinion as a librarian, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to explain it the way I understand it. In a inverter, they have a bunch of MOSFETs. You can go out on YouTube and look up people who have opened them up. I believe MOSFETs make tangent energy and produce current from voltage. It's the only way to explain how you take DC 12 volts and you only have volts and the amperage in there and then get 2000 watts out. Okay. Now, it also has a bunch of transformers in there. Either those transformers are stepping that power down to convert the amperage into voltage or vice versa. The whole point is that we have to get someone to explain how the inverter works. But all I can tell you is that I was telling the truth. I had a battery from a bike. I put that in there, got a reading, put it through the tie grid, and that's what it put out. So those statements are true without trying to be scammy or anything like that. Because I heard other comments of people thinking that I uh, attached it to the grid. Anybody who knows about tie grids inverters, please look it up. If you don't, you can only put DC into it. So if you attach it to AC, it will blow up. Okay, you have to attach it to batteries or solar. That's what they were designed to do. Okay, but I never said it produced free energy, but it does work. Well, I think that's the whole discussion of what we were trying to um, figure out. Where does these electrons come from? Okay, where's this extra energy coming from? This is the reason why I mentioned transit energy. So if you look at transit energy and ask scientists where does this energy come from, they'll tell you it's too damaging for the circuit. So they don't want to talk about it and they don't want to explain where all this extra energy is coming from. So this is the reason why I have to make this available so AI can explain that transit energy is not an unuseless thing, that we can harness it and use it. Now let them explain why it does and doesn't work. Yeah, I'm you know how I believe that? I believe that because we're actually putting out a real product and we're putting it under scrutiny. That means we're showing people to critique it like just what happened today. Yeah, I believe that. That's the reason in my book we're making a battery out of crystal radios, a solid state battery. That's the whole point of the book. And we want to make it DIY so um you all can do the experiments and do it yourself. Thank you. At least, Bruce, you know what a tiger is. So, again, you understand that you can't just plug it in the wall. Well, again, this is what we're trying to explain. We let them explain. The whole point is to do an experiment and then tell them to explain what's happening here. But here's the thing about it: whether they can explain it or not explain it, is it usable? That's the point of doing the experiment. I've been using it for 8 years. That's not a lie. They're trying to tear that down, but the whole point is I've been using it. So let them explain it. Transit energy comes from the battery. Okay. It comes from the environment. Okay. Okay, they're going back and forth. Look, everybody, it's time to close this out. Let the him go to sleep. And we're going to pick this up. You guys can always go to my channel and ask these questions. I'll try to answer them. Whether you believe in it or not, we're going to get these answers questioned. And guess what? The people who do this simple experiment with the crystal radio, you're going to get the answer. I guarantee you, you're going to get the answer. Just build it big, bulky, but make sure it works. And then you'll start seeing that the energy that runs the LED lights, and you start harnessing that energy pretty soon, because a radio wave can't be exhausted. You're going to be above what a battery power is there. You're going to have to knock it down. You're going to have to put it through a charge controller, or you're going to damage the battery. And that's how much power it is when you start to add multiple crystal radios together that's giving you energy that's been transformed from radio wave into electrical wave. Tesla did it first. That's when he put his plate into the sky. He was just taking that energy and changing it into electrical energy. So you can do it with solar, and you can do it with Nikolai Tesla, a plate. Crystal radios came a little bit later, and it did the same thing because the wire is the plate. So again, this is free energy. Radio waves are inexhaustible. That means that you can put as many crystal radios as you want around that receiving radio wave, and you can run a whole entire house. And this is according to AI. So again, the book will start breaking this down. So with that, I'm leaving out. I think Chris has fell asleep, and I don't want to take care over his show.
I'm s- I'm still not asleep, but I've put
Okay,
something in. I don't know if you can see the private.
let me see.
There's a message from, I don't know if he has gone or not. Abu, I am nobody. I think he was trying to clarify what his question was. Have you seen it? Try to just check it.
No, matter of fact, I'm screenshotting it right now, one of them, and so I can sit down and answer the question. Um, so I can get to as many as I can. So
PBJ, PBJ. I've seen you from the start asking the same question about can
LC
it pass
circuit.
70 EV bike it seems you have an EV bike. Bruce Wayne is saying, Lloyd, you give inspiration and hope that might be one of your greatest contributions.
Thank you.
When the Tesla fields interact in the right phase geometry is said to produce the scalar. I think Radian and somebody were arguing about something.
Right.
Then Levi Okinga is saying that, Levi Okinga, where are you from, man? You sound like you're from where I am. He's saying that the crystal radio is exactly the principle of capturing electromagnetic energy. Then there
Yes.
is an important thing about the antenna and the amplification.
But you won't need to amplify it if you just multiply it. So each crystal radio will put out very little, but that's how a battery is made. Remember, it's little cells to make a big cell. In a solar panel, there's little cells to make a big cell. So go to my YouTube channel and look how I did my solar panels. Look how small those cells are. And then I had to put them all together to make one big cell. So if you do this with crystal radios, then we've discovered free energy, because it does
And
exactly what solar panels do.
Levi's asking also where you can be able to purchase your book.
It will be out for sale, and I will let everyone know. It'll be on your Chris' channel, a couple other people's channel, and my channel. It'll be everywhere, so you will be able to get this book.
Then this is asking why still paying 100 for electric bill. You say that is the standard charge.
Yeah, that's the standard charge. That means that even though I got the tie grids, way they work, and there's somebody on here that says that he knows how they work, is that they designed them to detect the energy coming in from the electrical company. They did this because the old ones, they said people got electrocuted on the line when the power goes down and they were fixing the line. So when the power grid turns off, the tie grids turn off automatically. So they did this to keep you hooked in so you can get that $100 bill. But trust me, our bill was $400 without the tie grids every month. It was $400. So knocking it down to $100 is reasonable. And it didn't matter how much more they charged unless it was a surcharge. Um,
Then
so they can't get us for what they actually charged.
Bro Robert is saying that keep up the good work. I'm
Yes.
from ChatGPT. I am in Toronto, Canada. Olivia Kinga was saying you're in Toronto. Man, your name Okinga sounds a lot like, I think I have maybe one or two or three friends who are called Okinga. Or maybe you pronounce your name differently in Toronto, Canada. Anyways. Joe Cummings
Right.
saying that the Easter bunny comes with a basket full of chocolate covered electrons.
Okay.
I think he's being sarcastic. You can multiply and amplify at the same time and get tons of energy at once. Right? 14 supersonic. How many radios in a small box? Samchan, you say that where you are, it must be now 9:55 p.m. I don't know where Scamchan is.
Well, here's the thing about this radios in the small box. The whole point is that I asked AI, can we turn these into chips that can be printed on the board? And can we buy those chips? So that's going to be in the book. So it's going to answer that question.
Yeah,
Yes.
this guy is it's an
I'm,
autograph copy.
uh, I may not do one. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get this out before something happens to me.
Then I think you can see Eddie. Eddie is saying that he believes that a radio crystal will be more expensive than a solar if you want to do it
Okay.
commercial.
But the whole point is that if you want to prove this energy is real, you have to do that experiment. That means you have to make the experiment. So yes, either way it's going to cost. But the whole point is if you can draw energy from a crystal radio and make and run something in your house, big or small, then it ends the conversation whether this is real or not real. That it just ends that conversation. And then Maxwell will just fade out and disappear because the jig is up.
They call it an Allen circuit. They shut down when they detect no power to keep. I think
Yeah.
it's talking about the 100 extra that you pay.
Huh? What about the $100?
This guy who's talking about, they call it the island circuit. They shut down when they detect no power to keep lightsman safe.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. They remember the old ones didn't shut down. They just kept producing energy, but they said that was dangerous for their people on the power line.
Then for this supersonic saying that there's a way to do it without having to pay electric bill. Radian, you're saying that secret is how to create very effective cup and the natural will fill up for you with
Yes,
water.
it is a way you can run a tie grid off a battery. Um, I wasn't there yet, so I didn't have a big enough battery. I did attempt it, but I was unsuccessful.
Levis saying that he's from Congo Brazzaville. Yes, you are right, Levi. There are a lot of Kenyans with the same name, so I thought that you are from this side too. But Congo Brazzaville is not the Congo that is not Congo DRC. Then crystal radio energy is very weak. That is from Abuman.
It's supposed to be weak, but it runs the LED lights, and then you multiply a bunch of them together.
For me, it's saying that once you build that expensive crystal radio, that's a one-time fee. That's from Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, but you also have to believe that when I did all the solar panels, that was very expensive. I have I have hundreds of them stocked up. It was very expensive, but the whole point is this is why we did the experiments. That's how we know that it works versus anyone talking that says it doesn't work and hasn't seen the experiment.
Then we have crystal radio needs an antenna, an LC circuit. This is again from Eddie.
Yes, it needs an antenna, and AI expresses that and says exactly what to use to get that antenna up and going, and also said something I didn't know. They already have a design of this. They already have a crystal radio shrunk down, micro-sized. So
So go
then
on.
they
I was asking if you saw the message that I sent to you in private.
uh yes. I was
The
saving
person
it. I didn't read it though. I was saving it for later to answer
the,
it.
the person who sent it has just shared their email, or let me send it to you. Maybe you can respond to them directly.
Right.
I'm sending to you on WhatsApp.
Okay. I'll get it from WhatsApp.
Yeah, we have Bro Robert saying yes, be very careful the powers that B don't want this out. Then Pierre Dusa is saying lol, still going. You're saying that you're still going well. Eddie saying that radio waves are used to power small devices like watches. By the way, Eddie, aren't you sleepy, man? I'm sure where you are, it might be around 3 a.m. He's saying that they cannot power anything large. Then
Okay.
Radian is saying that instead of building thousands of individual crystal radios, the resonant field can be used to synchronize millions of crystal radios, like processing and grab it, like processes and grab it. I am nobody. I've seen it and I've tried it with Lloyd, so he will be able to respond to you.
Uh yes. I see your email and I will respond to you.
Imagine using a colliding radio frequencies to create the standing waves that capture the energy. That's radiant. But I think we can be able
What
to.
what's answered this question? They
Yeah,
said that a crystal radio could power small devices, but it can't power large devices.
yeah,
And
that's
that
from
means that
Eddie.
he doesn't understand that a battery has small cells in it. When you open up a 9-volt battery, it has small cells in there. To run something big, you have to add more cells. The more cells you add into it, that means I can take a 9-volt battery, hook it to another 9-volt battery, hook it to a 9-volt battery, and guess what? I can run something very large off those small little items that can only power something 9 volts. So that's how energy is made. One single solar panel can't run anything, but a bunch of them can do a lot of work. We're doing the same thing with crystal radios.
Then for Levi King again is saying that he's talking about a generator producing electrical energy from electromagnetic energy. There's a guy who reached out to me with the same. He's from Australia. He said that they have managed to build an electromagnetic system that creates a lot of energy that can even power the house. But I told him to be able to share on the channel, though he refused. He said that they are not yet ready to go public with it yet. That they
Okay.
have a problem with controlling the voltage. It
Okay.
can like it varies a lot. I think that's what he said.
Right. Okay. But see, here's the thing. I work with other devices, um, which I can show you the video. Um, what they call electrostatic batteries. The voltage varies a lot,
Yeah.
but whether it varies a lot, if you put that into a capacitor, it stops varying once it's in the capacitor. So I show a device where I actually put that energy from a electrostatic battery into the energy into a battery. So I take the electrostatic battery, pump it into a rechargeable battery, and I was able to run a device from it. So yeah, I'm used to working with small things like that, and then trying to figure out how to make it bigger.
Then Abuman is saying that the crystal radio only produces millivolts. You made
Yes,
an
we know. You're stating the obvious. Yes, we absolutely know it only produced milli. Matter of fact, I said it several times on the show today that it only produces millivolts. But go to AI and ask the question: can you take them and attach these together to be um, one giant crystal radio? And if you can do that, then how many crystal radios would it take to run an entire house? Go to AI and ask the question.
then this guy is called I'm nobody. He's the one who shared the email. He's saying that I made a 90-volt battery from 10 9-volt batteries for an old tube type radio once. I think we'll share
Yes.
more with him when
No,
when
no, no,
he
no.
when he,
That's exactly how batteries are made. You can take smaller batteries and make a bigger battery.
I
You
see.
do understand in your solar system that you have more than one battery. Am I right? Is that
Yeah.
true? Okay, so that means you hooked one battery to the next battery. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so now that makes a bigger battery. So yes, that's always been true.
Then for Eddie, I think his concern is that crystal radios will be more expensive.
Okay, we're not we're not disqualifying that. We know that it's a factor.
Cool. I can see someone making progress in that direction. Come, Jen, I'll be interesting to hear from you whether you think Lloyd is a scam or not. I know you focus on such things. Impedance turning of all those radios will be crazy.
Yes, that's what AI said. That would be crazy. That's why I said when people buy my book, you'll start to see that AI said the same thing. It is crazy until you start to know that they can shrink it down into micro size. It means that you can put this onto a breadboard, and China sells these things.
There's Steve Adal saying that fake AI challenger and a Prat one too. What do you mean, man?
I don't know what he means by in part one too. Uh, what does that mean? Clarify what that means. We got the fake AI challenge.
Eddie saying that a dry cell is about 1.5 volts, a battery is about 16 volts. Is practically to build batteries from dry cells. The analogy doesn't work with crystal radios because the scale is definitely not the same.
Okay. So AI is wrong. We'll, but we're going to do the experiment anyway. So you're not going to stop that.
But Supersonic has been defending you a lot by the It says that if you need parts, it's gonna have done costs. But what's that cost? You can't say without running the system first.
Yes, yes. We're going to run the system, and I know they don't want to see it. I know they're going to, oh, no, it doesn't work. We're still doing the experiment. That's the whole point of it.
Then Scamchan is saying that Lloyd is high speed switching all those crystal radios.
Uh, I don't think we would have to. I think it has its natural switching inside the crystal radio. It all does because it's radio waves are AC.
I'm nobody saying that all you have got to do instead of running a house is get the crystal radio power output up enough to run other stage like a boost converter.
Yeah, he's one of my biggest critics. So yeah, the whole
I'm
point
not.
is that we're still going to run the experiment. It
Uh,
so it's not going to stop us from running the experiment.
I think all the comments. I think I've read all the comments. Yeah, I think we're okay. For me, I can be able to go away now. If you are
Yes.
able to control from your side and see comments, maybe you could have continued.
Yeah. Oh, let me finish saying this statement. I did read this last statement that you made. And yes, running something small first is logical instead of running a house. But the whole point is that we are doing that. We're That's the point of doing the experiment is to do a small one, then step it up to a larger, and then larger, and then a whole house. Yeah, that's the point of it. So that's why I said we're just going to do the experiment. And Webb, do you understand what the experiment is? First of all, you build one crystal radio, you build another one, and see if you can combine them together to get all the outputs from one and two. Is that understandable?
Yeah.
Okay, then you add three, and then you add four. By the time you get up to four, you should be able to run an MP3 player that runs on a 1.5 volt battery, right?
Yeah.
So see how easy the experiment is, and then we just keep going.
Ben is saying that everything you said is true. So, uh, the the streaming software that I pay for EVMAX, my service, my plan that I pay for can only do up to 6 hours. So it has shown me a notification that the stream will end automatically in about 4 minutes.
But let's end it here. We'll talk again.
But I am nobody saying that it's not your critic.
Tell him he forgot that I have another channel and I've seen him on here and what he said. And I can post what he said to me.
Then Eddie Cliff is saying that if you can be able to show him, there's a comment that if you can be able to show him any Chinese product greater than 8 watts that is powered by by crystal radios only, and you'll be able to show you that it's fake.
We haven't even built it and they already calling it fake.
Yes, come,
We haven't even built it and they're already calling it fake.
Scamchan, thanks for being around, man. And Levi saying that don't ever give up.
No, I'm not.
Eddie saying that not your experiment is about MOSFETs. That's what I'm interested in. Crystal radios have always been known. You won't
Yes, I
show me
know.
anything new.
Sorry,
Oh,
but that both
Eddie,
both of them are in the book. Both of them are in the book. So you're going to get both experiments. So sorry about that.
Eddie, I think said that he has a background in what is it? He has a background in there's something that does with robotics and electronics and electrical and mechanical engineering and mechatronic. He said that he has a background in mechatronic engineering. I think
Right.
that we had him last time with Gerald. He's a good guy, but today I don't know what happened to him. He was unable to join.
Thank you for
Uh,
doing the experiment because the more people who do this experiment and finding out if you can connect multiple crystal radios together proves the theory. A lot of people don't really want to prove that theory. So thank you for doing the experiment.
Abena was saying that you do the experiment.
That's what I was just commenting on.
Okay. Then everybody, you can have a good night or a good day. I think we will do a stream again next week, maybe on Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
But yeah, for now it's going to cut itself in about 30 seconds. So
Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming in. I'm signing off too.
nice. You will respond to the guy, I think. Oh yeah, good. Askam Chan man, see you tomorrow. I'll reply your email. I saw your email tomorrow when I wake up. I think it has ended on YouTube.